Dear guests, we ask you now to find a seat in the central auditorium. The final plenary session has now begun. Please ensure that you put any electronic devices on silent mode.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем нашу завершающую пленарную сессию. И наш первый приглашенный спикер, выдающийся ученый и практик, профессор Сиднейского университета, господин Фил Ламберт. Профессор Ламберт является членом Австралийского совета руководителей в сфере образования, председателем Австралийской педагогической коллегии. Он также работает над разработкой учебных программ в рамках проекта ОСР 2030 и тоже только недавно приехал из Парижа вместе с нашей командой Нишевской, которая работала в Париже по этой теме. Выступление профессора Ламберта сегодня «Роль ценностей, благополучия и инноваций в образовании сегодня и завтра». Пожалуйста, господин Ламберт, вам слово.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, sorry it's not evening yet. And I want to start by thanking and congratulating the leadership of NIS and the organising group for a fabulous conference. I've had a thoroughly wonderful 2 days, firstly because the organisation has been so smooth, and secondly, the quality of speakers. It's been really an outstanding conference, and I've loved the balance between international speakers and local speakers addressing a range of issues, all related to the theme. So congratulations to the organisers and the leadership of NIS. Well done. Yes, round of applause. And I'm going to take the opportunity to thank the interpreters. This is a challenging job. I'm going to be talking about competencies, and aren't they competent? They are so skilled in having that capacity to interpret synonymously as we are speaking. They just have this amazing ability. So to the interpreters, wherever you are, congratulations. Simultaneous interpreting is an unbelievable talent, and they deserve a round of applause too, I believe. These are the things I'm going to be talking about this afternoon. Global developments in terms of macro issues, and what I mean by that are what are the big issues impacting across the globe and having a play at different levels within different countries. The importance of local contexts, and Tim, I think, emphasised this so well yesterday, not forgetting tradition and culture and what's local. And thirdly, developing themes. So where we might see differences across the globe, there are also some common themes played out in different ways in different countries. We're going to be redefining values. What I mean by that is looking at values in possibly a different way to how they may have been in the past in terms of school education. Talking about well-being and innovation today and tomorrow. So as part of that, values old and new. Well-being, both personal and social, and innovation as enhancement and advancement. And I aim to leave some time at the end for questions. So when the wonderful people who put up the card to say I've got 5 minutes left, I'll have to cut off what I'm saying very quickly then to give the opportunity for comment or question. Okay, so the macro issues. And what I want to do is align these issues to some of the competencies or capabilities that countries are looking at as part of their reform in terms of curriculum. One of the projects that I'm involved in at the moment is Education 2030. Kazakhstan's one of the 30 countries around the table that are contributing to that. And what we're looking at are what are the responses to these issues and how can they be incorporated into some kind of activity in schools. Doesn't necessarily mean in curriculum, it could mean in the environment within the school, or it could be in relationship and partnership in the community. So this change duality where we have rapid advancement, particularly we see this in technology, and rapid obsolescence. So what we need are young people who are agile enough, have the skills and attitudes often that relate to lifelong learning to be able to learn new techniques, new capabilities, and be able to learn new techniques. This term, this acronym is used quite considerably at the OECD and others, and effectively what it's saying is we recognise the world as difficult and complex. And my friends, it's not getting any easier. Tim once again said very wisely, it's important not to be too clever and try and predict the future. I suppose the only prediction we can make is things are not going to get easier. They're more likely to be more complex, more challenging, and therefore our young people need to be equipped well. And the transition that is happening across the globe from information to knowledge, a knowledge-based society, one where new knowledge is created, where you need to acquire new knowledge and know how to use that knowledge or create knowledge. Workplace reform. We know that what was once called soft skills and now there's a much stronger focus on being collaborative, working in a team, understanding difference, thinking globally, acting globally, working with others, knowing how to relate to people, knowing how to solve an issue as it emerges in work. You know, when LinkedIn recruit and they manage a recruitment process and companies search through LinkedIn for the capabilities, the competencies that they want for their employers. What they're looking for substantially are both technical skills, the qualifications, yes, that's a given, but they're also looking for this range of soft skills. They're no longer soft. I've just written a paper for the Department of Education in Australia called Hard Focus on Soft Skills, because that's what it is, a recognition that young people as they emerge from our schools need to know far more than simply technical knowledge. Ecological destabilisation, issues about sustainability, these are not only relate to skills, but it's related to attitudes, values, dispositions. It's related to global citizenship, recognising that humans have an impact on the environment and the work you do, what you do, how you do it, even the things you create will have an impact. This one's a given that there's no question about the technological changes that we've all gone through. I was just commenting outside to a person about how interesting it's been how the elderly have actually taken up social media more rapidly than what people expected that to be. In fact, the greatest use of social media are the older generations. And why? Because they've had a need and they've had a facility to keep connected to their families, wherever they might be. And so this is not only a skill for today, for tomorrow, but it's a skill that we need today. And the norms are changing. In my own country, Australia, 20 years ago, 80% of people would have been married in a church or some form of religious location. Today, it's the reverse. 80% of people that are married in Australia are not married in a church or some form of religious location. That's an interesting change, and it's just part of the reality of a changing society. It doesn't mean that people are necessarily less religious, as it is in Australia, they actually are, but what it does mean is that people are thinking and acting in different ways to how they may have in the past. And that change is happening rapidly. And of course, the inequalities. You know, we know countries like China and India where you have this massive growth of wealth. But of course, you also have a significant gap. It was always there. It's just more obvious and more prevalent, particularly in India. And in China, it's a new experience with the growth of millionaires and billionaires. And of course, that's just within some countries. When we look across countries, across the world, we know about the situation in Africa and the wealth generation of some other countries. And finally, new norms in terms of violence. I've quoted there, or commented there on Taleb's Black Swan, how we can't predict what will happen next. And our problem at the moment, of course, is that with every act of violence, we create solutions, we find solutions. When a truck is rammed through a crowd, we put bollards up and barriers up to stop trucks being able to run through crowds. Of course, there'll be a new form of violence in response to that, and we'll look for another solution when in fact what we need to be doing at the same time is looking at what are the causes, what's the underlying issues here around respect, around valuing difference, about empathy, a whole range of values and dispositions that we need to address at the same time as we're looking for security measures. So I've listed some countries there and locations in the world because these issues, although they're global, there are different competencies and different issues impacting on each country. So in Europe, I'll give an example there, the massive unplanned migration of people from Africa and Asia into Europe has totally disrupted countries and totally has caused a rethink in terms of what does it mean to be a citizen of that country. But also what of course it's done, it's exposed what may have been assumed about understandings of difference, respect, empathy. It's very clear that issues such as that, you can rely on adults to change. You can assume that with public announcements and through public campaigns in education that attitudes can change. But you know you need to work hard from the early years to change ongoing behaviour. Primary prevention, starting early with young people, is the solution. The Middle East, the work I've done there with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and work in the Emirates, the issues with oil and the recognition that that prime source of income is only, the time is ticking on the supplies. Those countries are very much aware that they've got to change the skills and capabilities of their young people. They can't rely on renting out their land and their wealth being used to bring in workers. They have to take up those positions themselves. They haven't had to do that in any substantive way like they will have to do over the next 10 to 20 years. And so they've got to upskill their young people, prepare them for a different kind of Middle East. And of course, at the same time, they're also dealing with youth issues around their borders, needing to, once again, address issues of citizenship, support for the nation, commitment to their ideals. In Asia, we have the threats from North Korea impacting on Japan, on South Korea, and also changes happening within each of those countries in terms of their populations, about acceptance of difference. In Japan, the country with the most rapidly declining population of all countries in the world. And of course, with that has been an ageing population. And with that comes a whole new challenge for a country that all of us would say has a strong cultural element of respect. If I had to name a country in the world where I would think you would see respect valued highly across the generations, and particularly respect of the elderly, I would have chosen Japan. My friends, Japan has had to introduce respect into the curriculum because the issue is not as, it's as extreme now that the respect that was held for the elders is under threat. Young people are having to work, recognise they have to work for the rest of their life, and that can mean effectively foregoing having children and supporting the elderly throughout their life. That's changed attitudes, and they recognise that to do something about this, they will have to actually teach and provide guidance in terms of respect for the elderly. That's not been considered in the past. And I'll just skip through Brazil, Chile. Here are countries that have experienced democracy in the past, then had substantial years living under a different form of government and governance, and are once again experiencing democracy. They're having to educate their young people about what it means to be critical thinkers, what it means to take action, and how to take action, how to behave, how to express your viewpoint, how to respond to a viewpoint that you don't agree with. This is new for them, and so it's challenging, and therefore they've looked for the curriculum, for education, to be one of the main vehicles for changing the nature, the attitudes, the skills of their young people. So here are the developing themes. Economic competitiveness in terms of a knowledge-based society. So many countries are talking about STEM. Some countries know why they're talking about STEM. Some countries know that this is an issue for them, but they don't quite know what to do about it. Some countries are mobilised and are very serious and know what they're doing in terms of STEM and addressing this clearly, not only within the curriculum, but actually initiatives that support the curriculum. The employability skills that I was talking about, the soft skills, is also a major emphasis in a number of countries. Business sector influencing the educators about what are the kinds of capabilities, dispositions, skills that young people need. It's not enough, as I said earlier, to have technical skills. You need other skills, and particularly if your country is moving from relying on some form of resource, something from the ground, to a service economy, you need a whole range of different kinds of skills. And also, of course, if you want to create value, create new knowledge, then you're going to need skills that relate to critical and creative thinking, problem solving. Citizenship, I mentioned this earlier, about taking action, learning how to present an argument, learning how to reflect on somebody else's argument or position, learning how you can make a difference in your community and how you can support your community. The other element that's here, and it's particularly related where these issues have been at the forefront of rapid change in the population, rapid changes in the mix of the population, is understanding difference, but also understanding what it means to be a member of that country and its community. And here's, related to that point, the importance of social cohesion, how to ensure that society sticks together, even though there may have been rapid changes in the makeup, the mix of the community, how to understand difference, how to appreciate difference and not see it as something that needs to be opposed. And just personal and social characteristics in recognising the stress, the emotion, well-being played out in terms of I can succeed, this may be difficult, I may be experiencing challenges, I may have been disappointed by something that's happened related to school or outside of school, but I can manage it. It's a mindset, having a mindset that's positive, and also having a commitment to work with others and how to get on with others and recognise your role in supporting others when they're experiencing difficulties as well. If I scanned across the competencies that countries like Finland, countries like Japan, countries like Australia have issued as part of their curriculum in recent years, you'll find these themes coming through. The reasons are different, but there is commonality in terms of the larger themes that are emerging. Okay, I'll just quickly move through these because I've just got a warning sign. So the home and the school, at one point in probably all countries, this issue of where are values only to be taught, shifted to where are values best taught, to where might values be experienced both in the home and in the school. And increasingly, that mix is being recognised. In some countries, there's almost a guarantee that certain values will be taught and be part of the child's upbringing. But in some other communities, in some other locations, there is no guarantee. And so the school becomes the net for society to ensure that particular values are addressed, not necessarily day by day in the classroom, but within the school community, in the behaviour of teachers, in the behaviour of leaders, as part of the curriculum, yes, but also as part of the whole school community. Religious belief and spirituality and the connection there between values remains strong. And I'll emphasise that with the next point. What's universal What are the values that cut across religions and cut across countries? I mean, if you had a moment to think of, use your fingers, 5 values that you'd want all people across the globe to have, for many of those, you could track them back. You could find within a religion or in a belief system or in terms of spirituality or an ethical position, you could find those values. Very interesting exercise I went through with the Saudis when they were looking to embed values in their curriculum as an element, a cutting through cross-curriculum element. Interestingly, they kept talking about Islamic values. And eventually I asked them, can you just articulate for me what those Islamic values are? And they did. And when I heard those values, you wouldn't be surprised what they are. You'd know what they are. And they're global. They may be played in a different context within the Quran, and maybe there are associated scripts and texts related to that. But these are commonly held a lot across the globe. Are they exercised across the globe? No. But of course, in terms of desire, that's what countries would want. Ethical dilemmas, we heard earlier from Yuri about some of the issues that emerge out of technology, and certainly with every creation, this is placing there's a values dimension on every invention, every creation. Do we know what the impact is? How will it impact on people? Will this impact actually be a positive one or a negative one? And values for lifelong learning. Given the rapid change that we can expect, we know it's been happening, we expect it to continue to happen, therefore we would expect young people to understand through our guidance that learning new skills, learning new knowledge is going to be an ongoing matter for them. As jobs come and go, they need to be nimble in moving between and acquiring skills and knowledge. Okay, so these are, I think, fairly obvious, the kinds of well-beings that we need to establish through health, physical, mental well-being and safety, knowing how to protect oneself and what are the risk factors. Relationships, being respectful of other people, and included in that, being mutually rewarding. This is what I want from a relationship. This is what I'm prepared to give to a relationship. Trust. Many of us would say some organisations, some institutions have lost our trust. But we need to educate in young people an expectation of trust, but also at the same time be critical thinkers so they know when their trust has been compromised. Digital literacy, this capability of not just being able to learn a tool or some software, but being able to move rapidly between and acquire those skills and knowledge rapidly. And of course, financial literacy, living a good life, nimbleness both in terms of personal ability, how to use your finances, how to interpret your finances, how to ensure that you can live comfortably as you would want, and at the same time recognising how as a society we can ensure the well-being of all people. And finally, innovation and enhancements. Too often we see innovation for innovation's sake. it's not unusual to hear a CEO of an organisation say, we want innovation in the company. I'm going to create an innovation unit and they're going to come up with the bright ideas. And too often you see the fact that that poor unit finds that actually every good idea it comes up with is not supported, largely because there's not a culture about innovation in the company, and it's seen as somebody's job but not everybody's job. And that means innovation for the sake of enhancement. That means that the person that served me coffee out here a little while ago, if they've got a better way to organise how coffee can be managed with 1,500 participants, that idea is an innovation if it helps the organisation and improves the service. There needs to be a culture for that to actually happen and for that idea to be taken up. So you need a capacity for that to happen and a commitment by the leadership to listen. And creative thinking, of course. Being able to think outside the square, opportunities to think broadly and not necessarily rely on one way to a solution, one solution to an issue, but look at other ways of resolving the same problem and maybe doing it in a more rapid or a more advantageous way. So all these elements are important in terms of how we need to prepare young people for a world that will value innovation. What we also need to do is recognise what we mean by innovation as not just creating the new robot, but actually the range of innovations that can take place. Okay, we've got a short minute for any questions or any challenges to what I've said there. So I'll quickly get my headphones. Are there any questions or comments? Is there anyone that thoroughly disagrees with what I've been saying? Come on, Tim. No? Now that usually means I was so clear that everyone's very comfortable, or it means I was so fuzzy you didn't have a clue what I was saying. I think that means you want me to go. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, господин Ламберт. Я хочу сказать отдельное спасибо за добрые слова об организации нашей конференции. Было очень приятно. Над инновацией с подачи кофе мы подумаем в следующей конференции. Это я вам гарантирую. И 10-я конференция, может быть, придумает инновацию, которая потом пригодится миру обязательно. Была очень интересная тема. Наш следующий спикер, менеджер Всемирного банка по мировой практике в сфере образования, господин Гарри Патринас. Он специализируется в области экономики образования. Патринас является автором более 50 статей об академических и стратегических аспектах образования, с автором таких книг, как «Школы должны работать», «Новая информация о реформах по повышению подотчетности образования», а также «Роль и влияние государственно-частного партнерства в образовании». Тема господина Патринса – возврат от инвестиций в образование. Очень важная тема сегодня для Казахстана, экономическая составляющая, которая интересна нашей аудитории. Господин Патринс, я приглашаю вас сюда.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Thank the organizers for an excellent event. Congratulations, and thank you for inviting me to this important conference. I will be brief. I know it's been a long 2 days, and I want to share with you my perspective on the economic benefits of education and the economy. And in case I go too long and you lose sight of what I'm trying to say, let me give you the bottom line right away. In my view, I think that most school systems, by and large, are failing to prepare young people for the future or the world of work. And let me show you why I think that. We are what some people have called within an education revolution. There's more schooling today than there ever was. Since the post-war period, there's been a rapid expansion, a number of years of schooling of the adult population. It's predicted that by 2050, the average level of schooling around the world will be 10 years, which is pretty close to universal secondary education. This is a tremendous achievement that countries have made throughout the world. Tremendous investment by governments, tremendous effort by families and students. I want to share one of the benefits of education with you, which is what economists call the economic returns to schooling, which is simply the difference in pay that you receive in the labor market as a result of your education. There are many benefits to education. I won't talk about those. Take it for granted that education is a basic human service, a basic human right, and it's also an investment. People are foregoing current income in order to send their children to school in the hopes that in the future they will be better off. And one of those measures is the wages or salaries they receive in the labor market. For economists, this is an indicator of the added productivity due to schooling and the difference between the earnings of those with more education compared to those with less education. The benefits, the costs are the foregone earnings and any out-of-pocket expenses associated with schooling. So even in a free education system, there is an investment, and there is therefore a return. It's estimated worldwide that another year of schooling adds 10% to your income every year. Every year of schooling adds 10% to your income. In Kazakhstan, the latest estimates that I was able to find are about 8%, so very close to the global average. There's also the concept of private returns, what the individual is going to receive compared to the investment they put in, meaning the foregone earnings. What we've seen over the years is that primary education, basic education, has a significant return. But in the last couple of decades, the returns to higher education or university have increased significantly. It's now the highest returns you can receive. The returns to schooling are lower at the secondary level only because many people with secondary schooling continue to higher education. This is one of those sectors where you need all those levels of schooling in order to get to the highest level. So to get to university, you have to finish secondary. To get to secondary, you have to finish primary. It's sequential. But the returns to tertiary are high around the world. There's also the concept of social returns. Very difficult to estimate social benefits. Economists have done this for a few countries. We don't have this for the whole world, but we do know the cost of education, what the public sector is paying for education. And when we add the social costs of education, the returns to tertiary go down, but the returns to primary stay very high. So still, basic education, which is not universal yet throughout the world, has a significant social return. Higher education has a much higher private return, suggesting that there is scope for innovative financing at the higher education level. The returns to schooling for women are consistently higher than the returns to schooling for men. This we find throughout the world, all levels of economic development in all societies. The returns to schooling for women are higher at every level as well, primary, secondary, and university. So investing in girls' education and in women's education is a good bet for families, for the women themselves, and for society. The returns are highest in sub-Saharan Africa. The returns to schooling are higher in sub-Saharan Africa, which makes sense from an economic point of view. The lowest levels of schooling are in Africa. The returns to schooling are lowest in the Middle East and North Africa for specific reasons. But in high-income countries, the returns to schooling are about 10%. For East Asia and the Pacific, 10%, the highest returns in Africa. The returns to primary schooling are high, particularly in low-income countries. Africa is one region, but the returns to tertiary are high in every region. Sorry for the slow clicking. So you can see that even in Africa with the high returns to primary, also very high returns to tertiary education, suggesting that even in countries that have yet to achieve universal primary schooling, let alone secondary schooling, there's a significant demand for high-level skills. Globalization, therefore, has reached all parts of the world, and there's a global demand for skills. The returns to schooling do go down, like any other economic good. More of something should, everything else constant, reduce its price. So we do see the returns to schooling going down, particularly post-1980, with a significant increase in schooling. But thereafter, even with increases in schooling, the returns to schooling don't change very much. They are still around 10%. They were around 10% in 1991. They're just under 10% in the latest years. This suggests that there is a growing demand for skills that is outpacing the supply of those skills. We're not able to produce enough schooling for the labor market. Or another way, alternative explanation might be that we're producing the wrong kinds of skills and that there might be a quality issue. My institution, the World Bank, produces a global research report, flagship report every year. It's called the World Development Report. We've been doing it for 40 years. This year, the World Development Report 2018 is dedicated to education for the first time in our history. The theme of that report is that there's a learning crisis, a global learning crisis, meaning that the quality of education is too low in most countries. They also argue that there's not enough being done to assess learning, to act on evidence, and to bring together the players to make sure that investments in education are producing high returns. The other finding in the research is on the types of education that make most sense. General secondary schooling versus vocational secondary schooling. Tremendous demand for skills around the world. Shouldn't vocational education have a high return? Has about the same return, private return as general, but if we include the costs of vocational education, the returns to general education are higher. And this not only is a product of the cost of vocational education, it's also signaling that the kinds of skills the labor market is demanding might be changing, and I will expand on that. To show you just how important the returns to schooling are, the Education Finance Commission recently published its report and showed the benefits to education, including health benefits. There are many other benefits. Here we monetize the earnings and we take into account the health benefits. And it shows that especially for low-income countries, $1 invested in education returns about 10 when we include the health benefits. So it's a profitable investment for society and for families. But you can use your money for many other things. We compared education to other investments that families might make. Buying a house, investing in the stock market, putting your money in the bank, long-term bonds. None of these match education. They don't come anywhere close. The closest returns we've seen in World Bank projects is in infrastructure, And even there, education returns are about the same. They take a bit longer to materialize, but the returns to education are higher than anything else that we've been able to measure. So, good investment. There seems to still be a demand for skills and perhaps an undersupply of skills, or at least of quality education. So there's still scope for realizing these benefits. But coming automation, artificial intelligence and the like presents a challenge for education systems, for countries, governments, employers, families themselves. Automation, as this graphic might suggest, has started to replace many of the routine types of tasks, and that was predicted. It also suggests that the kinds of skills that might be in greater demand aren't being produced yet. A Nobel-winning economist called this the race between education and technology, meaning that education systems constantly strive to produce the skills that are needed in the labor market, while technology constantly changes the production and presents great challenges. Phil just now started his presentation by talking about how unpredictable the future is. And I think this is exactly what I'm getting to here. There are dire consequences to technology and a lot of concern. But so far, we haven't seen the singularity or the great threat to humanity that people like Stephen Hawking have suggested. But there is a lot of concern with technology and what it might mean for the labor market, especially artificial intelligence. And we don't know, therefore, what kinds of skill systems to produce. So are we going to a future as uncertain and dangerous as Elon Musk suggests, or can we do something to protect workers, protect students, and to prepare for the world of work? I was under the belief that a lot of the replacement of technology replacement of jobs through technology would happen in the routine skills in manufacturing. We're seeing now that it's coming to other sectors. One example comes from Japan. Recently, an insurance firm dismissed all their white-collar, college-educated adjusters, replaced with artificial intelligence. The company was able to recoup the investment in the technology within a year, increase productivity, increase profits by 30%. They've kept all those workers on the payroll. They are said to be able to automate almost all of their office workers. They haven't done it yet out of social issues. But the coming replacement of even highly educated, highly skilled workers is definitely coming. It's interesting that it starts in Japan, but we're seeing this possibility in many countries. Another piece of evidence that there is a concern with technology and jobs is the fact that last time I checked, 8 cities are experimenting with basic income programs, meaning that they're suggesting that they would pay people a basic income because they are not able to produce enough jobs for everyone. So we're headed to a future where people not only don't know what skills they need to produce, but perhaps we won't have enough jobs for everyone. We've had evidence of the growing shift in skills for some time now. Back in the early 2000s, it was shown that there's a greater demand for what are called non-routine analytic skills and non-routine interactive skills, and a decline in those routine manual and cognitive skills, and of course, in a significant decline in non-routine manual work. So there's been a shift in the demand for skills over time, and this has continued. This is evidence from the United States. It's continuing in the United States, and we've seen this evidence in other parts of the world, including middle-income developing countries. The other indicator of changes is the shift towards social skills, measured here by things like collaborative work, teamwork, team problem solving, and the like. So significant increase in those non-routine analytical tasks, as we saw before, but also those tasks requiring social skills. And continued decline in those routine office and manufacturing skills. We see this evidence in the OECD, we see it in the United States, we see it also in developing countries. A growing shift in skills, which makes it difficult to predict and prepare for the future. Here's an indication of this race between education and technology. Here we have two figures, the returns to higher education, which is pretty much a flat line from 1970 to 2010, meaning that while the enrollment in tertiary education went from under 10% worldwide to over 25%, the returns to schooling stayed the same. Why? Economics would predict that the price of higher education would decline significantly. But other things have intervened. What are those other things? It's really this race between education and technology. Education systems are struggling to produce those skills that are demanded by the world of work. What kinds of skills? Before we get to the replacement of half the workforce in the United States, as predictions have been made, and notice one of the jobs that's likely to see significant declines are computer programmers. So precisely those people that produce the codes that led to the technological revolution will also replace them. So significant declines in labor are predicted of those skills, many of which are very expensive and that people have banked on. The phenomenon that was uncovered for the United States, we've seen will likely affect East Asia, including high middle income countries in East Asia. In fact, more people are prone to automation in those manufacturing countries, high manufacturing countries, middle income countries in East Asia Pacific. The countries that will be spared automation are those that haven't even gotten to the manufacturing stage. But so significant declines in labor in middle income East Asia. What can you do to protect yourself against this? In a paper I called this Making Yourself Less Prone to Automation. These are 5 skills or competencies that we've seen economic evidence that there is a return. Problem-solving skills, people have talked about this, lifelong learning skills, communication skills, personal management, and social skills. All of these are on the uptake, and we've seen evidence that there is a growing demand for these skills. Are we producing them? That's the big question. The other skill that for many, many people around the world is missing are basic skills. It's estimated by UNESCO that worldwide 25% of youth are unable to read a single word in their own language. 260 million children are in school but unable to read. 0 words identification. We have 260 million children out of primary school and a growing number of children who are in school but aren't achieving those basic skills. Even in middle-income countries, 50% of the population, of the student population, is essentially functionally illiterate. In other words, scoring at below level 2 on the PISA scales. So growing demand for skills and unpredictable demand for skills, but also too many people around the world without even basic skills. One skill that continues to be important for allowing people to function in this new world is the quality of education. And we see this in high-income East Asia and in middle-income countries like Vietnam. So higher achievement levels, these are scores comparable to PISA for those in the labor market. So people with higher levels of achievement can significantly protect themselves against growing automation. So we need to continue to improve the quality of education in all countries. Run out of time. 3 points I wanted to leave you with. One, I already mentioned, is the fact that school systems don't seem to be producing the types of skills that are demanded in the labor market, unable therefore to prepare young people for the world of work. The second point is we need significant reforms in these three areas. I don't have time to go deeply into them, but the skills issue, which is different in low-income countries, basic reading skills are missing. That part we should be able to do, and we do have evidence of what works even in the most difficult environments. The other is the higher levels of skills that are needed, which we enumerated earlier. There's a need to protect people, equity programs that protect people to stay in school, to achieve high levels of learning. Some of these have already been mentioned by others, scholarships and programs that keep the disadvantaged in school. And finally, we need significant finance reform. We need innovations to change many of the school systems, the segments of the school systems that are producing the wrong skills or not enough of the right skills. I'm happy to take questions if there's time, but if you wish, you can write to me anytime. I'm happy to share the research with you and entertain any questions. Thank you very much.
Огромное спасибо, господин Гарри Патринс. Это очень важная тема для Казахстана. Я хочу предоставить слово следующему спикеру из Казахстана. Это господин Саясат Нурбек. Он в разное время занимал руководящие должности в государственных структурах, возглавлял Центр международных программ «Болашак», в настоящее время является управляющим директором Международного финансового центра «Астана». Тема выступления – система ценностных ориентаций в современном казахстанском обществе. Пожалуйста.
Үлкен рахмет. Қайырлы күн, қайырлы кеш, құрметті әріптестер, құрметті қонақтар, әсіресе қадірлі қонақтар, Күләш Нагатаевна, Назипа, үлкен рахмет сіздерге. Осындай конференциялар судай, ауадай қажет бізге қазір. Неге десеңіз, мына соңғы 25 жылда мен өзім білім саласында енді біраз жылдар қатысым болғандықтан, біз көбінесе жоғарғы білім, немесе мектепке дейін білім, біздің фокусымыз сол жаққа кетіп қалды да, мына орта білімді былай қарасаңыз кішкене ессіз болып қалды. Сондықтан мына осы салада, әсіресе орта білімде, бұл білім жүйесінің омыртқасы былай қарасаңыз. Қандай өзгерістер болып жатыр? Дүние жүзінде қандай қазір үлкен және өзгерістер, жаңа технологиялар, жаңа үрдістер болып жатқаны, осындай мықты сарапшылар келіп, бізбен өздерінің тәжірибелерін бөліскені бізді өте қуантатын бір жағдай. Судай, ауадай қажет осындай, сондықтан ең біріншіден сіздерге мында бір рахмет, Күләш Нағатаевна, Назипа, үлкен рахмет. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Lambert. You paved the way for me on values, because my research is based on values. I've been conducting this research in the last 4 or 5 years. And I would like to share some of the outcomes today. And I believe that for the teachers and tutors at the Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools and other teachers in primary education especially, this could be a significant tool, an interesting tool to look deeper into education and look deeper into values that shaped, instilled in the younger generation. So on shoulders of giants, I should go on, and I've been asked to continue my speech, my presentation in Russian and Kazakh. I'm really sorry for that, but I need to get down to the bone because we do believe this research is quite interesting and it could get some applicable results to our teachers and tutors. Я для себя сейчас очень такой большой вопрос последние лет 5. Вот он меня ждет внутри, этот вопрос, не дает мне спать, не дает мне спокойно ходить, спокойно работать. И вопрос очень простой вопрос. Что вот у нас не так происходит? То есть вроде бы есть формально все как бы очень хорошо, макроэкономические показатели растут, в целом государственные программы, институциональная структура, все вроде бы правильно. Но вот мы все начинаем понимать, что что-то какой-то есть упущенный фактор. Почему-то начинается у нас большое количество социальных конфликтов, пока, может быть, не таких острых, но они есть. Есть определенное количество непониманий, недостаток доверия в обществе. Есть определенные вроде бы ценностные вещи, которые очень хорошо в 90-е годы, еще советского времени, они у нас шли, неформальные институты, они начинают размываться, разрушаться. И мне было очень неспокойно на душе до сих пор, почему это происходит, в чем проблема. И сегодня я хотел поделиться результатами исследования, которое мы начали проводить где-то 2013-2014 годов. Тогда я работал в Институте общественной политики, в небольшом мозговом центре, и меня этот вопрос очень сильно тогда еще начал беспокоить. Но для начала я бы хотел прямо очень сильно поделиться вот этой книгой с нашими уважаемыми коллегами, преподавателями Назарбаyev Intellectual Schools. Пожалуйста, давайте вот для себя почитаем эту книгу. Сейчас в экономике, в институциональной экономике в мире происходит очень интересное такое вот переосмысление, что ли. Если вы посмотрите на все лауреатов Нобелевской премии, начиная где-то с начала 2000-х годов, все начинают отходить от классических экономических теорий, все начинают говорить о других вещах, о ценностях, о поведении человека, о бихевиоризме, об институтах, то есть от классических макроэкономических инструментов, и все начинают говорить о человеке, о его поведении, о его внутренней ценностной структуре. И это происходит потому что сейчас вот серия больших катаклизмов финансовых начинает приводить в замешательство исследователей. Надо же, вот вроде бы классическая экономическая теория, но она не объясняет определенную модель поведения. Надо же, вроде бы вот есть рецепт, есть прогноз, но никто не может предугадать. И вот наши уважаемые эксперты до этого начали говорить, что мир становится очень волатильным, мир становится непредсказуемым, мир становится сложным. И почему это происходит? И я бы прям очень сильно рекомендовал Дарон Аджемолу, Джеймс Робинсон, два автора. Дарон Аджемолу, он сейчас преподает в MIT, Массачусетском институте технологий, Джеймс Робинсон в Чикагском университете, сейчас в Кеннеди Скул, в Гарвардском университете. Эта книга говорит об институтах. Авторы провели очень огромный интересный труд, который до сих пор, в 2014 году книга вышла, идет бурные споры вокруг этой книги. О чем говорят эти авторы? Они говорят, что в основе экономического роста, в основе модернизации экономической лежат не классические экономические инструменты, не классические теории, не государственные программы, а институты, то есть правила игры, то есть не гласные, неформальные правила, которым большинство людей верит, руководствуется ими и действует. Очень интересное исследование, и оно говорит, например, о таких вещах, что география, биосфера, все вот эти классические основные стартовые возможности развития любого государства, о которых мы привыкли рассуждать, они на самом деле не так важны. Они не так важны, культура не так важна. Биосфера не так важна, география не так важна. Огромное количество есть примеров, когда страны со всеми имеющимися ресурсами, выходом к морю, которые стоят где-то на перекрестке торговых путей, но у них не получилось правильно модернизироваться, правильно выстроить общественный и экономический рост. И есть огромное количество стран, которые, не имея никаких ресурсов, не имея никакого изначальных стартовых возможностей, смогли правильно модернизироваться, технологически и экономически развитыми государствами состояться. И очень простой вывод делают эти авторы. На примере я приведу вам Великого Шелкового пути. Очень интересный исторический пример. Книга написана вообще очень интересно, с историческими примерами. Огромный торговый проект. Многие эксперты утверждают, что это был самый масштабный по своему охвату, по вовлеченности стран проект в истории человечества, который до сих пор не могут воссоздать. В это время, в тот период, не было никаких формальных институтов, то есть не было ВТО, не было границ, не было международного частного права, не было договорного права, не было системы гарантирования банковских переводов, не было SWIFT, не было вообще банковских институтов, как таковых не было. Никто не мог никому ничего гарантировать. Но этот проект успешно существовал огромное количество лет, веков, на основе одного достаточно серьезного неформального института. Это слово купца, это доверие. Вот господин Ламберт об этом много говорил. Trust, доверие. Вот представьте себе ситуацию. Купец из Бухары, Ибрагим, приезжал в Ланчжоу, или в Сиань, где начинался шелковый путь Китая, говорит: салам алейкум, ва алейкум ассалам, Ибрагим Мирза. Халдарыңыз қалай, жақсы бәрі шүкір. Говорит: товар мне давайте, я поеду за сколько-то тысяч километров, его продам в Европу. Ничего вам не могу гарантировать, уважаемые братья китайцы, ничего не могу гарантировать. Бәрі Алланың қолында. Но я единственное, что могу вам гарантировать, что мое слово купца, моя репутация, это для меня важнее, чем многие другие вещи в этой жизни. И каждый день пребывания этого товара со мной, я буду относиться к этому товару как к своему собственному. И продам его там максимальной выгодой, как собственный товар. И верну тебе с хорошей прибылью этот товар, либо привезу новый товар. И он брал этот товар, и он ехал с огромным количеством препятствий, жажда, пустыни, бандиты, лошади пали, болезни, холод, голод. И вот он приезжал в Европу, брал товар, продавал его, и европейцы говорили: салам алейкум, ва алейкум ассалам, Ибрагим Рыза, қалдарыңыз қалай, шүкір бәрі дұрыс. Давай деньги, товар, я отвезу тебе туда назад. И они давали ему товар. И весь вот этот огромный проект мог функционировать благодаря вот этому неформальному институту. Таким образом, авторы говорят, что неформальные институты, вот, извиняюсь, перескочил. Очень важны, они сейчас, идет переосмысление в экономической теории. Я приведу еще пару-тройку примеров, чтобы мы четко вот это для себя зафиксировали и поняли, зачем это нужно. Я был в советское время, если кто-то помнит, здесь есть постарше поколение, вот в советское время мы все ездили на автобусах. 5 копеек или 3 копейки, помню, такая большая была копейка, стоил проезд в автобусе, кто-то если помнит. И как это делалось? Вы ложите копейку, вытаскиваете талон, вы отрываете его и ложите, компостер назывался тогда. Тогда кондуктора такого не было в автобусе. Вот как пасть волка такая, ложите билет, пробиваете 3 дырочки, это вы оплатили проезд. Я был пионером, командир отряда тогда был еще. И я помню то чувство гордости, с которым я стоял с этим пробитым талоном, и вот такой довольный такой, знаете, вот я пробил этот талон, я заплатил за проезд. И я помню, как все мамы с детьми своими говорили: «Ана, көрдің бе, қандай жақсы бала, какой хороший ребенок. Осыдан үлгі алмайсың ба? Вот ты должен брать пример с него». А почему? Потому что он пионер. И мен көтімшелекте вот такой довольный стою, значит. Вот я вот заплатил за проезд, вот он я. Неформальный институт, прелесть его в том, что он работает лучше, чем формальный институт. Он работает над законом, он работает над каким-то институтом досилия, институтом контроля. Это тот институт, гарантом которого является сам индивид, сам человек. Понимаете? Мы сделали очень интересное исследование. Мы взяли 13 институтов неформальных. Институт, например, честь офицера. Или клятва Гиппократа. Вот классный пример. Клятва Гиппократа. Вот помните, да, Гиппократ в белых халатах, среди нас медики есть, наверное, стоят такие все красивые, я такой-то, ведь вот клянусь, там то-то, оказывать помощь этому пациенту, страждущему, неважно, больной, он там белый, черный, красный, люблю я его, не люблю. Моя миссия, как врача, оказать ему помощь, облегчить его страдания. Вот это моя главная миссия. Если я хочу быть врачом, я должен эту миссию понять и руководствоваться. И вот 13 вот таких неформальных институтов, к сожалению, у нас размыты оказались, очень серьезно размыты. Мы взяли такой, например, честь офицера, клятва Гиппократа, слово бизнесмена, слово купца. Очень сильно размыты они оказались. И я начал спрашивать себя, почему так произошло? Почему эти важные неформальные институты, которые на самом деле обеспечивают вот этот, как клей, обеспечивают так называемый social cohesion, да, то есть вот они связывают вместе общество, они обеспечивают выбор правильной модели поведения в обществе. То есть то, чего мы хотим добиться, чтобы критическая масса в обществе выбирала правильную модель поведения. Почему так получилось, что они размылись? Мы их не поддерживали. Что-то поменялось в обществе. Что меняется в обществе? И это привело меня ко второму вопросу. Это привело меня к вопросу ценностей. Я начал спрашивать себя, а что такое ценности? Как они меняются? И вот здесь у нас есть такая вот удивительная вещь. Я прошерстил всю базу диссертаций кандидатских, докторских и так далее. Обнаружил, что очень серьезных исследований мало очень. Они есть, но их мало. Я вот для интереса скину, обязательно почитайте, очень интереснейшая докторская диссертация в 2010 году защищали в ЗКГУ наш коллега по истории Казахстана о социальной ценностной трансформации казахстанского общества в 1920-1936 годы. Представьте, какая там революция была совершена, да? То есть архаичное, традиционное, вот кигзюйде, малвах жүрген общество насильственно, очень жестким методом через колено его переломали, и произошла такая радикальная трансформация трансформация ценностей. И ауылда вот жүрген быстрая урбанизация, индустриализация. И в итоге буквально за 15-20 лет ауылда жүрген, мал бағып жүрген, кигіз үйде жүрген қазақтар, вот они в Алмате, в европейском платье, кеш жарық, бүгін Сәкен Сейфуллиннің жаңа пьесасы шығыпты. Я, Димашты шақыра сал, бірге барайық. Так, и вот они вот под ручку идут театрға. Вот очень сильная радикальная трансформация произошла. Она происходит и сейчас. Но мы ее не изучаем, мы не понимаем, как она меняется. И тогда я поставил перед собой такую исследовательскую задачу. Давайте поймем, что, как, какой мне инструментарий взять, чтобы понять, что происходит, как меняются ценности. Потому что, уважаемые коллеги, ценности оказалось, это вот для нас, вот когда вы говорите ценности, сразу представляете что-то такое вечное, да? Такое статичное, незыблемое, добро, зло, хорошо, плохо. Но оказалось, что ценности меняются, очень достаточно быстро трансформируются. Есть сейчас огромное давление, которое ценностные структуры целых стран испытывают на себя благодаря массовым социальным сетям, благодаря глобализации, благодаря тому, что агрессивно сейчас идет вот пропаганда, универсализация глобальных ценностей. Господин Ламберт об этом говорил. Я изучил огромное количество технологий, методологий, понял, что это целая наука, огромная целая наука. И теория модернизации сейчас очень серьезно претерпевает изменения. Они как раз через ценностную структуру смотрят, что набор определенных ценностей, оказывается, напрямую влияет и на инновации, и на экономический рост, и на модернизацию этого общества, на все, что хотите. Я остановился для себя на таком сильном инструменте, как World Values Survey, мировое исследование ценностей господина Рональда Ингельхарда, американский профессор в Мичиганском университете. Почему? Потому что с 1981 года у него наработан огромный эмпирический материал, огромная база данных. Интересная история этого исследования. В 60-е и 70-е, вот послевоенное время, Европа столкнулась с огромной социальной проблемой, конфликтами. Если мы вспомним послевоенную Европу, благодаря плану Маршалла и быстрому экономическому росту начала меняться ценностная структура поколения так называемых бэби-бумеров, детей, которые родились после войны, после Второй мировой войны. И изменения только в двух базовых, это привело, извиняюсь, к чему? Красные бригады в Италии, студенческие бунты в Париже. Если Сорбонну 60-е и 70-е годы посмотрите, знаете, там так полиция стреляет на поражение, слезоточивый газ, там, камнями закидывают. Красные бригады, вот есть бригады Россы, хороший фильм итальянский, кто что-то помнит. Вот, в Риме идет профессор, тут на мопеде проезжает двое студентов, пистолет, убили профессора. В Америке движение, антивоенное движение, вот эти огромные студенческие столкновения и так далее, и так далее. Очень серьезно этим озаботились, и было запущено в 60-х годах European Values Study назывался она, европейское изучение ценностей. И исследователи установили, что изменения только в двух базовых ценностных структурах, установках. Это качество жизни и автономия, автономность принимать решения, автономность, моя внутренняя автономность, такой индивидуализм, привело к этим, уже начинает приводить к этим социальным конфликтам. Мы сейчас это чувствуем, вот все это на обывательском уровне знают. Вот сейчас, когда говорят, Джастар, вот баллар в 11 классе учится, вы это знаете. Вот наше поколение уже начинает с этим сталкиваться. Я уже вроде бы не такой старый, уже чувствую это. Автономия. Молодое поколение, мы сейчас работаем, вот, да? Я говорю, Джиттенгин, после 7 давайте останемся на работе. Не могу, говорит. Я кроссфит у меня в 7 часов, я записался уже. Я говорю, слушай, давай останься, ты что там коллективно там работать? А что вы, говорит, на меня давите? А что, мне за это платят, что ли? Нет, я не могу, я принял решение, это моя автономия. Вы сейчас нарушаете мою автономию, это мое решение, я ее контролирую, я выбрал свою модель поведения, я принял решение. Вторжение в эту автономию вызывает обратную реакцию. И вторая ценность – качество жизни. Довоенное поколение. Вот на мне есть пиджак, какой-то пиджак есть, черт, он мне нравится, хорошо, что у меня есть пиджак. Послевоенное поколение в Европе. А какой это пиджак? А какой материал? Двухбортный, трехбортный. А он модный, не модный? А из какого? Какая марка? Это, какая, кстати, у меня марка? Ван Клифф, российский дешевый пиджак. Да, вот. А я, видимо, еще где-то там остался. И вот сейчас вот это тоже у нас происходит. Я взял это исследование, эту методологию. С господином Ингельхартом мы списались, зафиксировались, взяли. В 2015 году в 2014 году мы провели первое исследование. И вот смотрите, что происходит. Я взял 2014 год, провел общенациональный большой срез исследований. На первом месте что у нас идет? Здоровье. Здоровье, мое личное здоровье, мое здоровье. На втором месте дети, мои дети. На третьем месте безопасность, благополучие, достаток, любовь, любовь, отношения, семья, опять же. Вот первая пятерка, да, этих вот ценностей, опять же, это должно говориться. Ценности – это то, что ценно человеку сейчас, его жизненный приоритет. Это вот по итогам 2014 года. Что мы для себя выяснили? Мы выяснили, что субъективно, вот есть такая интересная вещь вот в социологических исследованиях, есть реальность, физическая реальность, а есть субъективное понимание этой реальности. Вот субъективное понимание этой реальности большинством наших граждан, к сожалению, такое немножко негативное. Это не то, что мы себе представляем на самом деле. Вот здоровье. Вот первая фобия, знаете, какая интересная фобия, которую, особенно среди казахскоговорящего населения, казахи, халықтың ішіндегі. Как вы думаете, кто-нибудь есть у кого-нибудь какие-нибудь варианты? Фобия. Чего боятся больше всего наши люди? Страшная фобия. А? Позор. Денсаулық болып тұр ғой. А? Сөз тиеді. Ойбай, сөз тимесін. Ойбай, құрысын сөз тимесін. Сөз шықмасын. Тілден көзден сақтасын. Сары төсек деген сөз. Сары төсек. Вот больше всего люди боятся у нас оказаться парализованными. Без спросак, а почему вы боитесь парализоваться? Ты говоришь, представь себе саясат. Я никому не могу помочь в этой жизни. Я ни себе не могу помочь. Хуже. Я для своих близких, для самых моих родных людей, детей, я становлюсь обузой. Я становлюсь для них лишним весом. Я не столько свои проблемы не решаю, не помогаю. Я им руки сковываю. Жастарға қолдарым байлап тастаймын. Страшная, интересная вещь. И вот если посмотреть, для меня самые такие страшные вещи, я красным прям выделил, посмотрите, өзін дамыту, саморазвитие, на 21 месте оказалось. Опять же, это есть общий срез, это не по социальным группам, по группам возрастным, региональным, по социальному статусу, по уровню дохода. Оно где-то разнится, картина. Это общий знаменатель. Это когда вот вы все сводите вместе по всем регионам, вот такая картина вырисовывается. Вот такая картина вырисовывается. Я ничего не хочу сказать плохо, это хорошо, я не хочу нагнетать краски. Я просто, как исследователь, хотел для себя понять, что происходит вообще, что сейчас для людей ценно наших, какая структура формируется ценностей. И вот, к сожалению, первая пятерка ценностей, она так называемые survival values, то есть ценности выживания. То есть большинство населения у нас, к сожалению, как бы мы ощущают себя, опять же, это субъективная оценка, это не есть реальность, субъективно ощущают, что они выживают, они где-то находятся, знаете, такой более эгоистичной, более низшей, вот Абрахам Маслоу, знаете, помните эту пирамиду потребностей? Это все по этой методологии начинается, на более низших ступеньках. Вот отсюда можно очень огромное количество брать аналитики. Я вот Назипа, по договоренности с вами в электронном виде передам оба исследования, первую и вторую волну. Пожалуйста, внимательно почитайте. Там очень огромное количество аналитических выводов есть для этого. Пример приведу, например, я как все-таки в сфере идеологии работал. Меня вот такой вопрос интересовал всегда. Почему официальные средства массовой информации, официальная идеологическая пропаганда наша вызывает такой слабый отклик? Да? У нас бывает же, надо включите хабар, дайте забыться, там, да, и так далее, и так далее. Почему? Вот смотрите. Посмотрите, вот на 20-м месте находится служение Отечеству. На 20-м месте, как ценностная установка, как приоритет жизненный. Патриотизм на 18-м месте находится. Права человека. Вот самая вот наша такая очень важная мантра. Единство и согласие в обществе где-то на 15-м месте находится. Это же десятку топ не вошла. То есть это очень простой вывод, который делал Абрахам Маслоу в свое время, что ценности людей на более низкой ступеньке пирамиды потребностей, им очень сложно разделять ценности людей на более высокой ступеньке потребностей. Қазақ тұрғыны баяғыдан біліп қойған, аш бала тоқ баламен ойнамайды деп, это мы все давно знаем. Поэтому здесь огромное количество исследований, но я все это зачем говорю именно в этой аудитории? Почему я считаю, что это важно? Когда я задал последний себе вопрос, Саясат, какой ты молодец, ты вот посмотрел, что-то начал искать, нашел хороший инструмент, проанализировал. А теперь главный вопрос, а эти ценности где формируются? В какой институт самый важный, который формирует эти ценности? Либо трансформирует эти ценности, либо меняет эти ценности. Вот все эти исследователи проводили огромное количество, сейчас я это все проскочу, потому что времени нету, к сожалению. вроде бы стандартные механизмы, да, вот есть социальные институты, через которые человек проходит, вот начинает маленький, семья, средняя школа, там, профессионально-техническое образование, высшее образование, и вот он уже выливается в взрослую жизнь, и вот он сформирован как личность с определенными установками, с определенными там, убеждениями, с определенной системой ценностей. Как вы думаете, какой самый главный институт, в котором формируются эти ценности? Я тоже думал, что семья. У меня был сразу стандарт ответ, да, конечно, семья. А вот вы знаете, не семья. Потому что в семье сейчас ребенок проводит меньше всего времени. И семья, я вот приведу вам интересное исследование, вот я когда в институте работал, в Астане произошел нехороший такой случай, вы помните, вот суициды были, да, там вот у нас детские, и нас попросили посмотреть, в чем причина. Мы подошли нестандартно, мы взяли 2-3 таких фактора, других, не такие необычные факторы, там количество людей, там финансирование, социальный статус. Мы взяли такое место, и вот если интересно, я могу поделиться этим исследованием. Среднее количество часов качественного времени, которые ребенок проводит со своей семьей. Вот именно Астану взяли. Потом посмотрели по другим регионам. Как вы думаете, какой самый высокий, в каком регионе самый высокий показатель? Южно-Казахстанская область. 4,6 часа качественного времени в сутки, проведенного с детьми. Как вы думаете, какой самый низкий показатель? Астане. 1,8 часа в сутки качественного времени, проведенного с родителями. Мы все, Астана – это город, где все работают вот с утра до вечера. Я ухожу, дети спят, я прихожу, дети спят. Вот даже на своем примере. Да? Они вот спят, и потом я их в субботу, воскресенье увидел, мама на барш. Вот есть прямая корреляция с временем, качественно, которое вы проводите с ребенком, и вот как он дальше формируется. Все. Получается, главным институтом, который вот мы спихиваем быстрее детей, это остается средняя школа. Средняя школа. Вот как ни крутите, куда бы мы ни двигались, что бы мы ни делали, поэтому самая главная нагрузка по формированию правильной системы ценностей ложится как раз-таки на вас, на педагогов. И для этого нам нужно для себя понять, я вот суть в сегодняшней вот презентации именно в этом. Давайте разберемся, как изучаются ценности, как они формируются. Я потратил 4 года своей жизни, чтобы в этом вопросе для себя разобраться, потому что у меня была очень большая проблема, очень большая, как вам правильно сказать, переживание, что почему так происходит. Вот вроде растет ребенок, он же наш ребенок, потом бац, и у Сенов появляется. Он просто нигилизм, да? Это же наш ребенок. Вот как он появился? Почему он появился? Почему он появился? Как он появился? Он же вот все в системе стандартной нашей он рос. Поэтому вот первый инструмент, которым я хотел бы вот поделиться, это вот изучение. Просто я пока изучаю, я смотрю, вот ценности, вот съемка, срез, вот они так сформировались. Второе с этапом, давайте посмотрим, а какие ценности нам нужны вообще? Вот какой набор ценностей, как мы видим будущего казахстанца? И вот сейчас очень серьезные программы запущены, очень вовремя озаботились этим вопросом. Рухани жаңғыру, да, институциональная реформа. Глава государства, там, в администрации, в правительстве, люди это четко начинают понимать. Опа, экономически мы вроде все правильно делаем, но что-то мы упустили, какой-то упущенный фактор стоит здесь внутри. Ну, не воспринимают люди то, что мы делаем. Либо не так воспринимают. Та модель поведения, которую мы хотели бы, чтобы люди принимали, она не принимается. Не принимается эта модель поведения. Очень большое внимание нужно обратить нам на неформальные институты. Какие неформальные институты есть? Что это за неформальные институты? Как мы на них влияем? Поэтому вот я в связи с ограничением времени, уважаемые коллеги, я не мог рассказать вам там более технические моменты. Я хотел бы просто поднять вот этот вопрос. На то ли мы, то есть вот мы иногда, вот у нас есть одна общая такая большая проблема. Мы, когда какую-то проблему решаем, да, мы всегда уходим в техническую часть вопроса. Куррикулумы, методология, методика, учебники, технологии, оснащенность. Но мы мало просто вот глубоко вздохнув, отойти на шаг, со стороны посмотреть, а вообще зачем нужны эти технологии, для чего? А эта методология новая, которую мы привносим, на какой результат мы от нее должны получить? А вот этот новый учебник, он что нам даст? конце концов, вот концептуально, здесь вот вы заметили, выступления наших спикеров и зарубежных спикеров всегда отличаются. Зарубежные спикеры всегда концептуальные вещи говорят. Они говорят, не проблема, а challenge. Вот есть а мы говорим проблема. Это приземленная, жесткая, черная, ежедневная. Надо решать, проблема. А зарубежный спикер говорит, не-не-не, это challenge, понимаете? Это что-то такое, что вот надо правильно к нему подойти, правильно осмыслить и быть готовым к этому большому изменению. Мы говорим, нет, это проблема, это вот сейчас надо решить, это вот здесь и сейчас. Поэтому, пожалуйста, я готов, Кляш Нагатаевна, Назипа, если вы мне позволите, я готов провести серию нескольких мастер-классов, более четко рассказать об исследованиях вот этих. Почему? Потому что, в конце концов, мы для себя должны очень простой вопрос. Вот очень хороший второй спикер с Всемирного банка, эксперт, поднял вопрос. Мы сейчас вкладываем большие деньги, строим усложненные учебные программы, наворачиваем эти программы, еще больше увеличиваем часы. А вдруг эти компетенции, либо эти знания, может быть, вообще не нужны будут через 5 лет? Вот придет искусственный интеллект, да, и скажет, мне не важно, ты где закончил, НИШ ты закончил, Гарвард ты закончил, все, я делаю это лучше, чем ты. Извини, человек, подвинься. Дорогой, без обид. Nothing personal, да, только бизнес, чистый бизнес, говорит, ничего личного. И вот здесь встает очень важный вопрос, который господин, извиняюсь, Генри Антони, да, Генри Антони, он затронул этот вопрос. Там немножко неправильно перевели, я извиняюсь, вот на этом слайде. Там automation prone было название, да? То есть те отрасли, те специализации, которых сильно не трогает автоматизация. Там, где человека заменить невозможно, машина может делать многие вещи лучше, чем человек, но одно она не может делать пока. Надеюсь, это будет долго продолжаться, это создавать новое знание, это креативно какие-то новые решения подходить. Тогда нам нужно, наверное, может быть, сидеть и думать, надо же, как нам сделать так, чтобы не зажат был ребенок, чтобы он мог креативно мыслить. Зазубривать нет смысла. Он никогда не поборет эту базу данных, он не поборет Google, не поборет, все это невозможно, есть физические ограничения. Но есть одна важная вещь. Google – это только сборище данных, всех знаний, которые человечество до сегодняшнего дня создало, придумало, открыло. Но в Гугле нет нового знания, в ней нет новых данных, которые человечество еще не придумало, который вот этот мальчик, который сидит сейчас на школьной скамье, он придумает. И тогда Google его зафиксирует и скажет, я теперь это знаю. Но Google пока не знает того, что знает этот мальчик, что создаст этот мальчик за учебной партой, который сейчас сидит. И наша задача понять, как сделать так, чтобы этот мальчик не зажался, чтобы он не закрылся, чтобы вот этот креативный запал его он не потерял. Есть знаменитое выражение Альвина Тофлера. Alvin Toffler, the American, the American writer, he said, the illiterate of 21st century are not those who cannot write or read. The illiterate of 21st century are those who cannot learn, unlearn and relearn. Я вот сейчас хочу повторить. Безграмотный, говорит, 21 век, вот этот знаменитый американский футуролог, автор сказал, это не тот человек, который не может читать и писать. Это тот человек, который не может учиться, разучиться полностью и переучиться. То есть, возможно, набор навыков, сама методология, надо ее тоже думать, не через... Потому что образование, как очень хорошо сказали наши эксперты, это процесс длительный, инерционный, он не может иногда очень быстро реагировать. Вот 5 лет мы задали программу, он идет, 10 лет, идет. Раз, что-то большое изменение произошло. Продукт ушел уже, 10-летний. Он выходит, говорит, а вы меня не готовили к этому? Извини, мы 10 лет назад не подумали, что надо было все-таки как-то вот гибко подойти к этому вопросу. Он говорит, а нечего тебе делать? Переучивайся. Поэтому, уважаемые друзья, коллеги, вот время уже закончилось. Я надеюсь, что хоть чуть-чуть вот какой-то там другой вот аспект вам показал, другую какую-то перспективу показал, потому что... Да. Спасибо. Рахмет. Потому что все-таки главная функция педагога, это моя личная миссия, вот как у медика, да, это дать, раскрыть все-таки вот этот креативный потенциал этого ребенка. Технически передать ему энную массу знаний – это не есть наша миссия. А дать ему возможность создавать новые знания – вот это вот наша миссия. Как только мы создаем такую творческую атмосферу, в которой вот появляется вот этот креативный дух, появляется вот это брожение, оно бродит. Куда это брожение выведет, что оно создаст, это уже второй вопрос. Но задача, вот мы вот все-таки мы должны вот сюда смотреть внутрь, вглубь. И мы должны соизмерять всегда. Вот мы движемся, мы заложили вот эту нашу методологию, она идет, и я понимаю, как сложно в нашей бюрократической системе, вот администрации школ иногда эту инерцию, не тормозить эту инерцию, потому что есть, как так, бюджет приходит, счетный комитет приходит, говорит, вы только заложили программу, уже через 2 года меняете, вы что делаете? Неэффективное освоение средств, у нас есть такое понятие. Им же до креатива, до автоматизации, до гугла, до искусственного интеллекта, это как, ты не освоение, ты что творишь? Уголовно наказуемый день, кстати. Поэтому вот этот процесс тонкий, процесс настройки мы должны всегда в голове держать. Если мои исследования хоть как-то помогут вам что-то по-другому на это посмотреть, как-то по-другому на это взглянуть, какой-то инструментарий получить, я буду очень рад. Я, значит, тогда 4-5 лет моей жизни не просто так прошли. Үлкен рахмет сіздерге. Большое спасибо.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый спикер. У нас пришло время подвести итоги нашей 9-й международной конференции. Разрешите мне пригласить нашего эксперта, госпожу Кристину Ремини, для резюмирования основных моментов сегодняшнего дня. Пожалуйста, Кристина.
That's better. Good afternoon. It's really very difficult to follow Siyasat's impassioned presentation there. So I will, as briefly as possible, just comment or remind you perhaps of some of the points that we heard speakers discuss today. So today we've heard about some of the considerations and tensions in introducing innovation, how to look at the needs of the present-day education system to decide what are the basic skills needed by children and young people today. While we can identify worldwide trends on a focus on skills and competencies, it's important to avoid a one-size-fits-all approach, expecting a common approach in all countries, and it's important to ensure that what is developed in formal education systems remains contextually relevant to the country, as Phil Lambert highlighted this afternoon. And Siyasat also just highlighted the role of informal institutions in education, and particularly in promoting values. This morning we heard about the role of assessment in education. That was a focus where Caroline Adams reminded us of the need to make sure that assessment links well with learning and that it too needs to adapt to change, for example, through the use of technology. Yuri Belfali showed us some of the additional benefits, or some of the additional, the sort of side effects almost, of large-scale assessments, which enable the collection of big data, a lot of data. So she showed some of the results that were collected during the administration of the well-known PISA tests, but they enable an insight into the relationship between achievement and evidence of some of the factors related to children's well-being. The need for connections between different phases of education and all stakeholders in the educational process, including schools, universities and technical colleges, was mentioned this morning by Asylbek Kozakmektov. I think Harry Patrinos this afternoon also looked at the link between the phases of education and its purpose, particularly in the conclusion that there may be a potential failure of formal education to prepare young people for the world of work today. Again, the range of speakers drew on historical perspectives to support a better understanding of the current situation and to facilitate a balance of old and new, analog and digital, international and national views. We saw this reflection at the level of policy and also at personal level, particularly in the breakout sessions and many of the poster presentations. The range and extent of contributions and participants during the 2 days of the conference is a demonstration of the lifelong learning of education professionals that they dedicate to the young people. We heard from practicing teachers, researchers at all phases of their careers, policymakers, and also celebrated a lifetime of commitment to education in the memoriam to Magpal Jadrina yesterday. So finally, I would like to take this opportunity to personally thank and congratulate Kulyashna Gatayevna and the organising committee on hosting another outstanding and thought-provoking conference. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное, Кристина. А я хочу предоставить заключительное слово Куляшна Гатаяне Шамшидиновой для завершения нашей конференции. Уважаемые коллеги, давайте мы сперва посмотрим на себя, чем мы занимались 2 дня. Хорошо? Давайте. Уважаемые участники конференции, во-первых, позвольте от имени Автономной организации образования Назарбаев Интеллектуальной школы поблагодарить всех участников конференции за доверие к нашей конференции.
Я бы хотела в первую очередь поблагодарить спикеров, как казахстанских, так и зарубежных наших специалистов, спикеров. Огромное спасибо, что приняли приглашение и выступили в нашей аудитории. Я хотел поблагодарить весь технический персонал, который работал за 2 дня на нашей конференции. Конечно, поблагодарить переводчиков, группу переводчиков, которые очень качественно переводили как на казахский, на русский, на английский языки. Я думаю, что мы должны поблагодарить наших детей, которые открыли нашу конференцию. Это была театр теней интеллектуальной школы города Атрау. А теперь те мысли, которые появились в эти дни работы конференции. До своих мыслей я хочу сказать одно. Все спикеры выступали, все говорили о результатах исследований, говорили о концептуальных вещах. Но мы сегодня говорим о том, что мы не говорим «делайте точно так же, как мы вам говорили», что мы вам сказали. Нам еще предстоит всем осознать, проанализировать все, что мы сегодня услышали, сопоставить его с нашей практикой, с нашей действительностью, с нашими работой, которую мы в будущем будем проводить. И я думаю, что самое главное за эти 2 дня наши люди, кто здесь принимал участие, у вас появились идеи, у вас появились новые видения, у вас появились мысли, вопросы, проблемы, которых надо решать. Я думаю, не так страшные проблемы, как нас только сейчас пугал Саясат, но тем не менее они есть, но мы наверняка должны об этом думать и должны вперед идти. И теперь о тех мыслях, с которыми я каждый год делюсь, которые у меня появились, еще не причесаны. Значит, прежде всего, почему мы назвали ценности, инновации, благополучия для будущего образования? И мы убедились в правильности, что сегодня нужна благополучная среда для того, чтобы наши дети получили хорошее образование. Благополучие в школе, благополучие в семье, благополучие в обществе. И, конечно, мы в школу, значит мы правы. Значит, ребенок должен чувствовать заботу, ребенок должен чувствовать защищенность, ребенок должен чувствовать любовь, которые очень важны и очень нужны для взросления человека, для того, чтобы он вырос очень хорошим человеком, самодостаточным человеком, человеком, который построит свою жизнь и пойдет вперед. И когда сегодня говорили, что самое качественное время ребенок проводит в школе, это очень хорошо. Но ни в коем случае ни общество, ни семья не могут стоять в стороне. И не могут быть просто говорить, что школа то-то не так делает. Сегодня на встрече с сенаторами Пасси говорил о том, он, к сожалению, улетел уже, он говорил о том, что когда родители говорят, что финская школа хорошая, мы говорим, в Финляндии, они выезжают за рубежом говорят, и они говорят, ну школа и так справляется, что нам там делать? Я, говорит, этого боюсь. Я тоже боюсь, когда говорят, школа должна все делать. Вместе с школой рядом должны находиться, и вместе мы должны делать и школа, и семья, и общественность. Это мое мнение. Второе. Что мы должны привнести в школу? Мы должны привести в школу ценностное обучение. Обучение, основанное на ценностях. Фундаментом ценностей должны быть. Вот это очень глубокое мое убеждение. Почему? Потому что об этом говорили все спикеры. И, наверное, мы не должны оставаться в стороне инноваций. Но очень великолепно вчера говорил Тимотус о том, что мы должны его очень хорошо понимать, не потерять те хорошие методики, те хорошие технологии, те хорошие традиции школы, которые должны очень хорошо сочетаться с новым, инновационным, и которые должно вперед вести школу. Поэтому мы должны очень хорошо понимать, что мы не все должны отбрасывать. И почему в Казахстане новое содержание называется обновленное содержание? Мы ни в коем случае не говорим, что мы все убрали. Она обновляется именно с позиции новых требований, новых изменений. И вот я сегодня хочу сказать о том, что вчера Паси говорил о том, что реформы насколько опасны. Да, они опасны. Но ни в коем случае не может быть, что школа постоянно будет оставаться такой же и никогда не будет меняться. Школа все равно будет изменяться. Школе все равно надо привести изменения. Но как его провести? Наверняка здесь мы с вами должны очень четко распланировать, очень четко знать, чего мы хотим и куда мы идем. И наверняка это очень важный момент. И самое главное, прежде всего что-то не делать, мы должны прийти родителям и сказать, мы хотим вот это делать, вы с нами или без нас? Посоветоваться мы должны с родителями, посоветоваться мы должны с обществом, посоветоваться мы должны со всеми участниками образовательного процесса. Еще это какие-то мысли не до конца причесаны, если где-то что-то не так скажу, пожалуйста. И про равенство. Вчера много было сказано про равенство. Мне кажется, равенство должны обеспечивать все участники образовательного процесса. Есть равенство, которое обеспечивает правительство, государство, Министерство образования. Это школы должны быть, это хорошие условия должны быть. Но мы, методологи, да, мы, кто пишет, готовит куррикулумы, учебные планы, да, кто мы готовим, мы наверняка должны дать такой учебный план, не разделяя, что этот ребенок болеет или не болеет, этот ребенок в селе живет или в городе живет. Они должны получать равный доступ к равным учебным программам. И мне кажется, равноправие должен обеспечивать в классе учитель на своем уровне. Каждый ребенок имеет право на внимание учителя. И вот мне кажется, вот это равенство мы должны очень хорошо понимать. Каждый участник образовательного процесса и обеспечивать на своем уровне именно это равенство. И здесь я хочу сказать о доверии и об ответственности. Да, ответственность имеет каждый участник образовательного процесса. Ученик ответственен за свое обучение. Учитель ответственен за качественное образование. Родители ответственны создавать определенные условия для обучения ребенка. И вот эту ответственность мы должны очень хорошо. Ответственность средства массовой информации. И вот когда мы что-то пишем про образование плохое, каждый человек, который написал или отправил в интернет что-то плохое, он должен подумать, а как эта информация, которую он отправил в интернет, будет влиять на человека, который сегодня происходит становление, взросление. К сожалению, сегодня никто не несет никакую этическую ответственность за все то, которое они сбрасывают для того, чтобы люди читали. Не задумываясь, мы отправляем информацию. И это должна быть ответственность любого человека, который отправляет что-то, что его прочтет и взрослый, и маленький, и все. И как он будет влиять на этого человека. Поэтому ответственность, мне кажется, это очень большая вещь. Очень большие, это очень, насколько огромное понятие, это мы должны понимать. И доверие. Да, должно быть доверие. Доверие ученика к учителю, учителя к ученику. Доверие родителей к школе, общества к школе. Но это доверие, опять-таки, когда мы какую-либо информацию куда-либо отправляем, мы должны думать, мы же подрываем доверие. Наверняка мы над этими вопросами мы должны думать. Конечно, много мыслей, но я думаю, что вот такие конференции, вот это, я могу сказать, что сегодня конференция, которую проводит Назарбаев интеллектуальной школы, она уже превратилась в надежную площадку обмена мнения, обмена опытом, дискуссий. Я надеюсь, что мы встретимся с вами через год. И мы с вами опять поговорим о наших делах. И я думаю, что до следующего года мы добьемся хоть маленьких, но хороших результатов. А теперь, уважаемые гости, участники конференции, мы для школ города Астаны и для пилотных школ подготовили то, что умеем делать. Мы подготовили очень много методических рекомендаций, которые должны получить школы города Астаны и пилотные школы. Мы с удовольствием вам это вручаем. И мы, уважаемые коллеги, Наша конференция такая добрая, и наверняка очень нужно, если люди забывают о своем дне рождения и едут к нам. Вчера был день рождения, сегодня у нас опять день рождения. Сегодня у нас день рождения нашей Шолпан Маратовны Кадыровой, директора Назарбаев Интеллектуальной школы города Уральска. Я хочу, чтобы все вы ее поздравили. Она бы вот сегодня сидела в семье, она с нами ее встречает. Пожалуйста, Шолпан. Бәріміз де аман болайық, еліміз аман болсын. Біздің дәл осындай конференция өткізуге мүмкіндік беріп отырған еліміз аман болсын, отанымыз аман болсын. Ал біздің конференциямызды біздің балаларымыз ашты. Самые любимые, самые надежные, самые прекрасные – это наши дети. Конференцию открывали дети с Атрау, конференцию будут закрывать дети из города Астаны, ансамбль дамбристов города Астаны, нашей физико-математического направления интеллектуальной школы города Астаны. Балалар, айналайын, келе қойыңдар.
Құрметті қатысушылар, осымен конференция ресми түрде аяқталды. Келесі жылы кездескенше аман, сау болыңыздар. Уважаемые гости, наша конференция окончена. До встречи в следующем году. Dear guests, our conference is now closed. See you.
Я бы хотела вкратце рассказать, значит, этот семинар посвящается для обсуждения этического кодекса проведения исследований в образовании. У нас я пригласила 3 спикеров, и, конечно, я сама же тоже буду рассуждать об этой тематике. Мы хотим, чтобы вы принимали активное участие, потому что это не слушать, а надо будет нам рассуждать, посмотреть, каким образом вообще этика в исследовании образования работает. Мы как исследователи сталкиваемся очень многими проблемами, когда мы выезжаем и делаем какое-то исследование. Поэтому сейчас здесь будет рассматриваться вопросы как исследователей, так и участников исследования именно в образовании. Приведу небольшой пример из своего опыта. Вот недавно закончила, значит, я свою докторскую работу. Немало было проблем, каким образом получить доступ к школам, каким образом надо было работать с учителями, какую часть исследований им надо было рассказать детально, какую часть исследования надо было с точки зрения дипломатично предоставить, чтобы они не отпугнулись и не ушли, что они не хотят предоставлять данные и так далее. То есть сегодня со мной очень интересные спикеры, они давно уже работают в этой области. Я бы хотела представить вам Марриет Ховит. Она в сфере образования уже давно работает, и года 2-3 она уже занимается с нами вместе. Research Advisory Board у нас называется, научно-консультационный совет Назарбаев Интеллектуальной школы, и мы получаем очень интересные фидбэк или же обратную связь по поводу того, какие исследования мы делаем, как это оформляется с точки зрения этики, с точки зрения, значит, результатов исследования. Хочу поприветствовать. Спасибо большое, что вы с вами сегодня. Дэвид Бриджес, профессор Дэвид Бриджес. Вы, многие из вас знаете, профессор Дэвид Бриджес с нами работает с 2011 года. Один из тех людей, который написал рамочный документ, когда мы только начали разрабатывать куррикулум Назарбаев интеллектуальных школ. Сейчас профессор Дэвид Бриджес работает как председатель научно-консультационного совета Назарбаев интеллектуальных школ. И с его участием мы разработали, значит, этический кодекс проведения исследований в образовании. Данный документ мы также предоставили, значит, КИРА. КИРА – это Казахстанская ассоциация исследователей в образовании. Вы знаете, как часть, значит, European Association of Educational Research. Мы открыли свою ассоциацию. Значит, эта ассоциация находится сейчас под эгидой Назарбаев университета. И в этом году мы провели первую конференцию. Я бы хотела, чтобы вы там же тоже принимали активное участие, те, которые занимаются исследованием, потому что там тоже обсуждается очень много вопросов методологии, этическая часть и так далее. И хотела бы, давайте поприветствуем профессора Дэвида Бриджеса. Третий наш спикер, профессор Джон Эллиот. Я этим человеком очень восхищаюсь и боюсь в то же время, потому что он был моим экзаменатором вот докторской диссертации. Вот человек, который делал революцию, я скажу, в Британии, потому что Action Research это его работа, и вот этический кодекс в Action Research, мне кажется, будет очень интересно нашим учителям послушать. Потому что когда я защищалась, многие студенты приходили и у меня спрашивали: Назипа, это тот Джон Эллиот, который занимается. То есть на английском языке это звучит таким образом. The John Elliot who's examining you. Я сказала, да, это the John Elliot. Поэтому, значит, господин профессор Джон Эллиот с нами. Давайте поприветствуем его. Можно будет ассистентов попросить, чтобы вы дали ему этот перевод, headphone. Да. Если нам цель семинара понятна, да, тогда я хочу предоставить слово профессору Дэвиду Бриджесу, чтобы он, значит, рассказал нам о тех принципах, которые вот мы должны принимать во внимание, когда мы работаем как исследователи. Дэвид Бриджес, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Would you like to use it? Stand? No?
I don't think I've got quite enough hands to deal with all these documents and instruments, but I hope I can manage. Our intention was that this should be really quite a practical session, and we hoped an interactive session. This is not the room most conducive to discussion and interaction, but please work hard and help us to engage in conversation. And here's one more thing, to engage in conversation and not just lecturing you. I'll nod. And you might like to start thinking now, because I'll ask you to come with ideas at a later stage in this session, about situations which you found problematic from an ethical point of view, either in your own research, if you're researchers, or as perhaps school directors or teachers receiving people who want to do research in your classroom or schools, or perhaps in some cases as administrators or managers overseeing a school system. Can we get some idea of which of those constituencies you come from? Put up your hands if you identify as a researcher, first of all. And that might be a school-based researcher. So a few researchers. How many are teachers or school directors or school administrators? Okay, a few of those. Who's everybody else? How many are students? Okay, quite a few of those. So you are also researchers, because almost certainly as part of your student experience, you'll be required to engage in research. All right, well, I'll try and address all those different interests in one way or another. And if we can have the first slide, please. You have as a point of reference this code of conduct that NIS has developed, which is very similar, I think you'll find, to the code of conduct used by the Kazakhstan Educational Research Association, and indeed very similar to similar codes produced internationally. I mean, we certainly derived many of the clauses from other international examples. So, although there are some subtle differences here and there, it's kind of roughly a standard sort of set of expectations about educational research. And it's relevant to remember that such codes juggle with or seek to protect some different interests among the different stakeholders in research. And I indicate at least 4 categories of such interests in this slide. There are researchers themselves need certain kinds of protection, and part of that protection is assured by having clear and unambiguous understandings about the basis, the terms under which they conduct research, for example, in schools. which is why sometimes, though there are issues about this, researchers approaching a school or other institution will take with them a consent form which describes the nature of the research, describes the obligations of the researcher and of the school, and asks the person they're seeking to interview perhaps to sign their consent to the conduct of the research in those terms. That in part gives the school certain protections, but it also gives the researcher certain protections because the researcher has been clear and transparent about what the expectations are and has an obligation to amplify that document in response to any questions the school, the teacher, the head teacher may want to ask. But there's another source of protection of researchers, and if you go to the back of this code of conduct, to page 8, you'll see that we've quite deliberately put into the code, in this case, some obligations on NIS researchers' employers, i.e. on Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools management itself. It isn't because researchers can be put under all sorts of pressures from their employers and their managers in a university or indeed in any other institution. And it includes, I'm not saying the employers always observe these obligations. I'm sure some of the researchers in NIS who have also been involved in running this conference will feel that 4.3, which is supposed to ensure that they have time to do research, has been more than a little eroded by their commitments to conference organization after the last few months. But I attach particular significance here to 4.4, which is the acceptance of research as critical engagement, because I think it's quite an important issue for NIS that if they're commissioning research by their own researchers or anybody else into the experience of NIS, they have not merely to accept, but to anticipate that research is actually going to bring critical engagement. And I know that that kind of critical engagement is much celebrated in words in Kazakhstan, but people find it very difficult to accept. So enshrining that obligation in the code of conduct is at least an attempt to protect researchers from their own employers when they come back with reports which perhaps raise serious questions about initiatives that the organization has been running. So that's an illustration already of one of the tensions that can occur in research, and I'm not saying that tension is resolved simply by having a code of conduct, but one of the tensions in terms of obligations of researchers perhaps to bring critical scrutiny to educational initiatives, obligations of those responsible for those initiatives perhaps to seek to protect them from being undermined in the hurly-burly of national politics. Kazakhstan is not unique in this. Researchers in the UK have been struggling against government research contracts which give government departments far too much control over what may or may not be published by academic researchers. And if you sign those contracts, you sign away a lot of your freedom to publish and make public the content of the research. And obligations to a wider public are another constituency which a code of ethics ought to seek to protect. I always find it difficult to understand, and I've been involved very much in these debates in the UK, how a government department of education can justify restricting the placing of information gleaned from educational research about an education system, about restricting that from going into the public domain, Surely ordinary people, the wider population, have an entitlement to such understanding of educational initiatives, and that means that places an obligation on government departments to make public the authentic work of researchers who are trying to find the truth of what's actually going on. But you already see how sensitive many of these tensions can be. And then very centrally in ethical codes typically are protections for those who are being researched. And these perhaps feature most strongly in ethical codes, because we know that if a researcher goes into a classroom, let's say, and suppose they were to see some fairly ineffective teaching, and suppose they were to report on that ineffective teaching, and suppose that report was then to go up to the authorities and into the public domain, that exposes the teacher quite possibly to the loss of their employment and certainly to professional embarrassment and discomfort. And in most research, it's assumed to be legitimate and appropriate to protect teachers from that sort of harm and damage, or indeed to protect schools from that sort of harm and damage. So the onus is on the researcher not only to dig out, as it were, the truth of what's going on, but to do so in a way which respects, in some cases, the privacy, in some cases, the professional standing of those who are allowing them access to their work. So among the key terms in many of these ethical codes are terms about the conditions under which people have, researchers have access to schools or other institutions, and who has the right to agree or refuse permission to researchers. And Nazipa may comment on the current position with Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools, for example. Under what conditions may researchers enter those schools as sites for research? And within the school context, who has the right to agree that researchers may work in classrooms? And then you get further questions, if children are involved in the research, whose permission is required in order that researchers can, for example, interview, possibly even photograph children in classrooms? And that's where the rights of parents in relation to their children start to become very significant. So there are layers of, and that those last issues also raise the issue of confidentiality and anonymity in research. Though, I mean, I think you will all understand how, if you're doing any kind of detailed description of a school in Kazakhstan, especially if you're doing a case study in which the kind of social or even geographic context is significant, there will be many people who will instantly recognize that school. Its confidentiality is not always something that you can honestly offer, because there are plenty of people who will quickly decode any detailed description and know exactly where that school is. So the picture I presented, I hope, is of a number of interests in research, a number of different constituencies with different kinds of rights to protection, and a picture that ethical codes will not always resolve those conflicts and those tensions. If we can just move on, I think 2 slides. I'll go quickly to the last. So there are, I think, inevitably tensions in terms of these ethical obligations, not least the tension between the researcher's ambition to tell the true story or whatever they feel is the nearest to the true story they can tell, and the constraints which inevitably ethical obligations will impose on your ability to tell all and to tell it freely and to disclose it publicly. So it does, in the end, faced with some of these dilemmas, you can look back in the ethical code and see what it says, and perhaps occasionally this will help you resolve the problem, but it won't always. And this is why I think it was Bob Stake, John, who said ultimately there is no real substitute for a good conscience when it comes to ethical conduct of research. You have to make judgments. You have to weigh often conflicting obligations. You have to weigh possible consequences of doing this and of not doing this. And that requires a situated judgment. And we'll give a couple of examples. John and Marit will both give a couple of illustrations from their own experience of some of these dilemmas and invite you to think how you would resolve those. And we're hoping to hear at least one or two examples from you too about situations you found difficult. One of the paths this leads to, and I've written about this but won't expand on it very much today, is that if you're to have a good conscience, then you need to have your research developed not just as a set of skills, not just as a range of knowledge and understanding about research methods and the literature, but part of the job, particularly of a university, in preparing people for research, is to cultivate what is sometimes called academic virtue. If you've got an honest, fair-minded, responsible person who respects others, then in a sense, up to a point, you could dispense with codes. It's a matter of what sort of person. And it's interesting in some of the literature, particularly about Western researchers entering traditional communities, the response from the traditional communities has basically been, is this someone I can trust? Never mind the consent form, never mind the ethical code. Let me look this person in the eye and see if this is a person of integrity. When in one piece of work from New Zealand, the research participants were saying, has she got a clear spirit? Has he got a strong heart? They also added, can he mend the generator? Can the researcher bring anything useful to the community as well as making demands on the community? And those qualities of academic virtue don't develop in isolation, and they're not individualistic. They're embedded in a culture. And part of what higher education ought to be offering, and sadly I think too many higher education institutions have been captured by much more instrumental ends. What a university ought to be offering is a culture in which those academic virtues are themselves cultivated, developed, and grown. And I often feel that the preoccupation with ethical codes and the ethics committee is a kind of bureaucratization of what ought to happen in a much more embedded and cultured way. But that's my own thesis. I want to return, I hope, to some concrete examples which may help you to get your heads around some of the issues that face researchers. And I'd like to invite, I don't know who's first, Nazipa, is it John or Marit? Okay, I'll leave you to introduce.
Thank you, Professor Bridges. I invite any of you to contribute, Marriott or John. Yeah.
Well, I can start off. I guess we can sit here if we were to start a conversation after a little while. Myself, I'm mostly doing theoretical research, so but I'll pose a dilemma more in the doing the empirical research. But I think I'll relate it much to how we work with text and also with translations. I think one of the things that it resonates what David said towards the end, that doing research is something, well, you can have the codes are on paper, but that's like you write regulations for how not to run in the halls in the school, etc. It doesn't work unless it is embedded in how you do what you do. And in doing research, for instance, especially working with students, one of the things that very often come up in the beginning when you do research, it's hard. Sometimes you often also have to read it in a different language, and it's hard to express what you read in a paper. And in today's digital world, it's very easy to cut and paste. So you cut out some pages and you put it in your own writing, and somehow in there you forgot to put a reference. And it's very easy to do that kind of thing today because of the digital age, but it's not good research, and it never will be. And to get over that, to be able to write your own language is one of the really hard parts of becoming a researcher. The code of ethics always requiring you have to give references for any kind of work that, when you use other people's work, you have to reference it. That's very important. I guess many of you who are also trained in, or becoming trained in doing action research, participatory research, and I know many of you will work in up to, I have to struggle with 2 languages, my Norwegian and English. I know you sometimes have to struggle with 3 languages, which is even more complicated. And when you do research, one of the things at least I face, and I also face with my students who do empirical research, is that they go out into a school. In Norway, there's lots of small constituencies, rural areas. People speak their local sort of languages. They have ways of expressing themselves. But they're required to publish in English, so they have to write up their work. They've been doing interviews with, let's say, 10 teachers. They do all the transcribing of the work, etc., and then they have to translate this into English. And a lot of difficulties arise, which also raises some ethical dilemmas in terms of how do you represent the people that you have interviewed? How can you represent them well? How can you interpret what they said into a language where there might not even be the words that were spoken? Because they don't exist. Many of my words in Norwegian, and I'm pretty sure that's for the same thing in Kazakh and also in Russian, they don't exist in English. So how do you represent that? And that's the type of dilemmas that there are no ethical codes for. Because, and it's part of doing research always, because it is an interpretive process. You have to interpret when you do research. But how do you make sure that when you interpret, when you put down what has been said, you quote your teachers, that this is a representative quote of what they tried to tell you? And so I think that those are some of the dilemmas I think we could discuss. Another way of putting it, what gets lost in translation. And in research, often quite a bit gets lost in translation. And that's, I think, one of the areas where we have to be very cautious, especially those of us who work in bi-trilingual research.
Thank you, Merit. Probably the auditorium, do you have any ideas, or would you like to add something towards the lost in translation? Because really Kazakhstan is working in 3 languages, Kazakh, Russian, and English. Anybody has got any examples where you had these difficulties? We don't have real researchers in the auditorium. So John, the floor is yours, please. Could you?
Just comment?
Yeah, please.
If I just comment on Mary's question. I think it is a really important one in Kazakhstan. Certainly in some of the research I was involved with Cambridge and with Nazarbayev University, the problems of moving between Kazakh and Russian and English, not just between Kazakh and English, but Kazakh and Russian, I'm sure you know more about it than I do, are really quite serious. And language, a lot gets lost, as people kept saying. When I've supervised a number of students in Ethiopia, their English was very good, but they faced a similar problem. There were words which carried very considerable significance in Amharic, the main language in Ethiopia. And what I encouraged them to do was actually to remain with that word, that concept in the text, but to have a note of explanation. I mean, it needs more than just a word of translation. Often you need an almost anthropological essay to explain the significance of this word to somebody from a different culture. And indeed, I remember an essay, I think it was by a Chinese author about translation, who, I mean, there is a school of thought in translation theory that you really have to do almost an ethnography with a series of essays to explain significant concepts to a different language community out of your own language community. But I think staying with the indigenous word and continuing to use that in the text, having at least made an attempt to explain it, is a way of signaling that there is something special going on here which doesn't translate. It happens within European languages too. We've all, both Marit and I have attended for many years the European Education Research Association conference. For many years the English have struggled with the notion of Bildung, which is of German origin but used in Northern Europe, and I think probably lies behind a lot of what came to Russia and from Russia into Kazakhstan. And it's not a notion that translates easily into English. People write long essays about it, but it still remains pretty elusive.
Я приведу пример из своего опыта, вот Lost in Translation, да, значит, когда я провела большое исследование в сельской школе по, значит, взаимодействию учителей для того, чтобы конструктивно критиковать свою практику, да, многие из них говорили «Назипа бөлінгенді бөрі жейді». То есть, если перевести to English, it's those who splits from the horde will be eaten by wolf. И я вот таким образом это перевела на английский язык, но это не предоставляет возможность англичанам понять, что имеет в виду казахи, бөлінгенді бөрі жейді. То есть это не с точки зрения, там, я в коллективе нахожусь, поэтому я всегда должен следовать коллективному там идеологии, да? А они боятся просто критиковать, потому что боятся потерять работу. Вот это имеется в виду, да? И надо это писать, это интерпретировать. Я вчера на своей сессии тоже об этом говорила. Поэтому, когда вот мы говорим концептуальные вещи, казахстанские, там, in Russian, да, даже вот были русскоговорящие, которые говорили мне, не плюй в колодец, откуда пьешь воду. То есть на этом и заканчивается у нас конструктивная критика. То есть есть у нас какие-то традиции, национальная характеристика, поэтому мы как исследователи должны попытаться это понять, потому что многие учителя не могут объяснить научным языком, что они имеют в виду, потому что мы задаем вопросы, и они отвечают вот как они привыкли, используя наши как бы поговорки и так далее и тому подобное. Вот это имеется в виду. Поэтому у вас, если есть хорошие примеры, пожалуйста. Вот я вижу здесь у нас исследователи сидят из Назарбаев университета, я Карат Курапаев, добро пожаловать. И вот они вместе с профессором Дэвидом Бриджесом писали по поводу Lost in Translation. Очень интересная статья, которую они опубликовали, наверное, в первой книге, да, 2014 года. Спасибо. Давайте передадим слово теперь профессор. Would you like to comment? No. I'm just talking to him, that's why he's telling. Давайте предоставим слово профессору Джону Эллиоту, его видение этического кодекса исследователя в образовании. Пожалуйста. Профессор Эллиот.
Thank you very much. Am I allowed to tell 3 stories? No, I wasn't going to last all that long. But I'm thinking, I mean, ethical codes produced by universities and academic institutions, in my view, although useful, are ethically rather superficial. And their major purpose is to protect the interests of the academic institution, to escape blame for anything that the researcher may do. So I think the ethics of research practice has to be articulated at a deeper level than the codes of practice produced by universities and research associations. Having said that, I'm not saying that ethical codes of practice produced by universities are not useful. But I will give you an example. I notice here, and I'm not saying this is unique, it's about informed consent process. In case informed consent is required for participation in the research, educational researchers in the research should enter into an agreement with research participants. Educational researchers are not required to ask for informed consent when, 1, research involves minimal risk to the research participants. Now, I would argue that statement is something the academic institution might get away with. But I will give you, as my first example, and perhaps it's going to be my only example, by the way David Bridges frowns at me, is I anonymized a report of police training in a British government police training centre because I was part of a team doing a national evaluation of the training of police, the initial training of the police in England, not in the UK generally, but in England. And of course, I obeyed the University Code of Ethics and I anonymized my case study data. But one of the things I reported on, and I will explain why I reported on it because in doing research in organizations, social organizations, one has to get the authentic views of the participants. And very often you don't get the authentic views unless you can break what Becker called the hierarchy of credibility in organizations. And indeed, police training centres are very hierarchical organisations. And in my report, I told a story that I could not resist telling because it challenged the hierarchy of credibility in the organisation. And that was, if people do not thrive in the classroom and pass all the tests, and we complain about schools and testing, well, you should see some of the testing that goes on or went on in police training centres in England. Every Monday morning, the students were tested. True, false, multiple choice tests. If they failed 3, they were virtually sacked from the police force. Or they were sent to what was called a supplementary training unit. That is rather like a special needs unit within the school, where they were given teaching that would enable them to pass the test. And one day, I was at a parade, passing out parade, where the students were leaving to patrol the streets of England and prevent crime. And the head of the supplementary training unit came to me with a bottle of whiskey. Now, he knew that I was quite a keen whiskey drinker. And I thought he was giving me a gift. But oh no, it was his gift. And he pulled it out from the bottom of a filing cabinet, lifted it up, and said, "Look, John, what the students in the supplementary training unit have given us. Because they said, you are the only people who know how to teach in this whole organization." Now, I could not resist telling that story. I couldn't resist it. And I told the story. It was anonymized. And that report was amalgamated with other reports and circulated around the country. And the commandant of one of the Home Office centres, not the one that I was talking to you about, said, "I know these people, who they are, and I will deal with them." And when I went into one of these centres, a person who had been in charge of the supplementary training unit in that centre said, "Thank you very much, John, for telling that story, because I was identified as the person who gave you the bottle, who presented you with the bottle of whiskey. And the commandant gave me the sack. He dismissed me from my role. And he made me his assistant, sitting in an office next to his, so that he could keep me under control." Now, he had misidentified who told me that story. But I had reported it, and he came to enormous harm. Now, I did not anticipate the amount of harm that I would have caused in my research, because I had obeyed the rule, anonymize all your data and things will probably be okay. But they were not okay. So, and I was trying to do something that many qualitative researchers try to do, which is to disrupt the hierarchy of credibility in order to get the authentic voice of participants. So, I won't say I was caught in a dilemma. I was caught by my naivety in actually thinking that anonymization exonerated me from ethical responsibility. And I learned a lot from that particular situation. I'm not going to tell the other two stories now, you'll be relieved to know.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Elliott. So we can see that doing the research is two-sided. We can harm and we can improve the situation by telling this story, but again, we have to think about the people we are researching. So probably in the room, we have got a lot of people who are researched rather than the researcher. So probably if we could hear anything about their experiences being researched, that would be very good. You can put up your hands and I can give you the microphone if you've got a story. While you think, probably I will tell the story from my PhD, which is Kazakhstan context. Maybe it is going to be interesting for the people in the audience. Я теперь перейду на русский язык. Probably I have to switch to Russian because, yeah. Значит, я тоже хотела бы рассказать историю. Это все свежо пока в голове, да. Значит, первый – это доступ к школам. То есть я столкнулась с такой проблемой, где нету у нас документов, которые предоставляют возможность иметь доступ к школам. Я не знаю, может быть, опять-таки я поворачиваю голову к Айрату, они уже со школами работают, и, может быть, из университетов есть люди. Я когда начала свое исследование, я попросила Министерство образования разъяснить мне ситуацию, как можно получить, значит, доступ к школам. При этом я была очень озадачена тем, что если я получу этот доступ через Министерство образования, как я буду, значит, те findings, то есть те данные, которые я найду в этих школах, как я буду это писать в своей диссертации. Потому что это, я понимала, уже опасно для меня, опасно, может быть, для тех людей, которых я исследую. И насколько я могу быть правдивой по отношению к себе как исследователю и правдиво по отношению к системе. Потому что мы не хотим, чтобы другие люди пострадали только из-за того, что я хотела свою диссертацию защитить. То есть это была для меня дилеммой. Как получить доступ и через министерство, через районо, через горано, через все этапы, когда я прошла, я поняла, что у нас нету последовательности для того, чтобы получить доступ к школам, чтобы проводить исследования. То есть это было все на звонке. То есть позвоните Горно, позвоните Облано, пусть они скажут, вы приедете, вы будете делать. То есть, поэтому если вы столкнулись с такой проблемой, я бы хотела услышать. И второе, конечно, разъяснение. Вот я когда пришла в школу для того, чтобы собирать данные, естественно, они знали, что об этом знает Горано, об этом знает Облано. И когда я просила, например, можно будет посмотреть, значит, повестки дня по педсовету, они мне быстренько приносили с печатью и так далее. Я говорю, а почему вы предоставляете оригинал документа? Они мне говорили, ну, раз уж вы как исследователи пришли, мы должны предоставить все документы. Я тогда вот поняла, насколько важна моя роль для того, чтобы сесть с директором, с заучем и объяснить им эту ситуацию. Исследователь не означает инспектор. Я исследую для того, чтобы понять проблемы. Поэтому вы можете отказать мне предоставлять какие-то документы, которые вы считаете конфиденциальными. Почему я это объясняла? Потому что в документах были вот эти дисциплинарные какие-то вещи, да? Я вот села, не поленилась, объяснила, но в конце-то концов я переживала, что я диссертацию могу не дописать, потому что они уже начали предоставляет меньше и меньше информацию. Понимаете, поэтому приходилось как бы нивелировать ситуацию и там разъяснять работу, и в то же время закончить диссертацию. Поэтому это очень сложная ситуация. Я думаю, я до конца еще не понимаю, но я закончила диссертацию, написала, и я надеюсь, что никакого вреда я никому не принесу, потому что анонимность и вот то, что мы говорим, конфиденциальность, я им обещала. Я когда рассказывала всем, что я конфиденциальность и анонимность буду обеспечивать, я еще было, значит, в consent letter было написано, что вы можете отказаться от участия в исследовании. Все 50 человек пришли и сказали, ну типа, можно я не буду участвовать? И была опасность, что ту школу, которую я выбрала, просто-напросто я данные не соберу. Но опять-таки приходилось с ними работать, как мы будем это писать. Я предоставила им возможность, значит, какую-то часть прочитать, ту часть, которую я включала в диссертацию, согласны, не согласны. Но это очень трудоемкий процесс. Поэтому, когда, мне кажется, на путь исследователя становится человек должен в первую очередь решить для себя, насколько я буду правдива сама с собой, чтобы было в душе спокойно, да, что никто от этого не пострадает. И второе, конечно, надо понимать вообще ситуацию, контекст. Да, как исследователи мы хотим собрать как больше возможно информации. При этом надо будет всегда балансировать, насколько это правильно делать, как вот профессор Эллиот сказал, чтобы другим we wouldn't harm others. Кайрат хочет прокомментировать. Пожалуйста, Кайрат.
Благодарю вас, пожалуйста. Благодарю. Спасибо большое, Назипа. Ну, так как вы обратили на меня внимание, я решил также выступить одну маленькую ремарку по поводу доступа к школам и к организациям образования. Так как все здесь, в принципе, уже, я знаю, знакомы с различными трендами в сфере исследований. Вот сейчас очень сильно идет риторика action research. До сих пор никто не знает, как правильно его перевести. Наверное, исследования в действии. Вот мы на протяжении нескольких лет делали исследования совместно с коллегами из факультета образования Кембриджского университета. И при обеспечении доступа к школам мы всегда учитывали несколько степеней этических нюансов по именно принуждению к участию в интервью. На первом уровне это, конечно, когда вы пишете официальные письма в ГРАНО, в управление образования, для того, чтобы вы информировали данный регион, то, что вы обращаетесь к школам. И затем вы пишете официальные письма, приглашения самих школ к участию к этим проектам, в этих проектах. И далее для нас было очень важно, вот как Назипа говорила, что в этом письме для школ мы всегда говорили, что у вас есть право отказаться, право на отказ, и просили директоров, чтобы они проводили педагогические собрания, чтобы они уже информировали учителей до нашего приезда. То есть вот этот вот момент, про что говорил профессор Джон Эллиот, насколько у людей есть степень информированности, такие моменты. И потом, когда мы говорим, что мы делаем исследования со взрослыми и нет никакого вреда, то есть степень нанесения вреда очень минимальна, да? Есть такое понятие. И на самом деле это все миф, потому что учителя, они те же самые категории из институциональной уязвимости, то, что на английском называется institutionalized vulnerability. Потому что если директор попросит, а учитель, возможно, может отказаться в дальнейшем, то, возможно, у этого учителя будут какие-нибудь проблемы. Допустим, ты не способен рассказать о собственном опыте, ты не активный и так далее. Поэтому вот всем нам очень важно учитывать вот эти уровни принуждения, что ли, избежания принуждения, как на уровне самих школ, так и на уровне учителей.
Спасибо большое, Кайрат. Может быть, у кого-то еще есть на практике какие-то практические? Нет, да? Professor Bridges, you wanted to say something? Yeah, Mariette.
No, I was hoping it would be very interesting if there's teachers or head teachers here to hear a little bit of their perspective on research and what perhaps they expect of researchers seeking entry to their schools or classrooms. Anybody willing to make a comment on that?
I think we don't see anybody.
Yes,
David
over
wants
there.
to say,
Somebody
yeah?
over there.
Yeah?
Oh, it's David.
Can you keep this with you?
Okay. So, quick question. Obviously, we've some from Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools Research Department. It seems like one of the biggest ethical dilemmas, and it is actually ethical, that we face is what to research. We, of course, have got limited resources and people and time. Also, although we've got access to the 23 schools and could ask for access to other schools, we still have to choose what questions are going to be of importance. And it seems like right at the very beginning of the process, there's a problem. And we don't really have maybe a systemized approach towards deciding exactly what the most important questions are to ask right at the very beginning. So how do we address that question? How do we decide? Because on one hand, we have academic freedom, but on the other hand, we're also trying to reflect institutional priorities and respect, as has been mentioned, people's perhaps right even not to be researched. So how to approach the question of what to research.
Anybody wants to comment? Yeah, please, Mary.
Well, it's hard to decide. I know in my university and where I am now, my university promotes is that it's not us as researchers that decide what we want to research on, but that we have to go into cooperation, whether this in my field in education or in engineering, with the field and discuss with them. So we have to have a good collaboration with the field in order for them to feed back. There are a lot of pressing issues in schools, and I'm pretty sure there are here in Kazakhstan too, and things that headmasters, teachers would like to know more about. And I think that's a good approach also, because as researchers, we often tend to be we tend to become distanced from the field. And so we need that collaboration in order to get good feedback on what is it that we need more knowledge around in terms of what happens in schools today. Another issue, I think, related to what Kairat and the others said also, I think there's also a distinguish here in the type of research that's done. And a lot of research today is done what I would call research on education. There's a lot of research going on, which is on education. And I think the field is, and that's where all these surveys that come out, where you have to fill in, you have to send it out as a headmaster, you have to send it out to your teacher, and they have to fill in, and you feed it back. And usually you don't hear so much about what came out of that research. And so you researched on because it's to fill some other purpose, which is not really about what you're doing in school. And I think we have to be cautious as researchers of how much research we do on education and on teachers and on schools. There is a limit to how much we should do. I think there's almost like a moral question in that. And the other side of the research part is doing research with practitioners, which is more close to what John is talking about in doing action research, I think. And that is another way going down, because that requires for you as a researcher, or for us as researchers, to collaborate with you as teachers, headmasters. You know your field. As a researcher, I'm not knowledgeable in the same way about what happens in your school, what your teachers are doing. You are the one that are knowledgeable. You have to teach me as a researcher. And I think in order to get that type of collaboration is a type of collaboration we don't see enough of. And I think that also creates some of the tensions we have in research that, well, teachers and headmasters feel very distanced from the researchers because we come, we go in, we're there for a day or two, and we go out. And then we write out our reports and articles, etc., and send off. And very often we forget that part which is about the collaboration. And I think that's, to Kairat then, that's where what John has been talking about as action research, he says something about, well, if we want to do research that goes into what happens in school, we have to, I lose my words in English too. We have to go into in ways where we have to collaborate in other ways. And I think that way of doing research is something that we have to, I think we have a long way to go still.
Thank you, Mariette. John?
Just picking up on what Mariette has said, action research presents all sorts of problems for ethics committees in universities in England. And in fact, the British Educational Research Association, that has a long-established code of ethics, has decided to give action research a separate kind of treatment. Because you can argue that action research is a form of practice. It's not only a form of research. And universities tend to treat schools as not partners in the formulation of the research ethic. But I just wanted to give an example of doing research with teachers, because I'd argue that well, certainly when I'm doing research with teachers, I tend to focus on getting the authentic voice of the student in the classroom. Because what I find is a lot of teachers find it very difficult to tap into the voice of their students. And that is not, it is about the hierarchy of credibility, but it's not simply that the students are terrified of what the teacher will do when they know what they think. Is that very often the students see the teacher as their friend. And if I give the teacher my honest opinion about his or her teaching, then that teacher will no longer be my friend. So the one little story I would tell was there was a deputy principal of a primary school. He was doing action research. He asked me to interview the students that he was working with on getting them to develop a capability for inquiry learning. And he gave me two samples of students. There were those he found difficult to teach, and there were those who he considered to be very bright, very able, his favorite students. And he thought that the latter sample would give me a very positive view of his teaching, and the former sample would give me a negative view. Well, in fact, the reverse was the case. His difficult pupils gave a very positive view of his teaching. And his very able, bright, highly motivated students weren't entirely negative, but they were critical. They were critical thinkers. Now, I had an ethical procedure that I still use. Before I interview samples of students about the quality of their classroom experience, I say, of course, the teacher would want to listen or look at what you've got to say. But if at the end of this interview, this conversation, you decide there are certain things you want the teacher not to hear, I will delete that in your presence. Right? Or if there's nothing you want the teacher to hear, I will not show him or her anything. Now, what then happens is that usually, in my experience, the students say, well, he can listen to what we've got to say, providing he comes in tomorrow or when he next teaches us or she teaches us and will engage us in a genuine discussion about what we've said. Now, if that goes well, there's no need for me to interview students in that teacher's classroom anymore, because the hierarchy of credibility has been broken and trust has been established between the teacher and the pupils. But in this case, I'm talking about one group said to me, you cannot let the teacher listen to this voice recording of our critique of his teaching. And I said, why is that? They said, because he's our friend. And we don't want to lose his friendship. Now the other group said nice things, and they said, oh yes, you can let the teacher listen to what we said and so on. So I said to the able group, or the highly motivated group, I said, why did the other group say yes and you're saying no? They said, well, you see. And they were very prejudiced. They said, you see, they are not very bright and intelligent like we are. So they will have told you nice things to say about the teacher's teaching. They won't have been as critical as us. So anyway, I then said to the teacher, and I was a great friend of his, I said, sorry, Roger, they will not allow you to listen to what they have said. And he was extremely upset, and for weeks afterwards, he tried to negotiate with them to release the data that I had gathered about his teaching. And he never got sufficient consensus in that class to release that data. Now, I had to accept that. It would have been very important data because in many ways it was paying a great compliment to the teacher. It was saying that he was giving them great freedom in the learning situation, but not enough. But if he hadn't have given them the freedom, they would never have started to demand it. So I think, and that's as in action research context and in research on education, as Marit calls it, there are cases where you have to be prepared to lose data ethically. But my argument would be that if you give the participants control, you'll lose far less good data than if you try to manipulate the kind of data that they give you.
Thank you. Yep, please.
I just go back to David's question because part of me responded with an element of shock, and I think it's for the reason that Marit gave. You know, the supposition is we have all this choice about what to research, and I think the shock is that it brought me face to face with the contemporary reality, certainly for university researchers, that what you can research is linked to who will pay for it. And this in itself raises ethical dilemmas. I mean, the main sources of funding for educational research are directly or indirectly through government departments. And government departments are increasingly defining very closely the research questions which they do want you to ask, and by implications the ones they don't want you to ask. And they're tending to define the research questions as how do we better implement the policy that we are set about implementing? And if you go back and say, well, yes, but we want to ask wider questions about whether this is the right policy, no, they don't want to know that. So the kind of, and this is why it's an ethical question, your obligations to a wider community are surely, as a researcher, to ask those wider questions and to bring broader critique to the educational program or whatever it is that you're being asked to research. But government, and not only government, other employers and other organizations, voluntary organizations, really try to pin researchers down to avoid the bigger and more controversial questions in order to focus on much more narrowly defined instrumental questions. And I mean, because certainly university research depends on funding by and large, that also limits the scope of schools to determine the research agenda. Because on the whole, schools aren't going to put large sums of money into universities to enable them to conduct research. They're much, if they've got any funding for research, they're much more likely and very sensibly to do something much more local, to do classroom action research, certainly not to employ outside researchers for this purpose. So I think the contemporary links between who's funding research, who's got the resources to do it, and what are the research questions, is really quite a problematic one. And universities no longer have, as it were, the independent resource, which perhaps they've had in the past, out of which they can simply choose to do curiosity-driven research.
Thank you. Mariette, you wanted to see?
I can add on to that because it also comes up in the final part of the research, and that reminds me of a story. I did research also this was in the 1980s, and we were in the Norwegian telecommunication company. At that time, that was a national company. Today, it's called Telenor. But at that time, we were a group of students, and we went into the national telecommunication company, and we were researching their organization. And one of the findings that we came up with, or that we found, was that this had been a type of organization mainly run by women, because all the different telecentrals were usually, they were run by women. Those were the first places where women could work in Norway. And then gradually this company was taken over by men, and the women were forced out. So this was in the 80s, but there were still women that was head of departments, but you could see that they were gradually sort of sourced out of the company. And so that was one of our main findings. We were sort of commissioned by this telecommunication company to do, or the national company to do this research, and we had the presentation at the end of our, this was a 3-year project, we presented at the end, and they were so mad at us because of this finding, and they, what is it you say, they deferred it. They said that it could not be right, we were wrong, it was a wrong finding, and we had a very, very heated discussion, because, well, with the egalitarian Norwegian country, this was not something that should not happen. Of course, it took, I think about 10 years later, a report came out that there were no women left in higher positions in the telecommunication company. So we did see something, but the way, I know in terms of what David said, when you are commissioned as a researcher and your findings are contestable, and especially contestable within that organization that you are researching, then some ethical dilemmas really come up. We were students, we were independent, we represented the university, we could present our findings and leave. If I had been a researcher within that organization, the dilemma would have been a whole different, and just presenting those findings then would have been much more difficult.
Merit. Probably I would like to come back to the school and to Kazakhstan. It is a commissioning commissioning of the research, of course. We have got some ethical issues as a researcher to decide to take on this research or not. But at the same time, we are dependent on the funding in order to do this research. What I would like to say now is about the shocking experience that I had at the start of my research journey. When I came to one of the schools in Kazakhstan, and I asked if you could give me any report, any research that has been done on this school. They have given me a very nice report, which is a reflective practice. And I was really surprised that it was in 2011, 2012, that they have got this reflective practice. And the report was very good, that everybody is doing the reflective practice and so on and so forth. And I said, can I have a data, access to the data, how many teachers have done this research? And one of the deputy directors came saying that, Nazipa, I feel really, really bad about this research because I have to tell to somebody that actually this research is done on the basis of me and my colleague who filled up the 250 survey overnight. And I was really shocked, but I could feel the feeling of this deputy, that she has been carrying this, this feeling with her, and she wanted to share and she wanted to tell. But probably it is not in every school, but I think this is the ethics that we have to take seriously as researchers, that we don't fail ourselves as researchers. Because again, coming back, yeah, we have to write an article, we have to defend our dissertation, but it is not at the cost of, the problems or at the cost of practitioners. So this is again coming back to the hierarchy, credibility, and how we are going to treat. And most of the things are going to depend on the personalities. That far I understood where you have to build the trust and you have to be working with the people in order to be able to research and to find the real problems. And I think it's a long way to go. I'm sorry to tell that our time is approaching fast, and probably I would like to ask to give one advice to the community which is going to start a research from our speakers. Not long, 1 minute talk from each, please.
That's difficult. I think
to the researchers.
Comes down to honesty for me. Try to be honest to yourself and towards those you research. And in honesty also, of course, lies respect especially towards those, if you are in face-to-face interaction. That's, to me, is fundamental for research.
I think by extension, is this on? Yeah. I think it's, hang on, I've just lost it. Be honest. Follow your conscience. I mean, do what you think is right and be prepared to defend what you think is right with these principles of respect for others in particular at the back of your mind. ultimately, and I say this to research students who are often intimidated by the threat of research committees, if you can do what you think is right and explain why you think that's the right thing to do, then that's really as far as you can go. It isn't just a matter of obedience to codes. As John said, codes, in a sense, simply echo a failure of confidence in individual moral responsibility. And I think we have to reaffirm individual moral responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the most important principle for me is maximize the control of the participants in the research, in the construction and production of the data and the analysis of the data. Now you might think, oh, well, that's terrible. In other words, I'm saying they treat them as participants in the research and not as subjects of the research. And if I can give an example of that, if I'm interviewing and having conversations in schools with teachers, I don't at the end of the interview saying, is there anything that you have said that you don't like that you would prefer me not to put on the record? Because that gives me tremendous control as a researcher to take what they've said out of context and to put it into another context in my report that matches my preferences and prejudices. But what I will do, and what I tell them I will do, is when I take extracts from what they've said to put into my report, I will send those extracts to them and I will give them some idea of the context in which I'm going to use what they've said in the construction of the report. Now that takes an awful lot of time. So if you adopt a truly ethical perspective, it is very time consuming and you will probably not meet the deadlines that are prescribed by your bureaucratic sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Давайте поблагодарим всех наших спикеров. Я надеюсь, было интересно послушать, да? И в кулуарах можете пообщаться. Сейчас кофе-брейк на 30 минут, а потом у нас в 14 будет пленарная сессия в этом же зале. Спасибо большое. Thank you so much, all the speakers. It was wonderful.
ЮНЕСКО, отчет по мониторингу глобального образования, Катаржина Кубацкая. Катаржина Кубацкая присоединилась к команде GEM отчета в апреле 2016 года. Ранее она работала почти 5 лет в управлении образования и навыков Организации экономического сотрудничества и развития ОСР. Была аналитиком политики по проекту образования и социальный прогресс. Уделяла особое внимание развитию когнитивных и социально-эмоциональных навыков и благосостояния людей. Являлась членом рабочей группы международного исследования преподавания и обучения ТАЛИС по обзору учителей и руководителей школ по всему миру и работала в Амстердамском свободном университете как исследователь в области межличностных процессов. Сама Катаржина из Польши, имеет степень доктора философии, степень магистра в социальной психологии, степень бакалавра в социальной и когнитивной психологии и социальных наук в университете Джейкобса в Бремене. Презентация доклада ЮНЕСКО, отчет по мониторингу глобального образования. Катаржина, пожалуйста, в вашем распоряжении 30 минут.
Can we have the presentation? Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I'm very happy to be here and present the new Global Education Monitoring Report, which focuses on accountability in education, meeting our commitments. And the report has been launched just this week on Tuesday, so this is one of the first national launches and still very fresh material to share with you. Just to give you a background in terms of Global Education Monitoring Report, we're an editorially independent report which is based and hosted by UNESCO. And 2 years ago, 2015, as you well know, countries decided on the Sustainable Development Goal agenda, which has goal number 4 related to education. And Global Education Monitoring Report got the mandate to monitor progress of countries towards meeting the goal. And typically our reports have thematic and a monitoring side, and the topic this year is accountability. And in the monitoring side, we monitor progress towards the completion of all education-related targets. And my presentation will focus on the thematic side, so on accountability. If you'd like to participate in online discussions, we would welcome this very much. If you'd like, please use the hashtag #CountOnMe and @GEMReport. So accountability can be one way and important mechanism with which education systems look to solving their challenges. And we know that despite the progress in education that's been done over the last decades, there are still many challenges globally. For instance, 100 million youth cannot read. Only 1 in 5 schools in sub-Saharan Africa has access to electricity. There's lots of, the 4 out of 5 countries which have not made pre-primary education compulsory. And there are also millions of children and youth that are taught in languages that they cannot speak very well. And what is accountability? It's quite a difficult term, and we have a section in our report which shows how it's translated in different languages, and even just translating it can be quite challenging. So we have a little video to kind of explain how we approach accountability and what is accountability.
All countries have committed to achieve equitable quality education by the year 2030. Governments are responsible for achieving this goal, but others have responsibilities too. Schools, teachers, parents and students, international organizations, private sector. Unfortunately, the challenge is large. Millions are not going to school, and many more are leaving school not having learnt enough. This year's Global Education Monitoring Report shows how accountability can help. Accountability helps show who is responsible for what and how problems can be fixed. Governments are held to account by judges, parliamentarians, auditors, ombudsmen, and international organizations. But we all have the power to hold governments to account. The press, elections, and protests all play an important role. Schools must provide a safe and supportive learning environment. Governments can regulate, accredit, inspect, and monitor them. Parents can exercise control by taking part in school management or by choosing where to educate their child. Teachers teach, but they also do much more. They are guided by ethical codes. Evaluators observe them. Inspectors scrutinize them. Other teachers and the community also sometimes monitor their work. Parents must ensure students go to school well prepared. In some countries, they can be punished if they do not. Students must not disrupt other students' ability to learn and teachers' ability to teach. International organizations help determine our global goals, and member states can question their actions. Donors promise aid. Reporting and scrutiny can expose those falling short of their commitments. The private sector is increasingly influential. Regulations, codes of conduct, transparent contracts, and media scrutiny ensure private actors work for the greater good. Accountability matters. It really matters. But accountability systems don't always work. they can be unaffordable for poorer countries. If badly designed, they penalize the poorest, erode teacher motivation, and narrow the curriculum. The GEM report shows what is needed. Reporting to international bodies, auditing the budget, monitoring, and regulating. Transparency is crucial. Clear and accessible information shows who's responsible for what is being achieved, and when systems break down. Trust is more effective than penalty. Punishing those who don't achieve strong education results is counterproductive. What we need is to build capacity and to provide resources. We need adequate information about the way education systems are working, and for there to be genuine commitment. Let's get accountability right.
Yes. So the way we look at accountability, it's a process that helps to see who's responsible for what in education and how we can help them meet these responsibilities. A few key fundamental assumptions that we make and the truths we stick to in the report are that the education outcomes rely on multiple actors fulfilling their responsibilities. So, as we saw in the video, that means that teachers, schools, governments, students, parents, private sector, etc., they all have to work together and they all have a role to play. And while the responsibilities can be shared, accountability is not. Accountability is linked to individual actors, to individual people or institutions. And people should not be held accountable for things that are beyond their control. So what we see in many countries, what we describe in the report as well, is that fact that teachers quite often are solely blamed, for instance, for students' poor learning outcomes. And we know that and we've heard it so many times during the conference, there's so many factors that go into learning. It's not fair to put the finger of blame on teachers and solely held them responsible. And we know that there are many different accountability mechanisms, as you saw also in the little animation, that are used in different countries and used towards different actors. And they can work well in some contexts, but not so well in others. And we'll see some examples. One thing we emphasize in the report as well is that while accountability is or can be a useful way to stimulate the progress of education, it's not an end in itself, it's just a mean to achieve an end, to achieve a quality, equitable education for all. And while many different actors are responsible, we emphasize the fact that accountability starts with governments. Governments are the primary duty bearers for education in countries. However, what we see as well is that even though every country in the world ratified at least one international agreement on education, only in about 55% of countries is the right to education justiciable. So that means that citizens, civil society groups can take the government to court for not fulfilling their obligations in terms of right to education. And even in fewer countries, in only a bit over 40% of countries, do citizens use this right and have taken governments to court. We offer some recommendations for different actors in our report. But for the purpose of this presentation, I will focus on the recommendations for governments. So fundamentally, governments need to create a space for meaningful engagement and build trust. There's a very important link between accountability and trust. And in fact, one can reinforce the other. We encourage dialogue with multiple stakeholders, especially those not in government. We see that in some countries it works. For instance, in Brazil, about 3 million people participated in a kind of survey about policy ideas in education. But quite often, key stakeholders are not involved. So we know that over 60% of teacher unions are never consulted on policies concerning teaching materials. And this is data based on 50 countries. So quite often very important actors are not involved in the process, and that limits the chances to participate and then to also support the process. And we also urge governments to involve parliamentary committees in reviewing education policies. In some countries, these committees are very strong. For instance, in the UK, we see that parliamentary educational committees usually are very successful in mainstreaming their recommendations into a policy. So usually their recommendations are used for policy making. And by the way, the cartoons that you can see were commissioned especially for the report by a cartoonist called Gado, and they illustrate our main recommendations. We also urge governments to develop credible education plans and transparent budgets. But transparency is very important, and we need clear lines of responsibility, because we cannot hold people to account if we don't know what they're responsible for. We urge making budgets open to scrutiny and audit spending independently. And this kind of independent auditing can help uncover inefficiencies and leakages in the systems, and also publish national education monitoring report regularly. However, we know that only 1 in 6 countries have published annual education monitor reports since 2010. And this is really a lost opportunity, because these kind of reports can raise awareness about what is going well in education and the things that are still challenging, and this way get support from the different stakeholders to help move education further. We urge establishing, monitoring, and enforcing regulations and standards. Excuse me. It's important to have clear and transparent registration, accreditation, bidding, and contracting processes. We know that in some countries these are missing, and in about half of countries we don't even have regulation on class size. We also urge mainstreaming equality and equity into the regulations, so that regulations are thinking beyond just the immediate future and think of the consequences for equity and equality. It's important to have systems that build and not blame. Quite often, accountability is sort of understood as just a way to penalize people, and that's really not the idea. It's not something that will move education forward. It's important to have the kind of improvement aspect really fundamental in accountability systems. So for instance, using test scores to just as a main basis to measure teacher performance is very controversial, because in quite a number of countries that has really backfired. So then teachers teach to tests, they're narrowing their curriculum, and students are not learning a kind of comprehensive materials that they should be learning. We also urge governments to support struggling schools, to make sure that schools get enough support that they can get better, instead of sort of penalizing them and discouraging parents from choosing them, which can have important consequences for equity. It's important to have democratic voice and scrutiny by media. Media can be an important tool which helps to shed light on things that are not working well. For instance, in Uganda, government teamed up with press to explain more the rules of funding and the process of funding schools. And in fact, schools which were closer to newspapers and had more access to this information were much more successful in getting more funding, because of realizing of the kind of complex rules and getting more information about the rules, and this way also being able to use them so that they get more funds. Also, independent ombudsmen are important to the extent that they can be autonomous. We also offer some recommendations for implementation. Again, transparency is very important. We know that a lot of accountability relies on data now, but it's important to keep in mind to use data efficiently, to collect only the minimum information that's necessary to meet the requirements of the data, to meet the goals for which the data are collected. We know that in a number of especially high-income countries, there's so much data now that quite often it's not being used efficiently. And in fact, for instance, in the UK, more than half of teachers were complaining about the fact that the gathering data was just creating unnecessary administrative work, and they didn't see the point of this data helping learning and teaching. And that's obviously a problem, because the data should only be collected to the extent that it actually helps learning and helps teaching. And the way in data is summarized and the way in data is reported should also keep in mind that it should be easy to understand and accessible for the different stakeholders. So for instance, there's an example from Kenya where 72% of parents were not sure how to use the information they were given about their about their children's performance. And in that sense, this information is then lost and wasted. We urge commitment and funding to education. We know, that 1 in 4 countries miss the mark of over 4% of GDP or 15% of total government expenditure to be allocated to education. And unfortunately, Kazakhstan is also one of them countries. Also in terms of aid and donors, we urge at least 0.7% of income to aid and at least 10% of that sum to be devoted to education. However, we know that aid to education is stagnating at the moment. We urge building capacity, setting up strong institutional support, which can help to deter and detect and deter corruption. We know that traditionally construction is seen as a business or as a sector that's vulnerable to corruption, but in fact, recent research showed that in European Union, education is even more vulnerable to corruption than a construction business. We urge training teachers and school evaluators. Teachers play such a crucial role in accountability, and they're quite often tasked with for instance, observing classes of their peers and evaluating them. But in many of these instances, they're not given appropriate training. Or in other cases, they're evaluated by observers who also did not receive enough training to be able to judge the quality of teaching and learning. And we also urge investing in those who represent countries in international organizations, because there's a potential to hold the international organizations to account as well. They're increasingly influential in terms of national policy making, but there's this gap in terms of how do we hold international organizations to account, and there's something that countries can still improve and work on. As I mentioned, as you've seen in the little film, the process of accountability and holding holding actors to account, it's not just limited to government, and there's a big role that other actors can play in this. So for instance, teachers in Mexico are regularly consulted over policy, and the government uses teacher union feedback. Parents have had climate change denial materials removed from textbooks in the US. Students were very successful in Chile and in South Africa in freezing increases in tuitions proposed by governments. And civil society can also play a big role. For instance, in the Philippines, civil society institutions which monitored delivery of textbook were able to uncover inefficiencies and corruption and cut the costs significantly. So, just to sum up, I mean, many governments around the world are now using accountability as a way to improve education systems, and the report welcomes that. In fact, the report itself is a kind of accountability tool, but it's really important to get accountability right. I mean, there are many instances, and I mentioned just some of them, where policies which were proposed and started with good intentions can have very detrimental impacts on education. And that's something that the report focuses a lot on. So if that sounds interesting, I hope you have a chance to read it. You can find it on our website, you can download it for free. We have, at the moment, we have the full report only in English, but we have summaries in several languages, including also Russian. So that's available on the website, as well as our cartoons and different social media materials. So I really urge you to see it for yourself, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you. Sure. Is there time for questions or no?
Thank you so much, Katarzyna. Do you have any questions? Я имею аудитории, обращаюсь сейчас. Есть сейчас вопрос, вы по отчету хотели бы задать? Если есть вопрос, можно будет 5 минут. Я вижу, пока нет вопросов. Наверное, они созреют, можно будет в конце еще предоставить слово. Да? Спасибо большое. Давайте еще раз поблагодарим нашего спикера. Спасибо. Следующий у нас, значит, по порядку мы чуть-чуть изменили, да? Я с удовольствием хочу пригласить на сцену профессора Алана Руби, Мэтт Хартли и Колин Маклофлин. Can I invite you to the stage, please? Значит, мы предоставляем возможность им презентовать очень интересную книгу. Данная книга является второй книгой по казахстанской реформе. Значит, издательство Кембриджа в 2014 году с помощью факультета образования мы договорились, что у нас вот эта реформа, которая происходит в Казахстане, будет, значит, исследоваться крупными учеными совместно с казахстанскими учеными. И то, что у нас будет серия книг по реформам, это наша вторая книга. Я вам напомню, что первая книга, редактором этой книги является господин профессор Дэвид Бриджес. И вы смогли приобрести книги и вчера получить автографы, а сегодня мы вам предоставляем возможность ознакомиться с содержательной частью второй книги, которая посвящается высшему образованию. В данной книге вы можете найти о педагогических институтах Казахстана. Очень интересная книга. Я сама являюсь соавтором, и мне было интересно почитать мнение других авторов, которые писали, значит, про систему высшего образования Казахстана. I would like to welcome all three of you at our conference. It's a big pleasure for us to have with the book. And shortly, I summarize that this is a series of books on the Kazakhstan reform. And I would like to give you a floor so you could talk about your personality and your way of doing things. So I welcome you, and I'll give you the floor to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Hartley, and I'm joined by my colleagues, as Nazipa said, Alan Ruby from the University of Pennsylvania, where I also work, and also our wonderful friend and colleague, Colleen McLaughlin from University of Cambridge. And the work that we are presenting today has grown out of a very wonderful partnership that began back in 2010 between Nazarbayev University's Graduate School of Education, the University of Pennsylvania, and the University of Cambridge. And over the past several years, we've taken on a series of collaborative research projects, all aimed at trying to understand higher education reforms that are occurring in Kazakhstan. That work has taken us to more than 30 universities across the country. We have spoken with rectors, vice rectors, deans, faculty members, students, members of the new boards of trustees. And we've had the opportunity to share certain aspects of this research in conferences in Kazakhstan, in the UK, in the US, and in Europe. But recently, this research has been published by Cambridge University Press in a series that Colleen edits. And Alan and I served as co-editors of this, and we would like to recognize the co-authors of the various chapters. This was very much a collective work. I also would like to say just briefly I'd like to briefly acknowledge that my most important collaborator in the particular line of research that I was pursuing is Dr. Aida Sagantayeva, who is the Dean of Nazarbayev University's Graduate School of Education, who could not be with us. But absolutely none of the research that I am going to be presenting would have been possible without her partnership, expertise, and support. As I think all of the people in this room know, Kazakhstan is a wonderful and complex country. It is a country that that's footprint is the size of Western Europe, and it has a population the size of the Netherlands, about 17 million people. It's a country with great geographic diversity. At its heart is the Great Steppe. In the north are beautiful forests. In the south are the snow-capped Tian Shan Mountains, at the foot of which scientists tell us apples were first cultivated. And in the west is oil. And oil and minerals have enabled the government of Kazakhstan to invest in a number of things, including education. And the government sees education as a very critical engine of economic growth. Although the country is geographically close to Russia and to China and has very good relations with both those countries, Kazakhstan has also sought to develop close relationships with the West, and it is a participant in the Bologna process. So in our brief comments, I'm going to talk about the efforts to move towards greater institutional autonomy. Alan is going to sketch out for us the broader reforms that are occurring and also talk about Nazarbayev University as a particular model of higher education reform. And Colleen is going to talk about some of the critically important work that is happening in terms of teacher training in the pedagogical institutes. A central feature of all higher education reforms has been the movement from a centrally controlled system to one that's based on greater institutional autonomy. And there's several reasons for this. First of all, the government has concluded that a very tightly controlled centralized system is never going to produce truly world-class universities. It's just too constraining. A second point is that institutions with autonomy are going to be able to be more responsive to their local contexts. And third, autonomy will also allow institutional leaders to promote greater innovation within their institutions. So rather than simply complying with directives from the ministry, autonomous institutions and the leaders of them will be able to seek out best practices both within Kazakhstan and internationally. That's the ideal. That's the hope. But of course, achieving this will be challenging. The literature that exists on policy borrowing makes one thing very clear, and that is that copying and pasting policies from one national context to another very rarely leads to success. Policies do not often travel well across national and cultural contexts. They have to be adapted to fit various contexts. And so our work has in part been to try to understand that process of adaptation. So let me just outline for you some of the reforms that are being taken up. First of all, I think it's important to point out that the reforms have begun to produce meaningful change. For example, before 2010, 60% of the curriculum, undergraduate curriculum, was set by the ministry. Today, 70% of the curriculum is set by institutions themselves. Many institutions have established boards of trustees as a new and alternative system of institutional oversight, and the idea is that over time these bodies will take on more of the oversight role that the ministry currently has. However, it is also the case that leaders of public universities still spend a lot of time making sure that their institutions are following ministry requirements. As one rector put it, too often support from the ministry comes in the form of red tape. The ministry sets institutional budgets for public institutions. One rector we spoke to said, "Our budget is completely determined by the ministry. We have no right to open certain funds, or move money for strategic purposes. So, an institution that creatively finds ways to save money in one area cannot reallocate those funds somewhere else without going and getting ministry approval. Now, the benefit of a centralized system is that it establishes a shared expectations across the system. And it can also be helpful when trying to monitor compliance. But the downside is that it can hinder innovation. Let me give you an example. Universities in many countries have relatively similar academic majors, history, psychology, biology, chemistry, but they can also create new ones. There are majors today in the fields of nanotechnology, biotechnology, web-based marketing that did not exist 10 or 20 years ago. These majors were created because faculty members saw that there were new branches of knowledge that needed to be developed into a systematic field of study. And the institutions that created these programs first often had a competitive advantage in the marketplace. In the US, the decision to create a new major is usually made at the institutional level, sometimes even the school level. In Kazakhstan, the Ministry of Education and Science has a classification system, essentially a list of acceptable majors, and it decides if there can be exceptions. And this system has created some challenges. So one university we visited was very interested in trying to create a new major in clothing design. And in fact, it was in a region in which there was textile manufacturing. So there were actually jobs, potential jobs for students, graduates in this area. But the ministry would only allow the institution to offer a general major in design. What this means is that the institution was unable to distinguish itself by the power of its ideas. A consortium of rectors that was established a few years ago has argued to change this practice. Rector Kozak Mehta, who was then at the Academy of Business, who was part of this group, said, "The choice of majors does not always match the demands in the market. Most majors should last for 4 to 7 years and then be updated or eliminated. What we see now is that universities teach the same thing for decades. Autonomy will allow each university to work in these issues independently." This is a very, very exciting vision of what might be possible. But that sort of commitment to ongoing curricular reform is only going to be possible in an environment where government policies give institutions autonomy, in an environment that rewards and values innovation, and if there are people that are willing to step up and provide intellectual leadership. Autonomy does not lead to change if people don't act on the freedom that they've been given. A number of institutions we visited, in fact, are innovating. And there's some terrific partnerships where local employers, some of whom are members of those boards of trustees, and faculty members in academic departments are actually coming together and having discussions about the curriculum and making important changes in them. And these partnerships have led to new internships and summer jobs for students. They've given students access to equipment that universities can't afford. And they've also significantly improved the job placement after graduation. Creating institutions that are innovative and that empower people at all levels is going to require a different mindset than exists today. Up until this point, major educational reforms have been initiated by the ministry. So in 2010, when the State Program for Education and Development 2011 to 2020 was released, the people that we spoke to on campuses said that their academic councils immediately began discussing how they could make progress towards these reforms. And that is a very impressive kind of responsiveness. But it is also characteristic of a system where people look to the center for ideas. A number of leaders we've spoken with during the course of this research have wondered, whether some university leaders are ready to move to a system of autonomy, because complying with requirements set by the ministry is very different from assuming the responsibility for the future of an institution and then working collaboratively to create a plan to move it forward. These kinds of changes are going to require academic leaders that not only understand how to operate in a market-based system, but who are prepared to assume the risks that come with decision-making. This means thinking in new ways. Whose knowledge is more important? The experts at the ministry or the people that deeply understand what's happening at the local level? What's more important, standardization or flexibility? How do we see risk? Is it a threat or is it a necessary part of innovative change? In short, change is going to require a shift of norms about what it means to lead a university. The best universities in the world are ones where leadership is an institutional quality, something that happens at all levels. And the task ahead is to create environments where people across the university can imagine new programs, can imagine new possibilities, and have the support to make them happen. Institutions need to give individuals the autonomy to act. And that is the kind of change that's going to be required for Kazakhstan to move forward into its bright future. Alan?
Good afternoon. I always hate talking after Matthew because he's always articulate and thoughtful, and I always feel I'm not going to meet his standard. What this brief session is about and why we're actually talking about higher education reform at a school conference is that higher education reform and school reform are fundamentally linked. And what's interesting about this book, which we've edited and released, is that it adds to the body of knowledge about reform in post-Soviet societies. And this book and the companion volume edited by our colleague David Bridges, which studies school reform, they constitute a fundamental contribution to the body of knowledge about reform in new states, in newly independent nations. And that's fundamentally important. And I just want to say one thing, that Colleen, who is the series editor, presented the first copy of this book to President Nazarbayev. I'm not sure that he's read it, but we're pleased that he has it, because it symbolises the investment that the government has made in improving the quality of education at universities and pedagogical institutes and at schools. And so I want to talk a little bit about the general agenda for higher education reform in Kazakhstan. And so what we look at is, in the first years of independence, it was a turbulent time. There was a lot of change, there was a lot of uncertainty, and there was a desire to invest in the future. But there was not necessarily a great deal of strategic thought about how to invest in the future. And so one of the first initiatives was to free higher education and make it open to the marketplace. And what happened was a proliferation of private institutions, some of which were of indifferent quality. And there was no strong quality assurance mechanism. And so that led to a very difficult time where institutions were opened, offering opportunities to young people, but the quality was not strong enough. And so the government was struggling to try and work out how to respond to the aspirations of people and to the demands of young people for a better education. And so one of the first steps past those early turbulent years was to look to Europe rather than to China, and to become a party to the Bologna process and to the quality regimes that are embedded in that process. And that was a very powerful signalling effect that this country wanted to link its higher education system to the rest of the world. And so they struggled with the processes of accreditation and quality assurance, and at the same time trying to respond to demand. What has happened over the last 20 years that is fundamentally important is that there's been a shift in the language of instruction. And that goes partly with the desire of the government to reassert the identity of the nation as a Kazakh nation. And so instruction has shifted away from being primarily in Russian to being also in Kazakh. But in this desire to have a stronger, more Western-oriented university and to a university system and to lift quality, there was a desire to have what we sometimes call a lighthouse institution, or a goal, or a benchmark institution that would set the standard for all others to aspire to. And there have been at least 3 previous attempts before Nazarbayev University to create a leadership or a beacon or a lighthouse university or a world-class university. KEMAP, KBTU, Kazakh British Technical University, and Gumilev. And for different reasons, they were not as successful as the government would have wished. And so after a struggle to think about what model for reform, there was a decision made to invest and concentrate resources into an English language, research-intensive, newly built greenfield university. Very much like make a decision to create Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools. Greenfield schools, new curricula, new institutions, new buildings, new leadership, and new assessment. So they are complementary strategies. They're both concentration strategies, by which we mean the government has concentrated resources into a limited number of sites and schools, and to use them as sites of innovation and reform, development and growth. But to take and to prove that these new practices are not just simply copied and pasted, but have been designed and adapted to the institution and to the environment and to the culture and to the needs of the society. And so that's what lies behind the concept of both the NIS system and Nazarbayev University. And so it began when I first came here. Nazarbayev University was a building site, not a particularly happy building site, and it was called the New University of Astana. And the decision was made that to create the academic programs of that university, they would look to partners in other institutions. It was not going to be a branch campus of New York University or of Boston College. It was going to look to academic partners who were particularly strong in their field. So they looked to Duke for the business school. They looked to the University College of London for engineering and foundation studies. They looked to Carnegie Mellon for robotics. They looked to Pittsburgh Medical Complex for the medical school. And they looked to Cambridge and University of Pennsylvania for the education school. And so these multiple partners are very much like the multiple partners that are involved with NIS, where the relationship has been established with an institution who's really good at one thing, be it assessment, curriculum reform, pedagogy. So you build a relationship of best to best, rather than saying, I will take that whole program and transfer it here. So it's been a very interesting reform strategy. And so the other advantage of this, having multiple partners, is that it spreads your risk. So if something goes wrong, it only goes wrong with a little piece of the institution rather than the whole institution. And so one of the persistent problems that we face when you have an institution like Nazarbayev University is that you need to think about how you're going to make it sustainable in the long term. So there's a question about financing and who pays for this elite education. And that's one of the persistent challenges that falls into higher education reform in all countries, not just Kazakhstan. But there are some persisting problems in higher education reform in the wider institution in Kazakhstan. One is that there are a lot of faculty who are of my age or a little bit younger, and we do not have a long time to go. And so we're looking for a new generation of young people to come ahead. So you've got a demographic problem. And finally, there is a problem about how we prepare our faculty, or how we prepare faculty to take on leadership roles more broadly in higher education in Kazakhstan. So I think I would like to pass the floor to Colleen rather than go much further. I just wanted to emphasize that there are very interesting parallels between the reform strategy around higher education in Kazakhstan and the reform strategies around school education as exemplified by the Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm very glad to be here. I'm Colleen McLaughlin, and I wanted to just add to something that Matt said. No, actually it was Alan. About the other thing I think is very important about this book is that it's a research study of a reform. And I think it's really important because what is actually happening here in Kazakhstan has been over the last decade is an opportunity for us all to understand educational reform. And so I think the other thing that marks the partnership between Cambridge and UPenn and others is that we are actually also researching what's happening at the same time. And I think that's a very, very important thing. So Alan also talked about the link between schools and universities. And of course, the part that I am interested in here, that I'm going to be talking about, which is in the chapter, is, I just want to go back to one thing, is the relationship between the preparation of teachers and the development of teachers and universities. I want to acknowledge my other two colleagues, one of whom is sitting here. This chapter was not written alone, and it also came out of some work done a while ago for the minister on looking at the needs of Kazakhstan in this territory. So that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to read it out, but those are the main things. I'm not going to cover it all in detail. So what are the international trends in preparation of teachers? And there is, in fact, I also want to refer to the last global education monitoring report, which looked at teachers. It's a very, very important reform. Paper on reform and the development of education. And although we know this, it seems a very obvious thing to say that teachers matter most. If you're trying to change the education system, in the end it comes down to the teacher in front of a group of students. And it is amazing how much that is ignored. So we know that there are certain common problems, and the list up here, these are issues in Kazakhstan, but there are also issues in other parts of the world. How do you recruit the best, most high-quality teachers? How do you focus on high-quality recruitment and the best standards in initial teacher education, in the preparation of teachers, where often the issue is the other way around? Low standards of entry, that's what happens in Kazakhstan. Pedagogical institutes accept a lower UNT than they do if you're entering on a bachelor's program. These other two aspects are very, very important, and these are very important issues for, specifically for Kazakhstan now. There is an acceptance that teachers need to be researching their own practice. They need to be looking at their own practice. They need to be reflecting on and understanding what's happening in their classrooms. And that teachers need to engage with research, other people's research on classrooms and on schools. So engagement in and with research is now also internationally seen as part of what good teachers should be prepared to do. And what is called here, I'm not sure I absolutely go with this phrase in English, but strong clinical practice element. Are the teachers who leave pedagogical institutes or universities, are they classroom ready, as they say in Australia? Have they had experience of working in schools? Do they have the confidence? So not to have just a theoretical training, but a practical training, and one in which there is a partnership between schools and universities, that these are actually working together to prepare teachers, whereas traditionally universities or pedagogical institutes have rather looked down on schools. There's been a sort of pecking order about the development of teachers. What other issues? Many, many countries have the issue about improving the status of the teacher. And we know that in the Soviet tradition, the teacher had very high status. But we also know that was not the case and has not always been the case in Kazakhstan. So lifelong learning, continuing professional development. Many systems of education have operated on the fact that you train a teacher and then they've done it. They've done the learning. We need, a bit like the quote from the rector, we need teachers who are constantly renewing themselves, constantly thinking about how they work, using evidence and research to do that. And this last bit is very important, is that there is, in the system of preparing teachers, there is complementariness. There is one part of the system working with the other. So do the universities and the pedagogical institutes know about the best practices in the schools and so on? So we know, I'm not going to go through all this because you know this, but we also know that the Soviet influence in the system is very strong. And actually I would say, as long as you have parents who have been through a particular system, that system exerts its influence because that is their model of education. And that's what they expect from the teacher, that's what they expect from the classroom. And so this is a slow process. This is a very slow process of change. So here you have a list, and I won't actually go through it, I'll just pick a few things out. One of the things is that preparation of teachers was seen as a theoretical task, an academic task. So that's one of the things that we have to think about correcting. There is this split between vocational colleges, pedagogical institutes, and universities. That split exists in many countries, but it's still quite structural in Kazakhstan. And that's one of the issues that many countries have undone. They've put all teacher education into universities, so in one place, so that it all happens there. Or in some, they've taken it out, actually, in my own country I'm thinking about. So here you have some of the challenges after independence, some of which have been talked about, the number of institutions involved. NIS did take up this challenge through centers of excellence, and the figures of how many people they've trained since are up there. And that's been quite a heroic effort, actually. But it's still now a huge task with the rollout of the new curriculum. So this has already been spoken about, but here I think are the main challenges for teacher education in Kazakhstan. It's against this background of change, Bologna and so on, so the system itself is having to modify. The decreased status of the teacher, this is a big issue and is linked to obvious issues like salary and so on. And we have to be careful about how we increase motivation and status, that we're not creating new problems. So if your only reward is a financial one, then you can be locked into something that's problematic. The quality and selection of teachers, the model of teacher education and how it connects to school practices, and the aims of teacher education. These were identified as the 4 main issues in Kazakhstan. This was written a few years ago, and at the time there was, had been established a pedagogical council, rectors working with international experts and working with each other to try to look at this issue. I think that might have stalled a little bit with the introduction of the new minister, but I'm not sure. Ways of increasing the wages and linking it to quality is something that NIS initiated, and that has been a very successful start in addressing the issue. Many pedagogical institutes I know have started and been given permission to use more than the UNT as an entry criterion. Because UNT doesn't tell you about teachers' motivation. What is the motivation for people coming into pedagogical institutes? We know that for many of them it was a way of getting into higher education with a lower UNT score. So you have to be able to change many of those issues. So here we have, I think, the main challenges in Kazakhstan. And I want you to just read that top quotation. There are many school systems that have changed, but actually bringing about real change is much more difficult. Bringing about real change that's good change, that improves practices, is a much more difficult task. And the only person who's going to improve and change the practices in front of the students is the teacher. Reform is as good as the teacher's interpretation of it and the teacher's practicing of it. So this is a big and very fundamental task. We need accurate data. We actually don't know how many teachers drop out in how many stages of their career in Kazakhstan. We need to have many debates around pedagogies. West is not always best, and we've been talking a lot about things that we've learned about maths pedagogies and so on and so forth. But we need to have those debates. That's the important thing, is to have the debates and have them as informed debates. We need to match the systemic issues, to match school and teacher education reform so they're actually working together. And I would suggest strongly that there's a bit of a time lag at the moment. And we need a willingness to change. These are very, very difficult things. So I'm going to stop there. And if you want to read more, there's a chapter here that will help you a lot.
Thank you very much to all speakers. Давайте еще раз поблагодарим. Значит, мы сегодня послушали презентацию книги, да? Я бы хотела сейчас помощников пригласить для того, чтобы они организовали, потому что у нас будет автограф-сессия сразу же. Хочу поблагодарить еще раз Катарджина, что она такой хороший отчет предоставила по ЮНЕСКО. Мы послушали о том, что это accountability, которую она обсуждала, ответственность или подотчетность, это понимается по-разному. И мы увидели в презентации книги также, да, каким образом у нас высшие учебные заведения на себя берут ответственность, или же насколько они готовы к автономии. Очень интересная книга. Я еще раз хочу порекомендовать, чтобы вы приобрели эти книжки, почитали. Мы сейчас вам раздадим флаеры, кто не успел приобрести эти книги. А те, которые успели приобрести книги, у вас такой счастливый момент для того, чтобы подписать. Значит, также хотела отметить, что у нас, значит, Soros Foundation предоставила нам книгу Дэвида Фроста, которая была переведена на английский язык, на русский язык с английского. К сожалению, они сами не смогли присутствовать здесь. Мы тоже хотели сделать презентацию этой книги, но вы можете также приобрести эти книги. Это про практику учителей, которые занимаются именно лидерством. Я бы хотела поблагодарить Soros, что они предоставили 30 книг на русском языке для того, чтобы мы это раздали нашим школам и пилотным школам. Давайте похлопаем им. Спасибо большое. I would like to ask the presenter of the books to have a seat at the table because I have to speak probably in English. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you don't have your headphones. Yeah, please. And I would like to ask Kuляш Nagataevna to come to the stage. Kuляш Nagataevna, я хотела вас попросить, потому что у нас есть уникальная возможность подписать одну книгу для нашей организации с 73 авторами этой книги. А потом наших директоров занять свои места для того, чтобы получить автограф-сессию. А мою помощницу Гульнару я хочу попросить, чтобы она раздала вот эти флаера, которые было предоставлено спрейнером с хорошей скидкой приобрести книги Дэвида Бриджеса, которые вы не смогли приобрести вчера, можно будет раздать. Также хочу попросить помощницу Айгерим раздать флаера именно этой книги. Тоже можно будет со скидкой купить через онлайн Кембридж издательство. И, пожалуйста, те, которые приобрели книги, можете спуститься, получить автографы. Спасибо всем большое. Мы чуть-чуть пораньше закончили эту сессию. И следующая сессия здесь будет по Ethics in Research. Те, которые хотят присутствовать на семинаре, пожалуйста, вы можете остаться. А если вам необходимо будет на другие сессии, большое спасибо. И вы можете со всеми спикерами переговорить во время кофе-брейка или же сейчас. У нас есть время. Спасибо.
Пожалуйста, поставьте свои мобильные устройства на бесшумный режим. Также просим вас ознакомиться со схемой пожарных выходов, указанной на последней странице в программе конференции. В случае пожарной тревоги просим вас воспользоваться ближайшими пожарными выходами.
Dear guests of the conference, we would ask you now to find a seat in the central auditorium. The third plenary session will begin in several minutes' time. Please ensure that you put any electronic devices on silent mode. Also, please familiarise yourself with the fire escape plan at the back of the conference programme. In the event of the alarm sounding, we would ask you to make your way to the nearest fire exits.
Өзіңді аш, ояң қазақ көтер басты. Өткізбей қараңғыда бекер жасты. Жер кетті, дін нашарлап, хал харап боп. Қазағым енді жату жарамасты.
Так, уважаемые гости, участники конференции, просим занимать свои места. Уважаемые гости и участники, начинаем второй день международной конференции «Ценности, инновации и благополучие для будущего образования». Для подведения итогов первого дня конференции я приглашаю Кристину Римини. Кристина являлась руководителем по проектам Международного экзаменационного совета Кембриджа, включая проект с автономной организацией образования Назарбаев Интеллектуальные школы. С 2016 года Кристина, независимый консультант по образованию в Кембридже, занимается предоставлением услуг по разработке учебных программ, оценивания и тренингами для учителей. Кристина, пожалуйста, вам слово.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, the conference opened with a reminder from Shikeo Katsu and Kulyashna Gatayevna that education is contextually dependent and has to respond to conditions of uncertainty and change. This change can be seen in society and in the way children behave, think, and feel. As we heard from the speakers, we need to make decisions about what children experience at school. We need to look beyond a focus on high achievement of learning outcomes to recognize that all aspects of learning are not just cognitive, but affective. They involve emotion. So the emotional life of the child is at the core, with its values and impact on well-being. Speakers discussed where and how this is influenced and what options there are for a focus on values and well-being to be integrated into the life of a school. Pasi Saltberg emphasized the need to enhance quality of education through looking at equity. And equity is fundamentally influenced by the home environment. What the child brings from home in terms of the development of the dispositions that are vital for effective learning. We heard from Gordon Neufeld how, from a psychological perspective, attachment is key in enabling learning, creating the sense of trust that allows children to cope with the vulnerability that enables their emotional response. To enhance equity, well-being, and learning for all children, particularly in a world where social conditions are changing, we need to focus on the role of the teacher in supplementing or replacing what children bring from home. We heard from Un Seng Tang how in Singapore, a teacher is above all the teacher of the learner, with a focus on understanding, living, and modeling core values. As we introduce change, we should think how we invest in social capital, including through the development of teachers, generating an environment of trust and collaboration. But innovation is not just about what is new. Change has to recognize the basis on which it is building, as Tim Oates described, to benefit from past experience and expertise, to overcome a natural resistance or gravitational pull against change. It is a question of valuing the old as well as the new. References to classical Western and Chinese scholars and philosophers in various talks highlighted the long-standing influence of the themes being discussed. The breakout sessions looked at these themes from the perspective of practicing teachers and teacher researchers, looking, for example, at the role of the family on children's literacy, and the development of children's literacy, the role of language in maintaining social identity in a changing curriculum, and examples of how learners have been directly involved in innovative and creative scientific developments. As one participant said to me, the conference itself is a collaborative learning environment, and I'm sure we are all looking forward to what we will hear today. Thank you.
Спасибо, Кристина, за выступление, за итоги первого дня. Уважаемые гости и участники конференции, автономная организация образования Назарбаев Интеллектуальные школы является национальным координатором проекта ОСР «Образование 2030». На этой неделе наши сотрудники и 3 учеников Назарбаев Интеллектуальной школы физико-математического направления города Астана принимали участие в рабочей встрече ОСР в рамках данного проекта. Для вас, уважаемые участники, Кайсар Даулетбек, Арманжан Муратбаев и Диар Сапаров подготовили видеоприветствие.
Конференция қатысушыларына Франциядан жалынды сәлем. Біз Парижде жүріп, білім беру ісінің болашағын қалап, сіздерді Астана қаласында қарсы алуға шын жүректен қуаныштымыз. Қазақ елін халықаралық деңгейде таныту біз үшін үлкен мәртебе.
Президент отметил, что образование должно стать первым приоритетом молодого поколения. Находясь здесь, в штаб-квартире ОСР, мы видим, как страны всего мира обсуждают необходимость внедрения изменений в образовательные программы и привития культурных ценностей. Мы, ученики интеллектуальных школ, готовы приложить все возможные усилия для реализации идеи Рухани Жанбару.
On behalf of the student group, I would like to thank the OECD for providing this wonderful opportunity to share our personal experience in order to shape the educational system for the future that we want.
В прошлом году мировое образовательное сообщество пристально изучало результаты международного исследования оценки уровня математической, читательской, естественно-научной грамотности 15-летних учащихся ПИЗа-2015. Результаты данного исследования используются для реформирования образовательной политики и принятия управленческих решений как на государственном, так и на международном уровне. Мы очень рады впервые приветствовать на нашей конференции Юрия Белфали, руководителя отдела раннего детства и школ Департамента образования, координатора исследований ПИЗа и ТАЛИС. Юрий имеет обширный опыт работы в международных организациях ЮНИСЕФ, Всемирный банк, ОСР и консультант правительства разных стран в проведении образовательных реформ и гендерной политики. Тема выступления Юрия – благополучие учеников, результаты ПИЗа-2015. Уважаемая госпожа Белфали, в вашем распоряжении 30 минут. Я вас приглашаю для выступления.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a very good evening. Yesterday, I had a very, great pleasure to listen to different speakers, very inspiring talk, and that pushed me to think about why I am working in the field of education, what change I would like to make further through our work. I also realized that through our discussions and presentations, several times we came back to the fundamental questions of education for what? What outcomes we expect? What change we would like to see? So this morning, I would like to start the day with you by reminding ourselves of our own conviction, what change we would like to see and what contributions we would like to make into the education. Talking about myself, as an education leader involved in international cooperations, when I myself ask this question to me, my answer is, I would like education to play the role to help students learn and grow and develop themselves. It is important for students to gain knowledge, develop attitudes, learn values, and exercise their values. But at the same time, I would like that education help young people to be happy, to find the joy of learning, and to realize that learning itself is something meaningful and important for their lives, regardless of the impact of their learning in their life. Education is the right for children before it is a way for economic and social development. But also, I am a parent of 2 children, 10 years and 7 years old. And as a parent, I want my kids to be well in school. I want them every morning to wake up and have a feeling that they are looking forward to going to schools, to meeting with their teachers and peers, and spend a fruitful, meaningful, and joyful day of learning. Do you know any parent who wishes their children to be unhappy or to be successful at the expense of the stress? I think nobody wishes children to suffer because of the education, because of the learning. But the reality is that many students in many countries are actually suffering. They feel the stress, they are not well, or they are achieving very high, but at the cost of different consequences of well-being. So I would like to guide you today to think more about students' well-being, but through the lens of PISA. PISA could help you to find some important aspects that we need to think when we talk about education policies and practices. Well-being is considered as a desired status or outcome of any interventions in social, economic life of people. That's why the OECD is working for the better lives of people, which is translated into the better well-being in different dimensions, including education, but also jobs, environment, subjective feeling of life satisfaction of people, housing, citizenship, and etc. Well-being is multidimensional. We cannot just cut one part of the well-being, but it should be interrelated. That's why the OECD well-being indicators is represented by this well-being flower. The petals with different colors represent the multidimensionality of well-being. And when we talk about well-being of children, we also need to think about different facets of well-being, including the environment which enable children to have the safe and healthy living. Learning and development is one important piece to realize the well-being, but also home environment with care, with love is important. And for the learning and development part, nowadays, many countries are explicitly addressing this important dimension of learning through their strategy, through their curriculum. For example, just this week, as the 3 students that you have seen witnessed, in Paris, we had a gathering of experts, policymakers, and students to think about the future of education, how we can respond to the changing context of the world and translate that into the design of the learning. Then we have heard the case of Canada, for example, which is incorporating the objective of students and child well-being into their educational strategies and curriculum. Japan, for example, is well known for their high academic performance, but they have important 3 pillars as an underpinning even philosophy of education: brain, heart, and body, and total well-being by combining these 3 important pillars into one in a holistic way. Or I had a chance to visit Norway 2 weeks ago, and several education-related stakeholders told me that in Norway, child is at the very heart of education thinking. And education systems, schools, curriculum are designed so that a child can be a child. They learn through play, they develop through the caring environment that education systems offer. So it's promising that this is becoming more explicit focus of education discussions internationally. But at the same time, we need to better understand what are the challenges that we are still facing and what we can learn from the lessons and also the experiences of countries. Thus, PISA, which is known, as you have heard yesterday, for the international comparison of different dimensions of education outcomes, but also the context of students' learning, now gives important focus on students' well-being, seen from 4 aspects of student well-being: cognitive, psychological, social, and physical well-being. And now I would like to go through some of the findings from PISA to pose ourselves the questions. For example, is the high cognitive and academic achievement is at the expense of other dimensions of well-being like social and physical well-being? Or do we find any countries who are maintaining a good balance among all these 4 dimensions? And if so, how they do that? Let's discover some elements to answer to these questions. First, we ask students who took PISA how they are satisfied in their lives. And it's striking to see that majority of 15 years old seem to be happy, but at the same time, we need to consider the gap between some students who are having a high level of life satisfaction, but also those who are not having the opportunity or support to achieve the high level of life satisfaction. This shows different levels of life satisfaction perceived by students. And as you can see, the left side, you see the countries who are having higher share of students satisfied in their lives, while on the right side, you see the countries who have lower share of students feeling that they are satisfied in their life. And if I pick up some of the key findings by analyzing different data, it shows that some factors are positively related to the level of life satisfaction of students, like the frequency of physical activities, the support of teachers perceived by students, or the support of parents. But also we find some factors which could be negatively related to the life satisfaction of students, like feeling of anxiety related to schoolwork, or internet use, but excessive high internet use. And if you see this overview of countries, you might think that, well, as we know, some countries, and especially East Asian countries like Korea or China or Japan, well, their students are not necessarily well satisfied, but they are achieving high. Whereas some countries achieving very high level of satisfaction like Mexico or Dominican Republic, they are not necessarily doing well in academic performance. But actually, we can find interesting cases to dig into if you see these findings. This looks like what Pasi has showed yesterday, but just give careful attention. The horizontal axis is students' performance. You see the high-performing countries in terms of academic achievement on the right side, and the vertical one is life satisfaction. The upper you go, the more students are satisfied. And the area in green shows the countries which are achieving both high academic performance and high level of students' performance. This shows that this is not the question of 1 or B, performance or well-being, but it could tell you that it's possible to help students to be successful academically and also gain a good well-being. And if you also cross the findings of equity, it could maybe show a few countries which are achieving well-being, excellence in academic learning, and equity. We need a 3-dimension graphs, but I don't have the techniques to do that today, but I need to learn in the future. So I will point out some of the elements for our reflection as policymakers, as researchers, and educators. First, the role of teachers and schools. When we asked students about their anxiety, this is not a surprise, but worrying results that more than half of the students are feeling the anxiety related to schoolwork. For example, around 60% of students in OECD countries worry that it will be difficult for students to take a test, or they worry if they will get poor grade at the school, even if they work hard. So it's not the case of the minority of students. Many students are having this anxiety. And the level of anxiety is different depending on the student's context. Green bars shows the students performing well, but red dots shows the low performers, students who are not achieving necessarily high. So both students are, at some degree, having the sense of anxiety. But as you can easily imagine, in most of the countries, low performers are having stronger anxiety. What we can do for that? Where comes this anxiety? Some hints to answer to this question is related to teachers. Students who perceive that their teachers support them have lower chance to have anxiety, whereas students who perceive that their teachers are treating them unfairly or judging them that they cannot achieve well feel higher level of anxiety. Of course, this is not the teacher's practices, it's perception of students, but this tells you something, that teacher's role, and as Gordon mentioned yesterday, the relationship between teachers and students and the trust that they can create matters a lot. Student motivation is also an interesting indication to better understand students' well-being. Again, it's promising that many students are very much motivated. More than 80% of students are thinking that they want to get a good grade or be successful, or even 90% or more of students are thinking that they want to be able to select among the best opportunities available when they graduate or when they finish schooling. But when you see the difference between students, average, and students who are considered resilient, from PISA perspective, resilient students are those who are coming from the disadvantaged background but achieving high in academic terms. Then resilient students are demonstrating higher level of motivation. So it is related how they can overcome the adversity and the positive motivation. But at the same time, high level of success motivation is related to the anxiety. So it comes both together. The higher the ambition, the higher the anxiety is. Isn't it possible to encourage students to be motivated, but without such high level of anxiety? This comes from the balance between extrinsic motivation, which is the feeling that my study is important to get a good job in the future, to be successful in my life, whereas intrinsic motivation is more inner motivation. I feel the sense of learning. Learning is meaningful for my own, regardless of the consequence, positive consequence of the learning. But when the extrinsic motivation and the pressure from outside to be successful, to be helpful in your future exceeds, then anxiety happens. Sense of belongings. We have heard yesterday about this important kind of context of students, feeling of students, to what extent they feel at home in school. This is very important. It's striking, however, that the sense of belonging is in decline over time. We are asking the same questions over time, like if students feel like an outsider in school, or isn't it difficult to make friends in school? 2003, 2012, 2015, it's getting worse and worse and worse. What's happening? Why schools are not nurturing the environment for students to feel that they belong in a community? One element which might be related is the school climate. Sense of belonging is higher where school climate is positive, which means that students and classrooms are organized in a way that the learning happens without learning is disturbed, students come on time, but at the same time, if that kind of positive learning climate is not ensured, that might be related to the sense of belongings to students. Students' perception regarding teachers' behavior, teachers' support is also related to the sense of belongings. We have been also talking about the important role of home environment and parents' role. Some interesting findings on this. When we analyze how the sense of life satisfaction is related to different activities that parents can do, it shows an interesting findings that some easy, basic, relationship between parents and students are actually related to the sense of life satisfactions, like just spending time with their kids and talk to them and ask them how they are doing in school. I think every parent know and agree that this is important. But also many parents are knowing that it's important, but not necessarily doing that because of different constraints. So PISA just reconfirms that the attention of parents, spending time with them, or having dinner, sharing the same table, might be an important factors. This is just some of the questions that we are asking, so I'm not telling, and Pasi also yesterday nicely pointed out the caveat of what PISA can tell and PISA cannot tell, but this gives us an invaluable hint what matters in terms of students' well-being. But also, we need to understand if parents are knowing what should be done, but if they are not doing in reality, there are some constraints that we need to consider, and schools might help to facilitate parents' involvement. For example, parents who answer to the questions say that it is difficult for them to get involved in school activities because, for example, the meeting time is inconvenient because they are working, because the meetings are organized during the daytime, or they want to know how they want to support children, or they have the difficulties to understand the language of communication so that they get involved in the communication with teachers and schools. So we need to, and especially education people, can do something, although the responsibility is shared among home, schools, and other areas of students' learning and development. Physical activities. Everybody knows that sports or physical activities contributes positively to the well-being. Adults knows, but it's difficult to do that all the time. Students the same. But if you look at the design of the physical education in school, you see the variation and interesting, huge variation among schools. Some countries are introducing physical activities or physical education more than 3 days per week, whereas some countries are having practically no physical activities as part of the school programs. But at the same time, I'm not saying that more physical activities leads to better well-being. There's some balance necessary. Up to a certain level, physical activities, physical education in school is related to higher life satisfaction. But if it exceeds or excessive time spent for physical education is negatively related to the satisfaction of students. Bullying. Bullying is a concern for many countries, and it's not only about the traditional type of bullying, but we are now having the concerns due to the technologies, cyberbullying, lots of privacy issues affecting the behavior of students. It's really worrisome that 1/5 of students in OECD countries are telling that they have encountered some type of bullying in their school life. And if you see the excessive case, like students were hit or pushed by other students and etc., there is also a significant share of students declaring that they are experiencing bullying. There are different differences in terms of the context of students experiencing bullying. One is gender. You see the different patterns between boys and girls in terms of the experiences of bullying. But again, this is related to the sense of support that students are getting from teachers. Here, I'm not putting all the responsibilities on teachers, but this is a signal for us to think about then what is the role of the teachers, what is the relationship that we have to support so that students can, cope with this phenomena of bullying, and how schools and education systems can avoid and deal with this important phenomena affecting a lot on students' well-being. As a conclusion, I'd like to mention a few words in terms of the way forward. Along with more than 30 countries, OECD is now making a journey, I can say, to further think about what should be the education for the future, 2030 and beyond, and what kind of learning education systems, policymakers, and practitioners needs to design to help students develop the necessary knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values so that students are equipped with the compass to navigate in this ever-changing world. But as you see on the top, this group is aiming at achieving the well-being through education, not only the individual well-being of students, but also to help students to be an active, reflective, and critical citizens to contribute to the building of the well-being of the society and the world that they will live. So, it's our call. You remember these flowers, the well-being flower that I mentioned in the beginning? Gordon nicely used the word flourish. Why not working together, continuing our work to bloom the flowers of well-being of students? It comes from students' inner power to grow their own well-being, but it requires warm sunlight, fresh air, and waters. We are the waters to feed into and help their potential to grow and learn. I'm looking forward to continuing the discussion with you to achieve these noble objectives that we share together. Thank you very much.
Мы благодарим вас, уважаемая госпожа Белфорд, за выступление. И позвольте мне представить нашего следующего спикера. Мы рады приветствовать на нашей конференции казахстанского эксперта в области бизнес-образования, основателя и ректора Алматинского университета менеджмента Асылбека Кажихметова. Созданный им университет представляет собой кейс успешного комбинирования концепции предпринимательского университета и ориентированности на внутристрановые ценности. Тема выступления Асылбека Базарбаевича «Будущие школы. Взгляд из университета». Уважаемый Асылбек Базарбаевич, в вашем распоряжении 20 минут. Пожалуйста, вам слово.
Қайырлы күн, қымбатты әріптестер, құрметті қонақтар. Осындай жоғары мәртебелі ұйымдастырған конференцияға шақыруына Күләш Нағатаевнаға мың рахмет. Сегодняшняя тема и организация такой конференции очень хороший мотор, ориентир для развития всей системы образования в Казахстане. У нас много вопросов, у нас много проблем. Я бы хотел сначала взглянуть, как же это все начиналось, где корни.
The last significant change in the way we educated our kids occurred around 124 years ago. It was the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. Most kids were raised on farms, and jobs were plentiful and predictable. Then, in 1843, an educator from Massachusetts decides to visit Prussia on his honeymoon, where he witnesses a brand new type of education. Up until that time, education primarily consisted of smart people sitting around talking to other smart people. But after the Prussians were embarrassed in the Napoleonic Wars in the 1800s, this Prussian decides to institute a new type of education for every German boy from 7 to 14 years old, which results in a more fit, more organized, more obedient army. Among his many reforms was this idea: to divide up instruction according to age, ability, and subject matter. Strange as it seems today, this had never been done before. This idea of teaching math in one room, science in another room, language skills in yet another was totally new. Horace Mann witnesses this new educational model and he's stunned. Inspired by what he sees, he brings these educational ideas back to the US where it captures the attention of these men. Just like the Prussians, who were anxious to develop more obedient troops, these fathers of the Industrial Revolution were desperate to transform our nation of disorganized farm laborers into trained, efficient workers for their factory and assembly line jobs.
We divide the day up in high schools into bits of time, into 40 or 50-minute blocks typically, and then we ring bells and people start to shuffle around the building and do something else. That's an organizational device, it's not an educational principle. And it is, in broad sweeps, a system that resembles a factory culture.
That's when it was decided to form a committee called the Committee of 10. The committee was tasked with coming up with a standard set of subjects every kid should know.
10 university heads in 1890 said, in 11th grade, everyone should learn chemistry. In senior year, everyone should learn physics, and that it should be earth science. They came up with this whole trajectory calculus, and a lot of these subjects are great, but these priorities were dictated 120 years ago, 124 years ago.
Back in 1892, the Committee of 10 designed our nation's curriculum, and for the most part, it has not changed.
The economy that we created over the course of the 20th century was an economy that needed a large number of moderately skilled people who could do the 3 R's and who could follow pretty simple instructions. As we head deeper into the 21st century, I really don't think that's the case anymore, yet our educational system still seems to be focused on turning out people with that same relatively small set of skills. My fear is that they're heading into a society and an economy and a workforce that doesn't value those skills very much anymore. And I think we need to take a good hard look and figure out what kinds of people, what kinds of skills are demanded in the technologically extraordinary society and economy that we're creating.
Вот как это все начиналось. То есть мы в своей основе 200 лет назад готовили людей к армии, готовили к индустриальной экономике и не приготовили сегодня новых посылов, куда нужно идти. На мой взгляд, мир в 20 столетии был веком больших фабрик. И такая система образования была более-менее оправдана. Но сейчас у нас идет век предпринимательства. И это значение предпринимательства, особенно для Казахстана, очень важно. И стоит вопрос, как оно влияет на развитие образования не только в университетах, но в школах и даже в детсадах. Ну и, конечно же, нас ожидает цифровой век. Насколько мы к этому готовы? По крайней мере, государственная программа Казахстана уже набирает ход. Мир в 21 веке – это мир стремительных изменений и полной неопределенности, несмотря на то, что у нас очень много прогнозов о том, как и куда должно идти. А личность в 21 веке – это личность, связанная с цифровым поколением. Что можно было бы делать в Казахстане? Первое. Академическая свобода. Концепция развития автономности субъектов образования. Мне кажется, сегодня это не сверхкритический фактор того, какие проблемы имеем сегодня в школьном и в университетском образовании. Мы об этом много говорим, мы в этом направлении объявляем программы, но реальных изменений в самих школах и университетах не происходит. На последних стадиях обязательно что-то происходит, и темп приостанавливается. Для того, чтобы школы, университеты были самостоятельны, имели автономию, это будет недостаточно. Нам нужна открытая конкуренция. Одной из основных проблем, сдерживающих открытую конкуренцию, является жесткий патернализм государственного сектора образования. Если частный сектор в школе еще не имеет такой большой популярности, развитости, то в высшем образовании больше 50% уже учатся в частных университетах. Но, тем не менее, государство считает правильным, чтобы развивалось, в первую очередь обращает внимание в виде финансирования и нормативных документов государственного сектора образования. Нам нужна культура взаимной ответственности. К сожалению, сегодня семьи считают, что образование – это дело школы, дело государства. Так же, как государство также считает, получается. Но в век предпринимательства, в век широкого развития бизнеса, когда сегодня 25% работает в малом и среднем бизнесе, к 30 году должно работать 50%, ответственность бизнеса за развитие образования возрастает. Она не только ответственность в смысле потребителей, но и в смысле того, каких людей готовить для бизнеса. И, конечно же, общество. Общество должно быть вовлечено не только в обсуждение, но и в деятельность внутри школ, внутри университетов. Да, советы попечителей – это правильное направление, но недостаточное. Это только технический подход. Нужна гораздо большая вовлеченность всех тех людей, которые сегодня неравнодушны к образованию. Ну и, конечно же, на мой взгляд, самое главное в школе – это изменение статуса учителя. Об этом многие говорят, но все-таки здесь мало происходит. Да, статус учителя связан с финансовым состоянием, но в то же время это не главное. Вчера здесь выступал финский профессор. Я сам недавно был в Финляндии. Я когда интересовался зарплатой финских преподавателей, оказалось, что это не главный двигатель реформ Финляндии. Да, они получают хорошую зарплату, но они не получают... Она средняя зарплата, она обыкновенная зарплата. Но статус учителя, внимание к нему, внимание к его проблемам и, самое главное, его образование. То есть, например, для того, чтобы работать в школе, в Финляндии нужно иметь мастерскую степень. И тогда я искал, какое прилагательное правильное для хорошей системы образования. Детский сад должен быть счастливым. То есть дети далеки пока от проблем, но они должны быть всегда счастливы. Школа должна быть открытой. Открытой для родителей, открытой для бизнеса, открытой для общества, открытой для новых воззрений. Колледж должен быть инновационным, поскольку колледж – это первый шаг в экономику, а мы строим инновационную экономику. Образ профтехшколы, профтехобразования должен немножко отойти, поскольку это для нас какой-то образ такого технического, стандартного образования. Университет должен быть свободным. Именно университеты двигают страны вперед. Именно университеты в инновационной экономике, как говорит профессор Ицкович из Стэнфордского университета, являются основным звеном преобразования. Ну, конечно, все это невозможно без хорошего управления со стороны государства. Хорошее не означает централизованное, хорошее не означает зарегулированное. Хорошее означает достаточное, но в то же время высокопрогрессивное. Как же меняется общество или как же должно измениться общество? Как сказал наш просветитель, достойно трудиться для человечества, Абай Конанбаев, мы в университете в нашем создали такой новый критерий. Всегда говорили, что главное не win-lose. Каждый в сделке, когда участвует двое, один выигрывает, один проигрывает. В 20 веке говорили, нужно, чтобы было win-win. Обе стороны выигрывают. Мы говорим, этого недостаточно в 21 веке. Даже отсутствующая третья сторона, а это общество, она всегда должна выигрывать от сделки двух достойных, образованных людей. Образование – стержень развития государства. Так же, как и реформа образования требует реформы государства и наоборот. И сегодня мы шагнули государством в следующий век, инновационный век, предпринимательский век. Но реформа образования, она еще не соответствует тому шагу, который сделан в области экономики. 100 лет нам говорили, что главный предмет начального образования – жизнь. Как же разделить между собой школу, университет, среднее образование? Предметом среднего образования является цивилизация. И предметом высшего образования – культура, профессия и наука. К 2020 году, нам кажется, лошадцев образования будет цифровой кампус, big data, диджитализация. Учебные системы будут на основе дополненной реальности. Нейротехнологии активно войдут в учебный процесс. Сегодня Алматы менеджмент университет создал первую нейролабораторию в стенах университета по нейромаркетингу. Обучение через игры, стимуляторы. Об этом сегодня и вчера уже говорится много. К 30 году искусственный интеллект, кампусы и здания без преподавателей. Хотя преподаватели, конечно, основное звено этого процесса, но вопрос по количеству преподавателей в Казахстане, по их подготовленности, по их навыкам стоит. Да, это не означает, что вообще там никого не будет в кампусах. Это означает, что преподаватели выйдут за стены кампусов, они придут в дома через дистанционные технологии, через реальную работу в цифровом пространстве. Это будут гиперпреподаватели, и киберпреподаватели и киберстуденты. Конечно, трехмерные экскурсии станут частью образовательного процесса. Но для этого должны измениться метакомпетенции. Предметы мы хорошо меняем, но мы не меняем метакомпетенции. Междисциплинарный подход, проектный подход, работа в команде, умение управлять компетенциями, дизайн мышления, когнитивная гибкость, нестандартное мышление, предпринимательское мышление и принятие рисков и неудач. Принятие рисков и неудач – один из основных, ключевых характеристик нашего образования. Мы знаем, как у нас ситуация происходит после сдачи ИНТ, те, кто сдают неудачно. Потому что нет понятия рисков, нет принятия неудачи. О том, что это небольшой шаг в жизни, что это не главное, что жизнь не заканчивается, образование не заканчивается. Так мы не говорим, мы говорим, нет, только нужно сдать на 5. И вот такой подход, он подводит к следующим отрицательным шагам. Но эти все проблемы, с одной стороны, конечно, имеют в первую очередь отношение к Казахстану, но с другой стороны, оказывается, не только. Я посмотрел, что происходит за рубежом. Майкл Фуллан, советник канадского премьер-министра из Квебека, говорит о том, что есть 4 ложных двигателя образования. Первое – фокусирование усилий на отчетность вместо построения потенциала. Доминирование стандартов и оценивания, предполагающее, что внешнее давление может породить внутреннюю мотивацию и готовность изменяться. У нас тренд существует, что чем больше вопросов к качеству образования, тем более сильное давление со стороны централизованных органов должно быть. Качество образования такими методами не создается. Это только внутренняя способность субъектов образования. Мы много внимания уделяем индивидуальной работе, но Фуллан говорит, что команда гораздо важнее. Индивидуальное поощрение и стимулы не мотивируют массы. Непонимание того, что успех зависит не от отдельных людей, которые умеют вкалывать, а от правильной стратегии, которую использует команда, не дает нам возможности двигаться вперед. Технологии вместо педагогики – ложный двигатель образования. Ожидание, что современные технологии – неисчерпаемый источник знаний, представление, что каждый учащийся станет умнее, если будет иметь компьютер, нас немного отодвинуло от педагогики. Я рад, что такого рода конференция – это мощные исследования педагогики, во-первых, во-вторых, движение в нужную сторону. Сами по себе технологии без высококвалифицированных педагогов не имеют смысла. Фрагментарность вместо системности. Тенденция фокусироваться на единичных, а не на системных решениях, дробить проблему на части. Так называемый анализ, которым мы привыкли пользоваться, в данной ситуации не помогает, а ухудшает проблему. Что происходит с университетами, для которых готовят своих выпускников школы? Трансляция знаний происходит в обучающих университетах. Основной задачей которой является обучение. В Советском Союзе НИИ работали отдельно. Исследования отдельно, обучение. И вот эти университеты перешли в 21 век принципе, оставаясь обучающими университетами. Что же нужно в век индустриальной инновационной экономики? Нужна генерация знаний. Это можно делать в научно-исследовательских университетах. Идея, созданная еще в XIX веке Гумбольдтом. Характерными чертами университета является связь исследований и обучения. Такое количество исследовательских университетов в Казахстане, на мой взгляд, очень много университетов ставят такую цель, что не совсем оправдано. Мощные университеты мирового уровня требуют мощного финансирования, и нам нужны несколько таких университетов, может быть, до 10, и нет смысла гнаться всем за этим трендом. А что же тогда делать основной массе университетов? А тренд – предпринимательские университеты. Он уже получил свое развитие в конце 20 века. Основная задача предпринимательства – это воздействие на развитие региона, экономики, города. И если это предпринимательский университет республиканского уровня, национального, то страны. И тогда региональные университеты становятся моторами экономики. И тогда бизнес не будет говорить, что университеты оторваны от экономики. Фокусы школ будущего. Ну, во-первых, лидерство, лидерство и еще раз лидерство. Лидер отвечает не только за свою жизнь, но и за жизнь людей или группы, в которой он учится, которые его окружают. Жизнь каждого человека как стартап. У лидера ответственность за свои действия и сейчас, и в будущем. Ученики, но для того, чтобы ученики стали лидерами, ученики должны видеть компетентных лидеров в школе, лидеров преподавателей, лидеров менеджеров. Школа – центр местного сообщества, школа – лидер культуры, особенно в сельской местности. Школа – это служение обществу. Мы ввели предмет «Service Learning» в университете, когда на первом курсе все, абсолютно все проходят этот предмет. 45 часов работают в НПО, связанных с инвалидами, связанных с бездетными детьми, связанных с экологиями, связанных с больными. Для того, чтобы люди с первого дня не изучали жизнь по учебникам, а прямо жили в ней. И обучение предпринимательству. Желание работать на себя. В 30-м году 50% экономики будет предпринимательская. Но тогда кто будет руководить этой экономикой? Это выпускники сегодняшних школ. И, конечно, для этого учителя и руководители школ должны иметь предпринимательское мышление, должны помогать детям двигаться в этом направлении. Фокусы школ должны измениться. Сегодня уже есть project-based learning, phenomena-based learning, inquiry-based learning, active learning. Вообще, на мой взгляд, школа будущего – это в основном авторские школы. То есть место госстандарта должно резко быть уменьшено, отойти на второй план, и только нужно спрашивать со школ за результаты. Да, нужно понять, как измерять результаты, но это не должны быть централизованные результаты по централизованным тестам. Должно быть более индивидуализированное восприятие такого рода школ. Сегодня они тоже уже есть в Казахстане, и не только в Казахстане. Я хотел привести пример. Хай-Тех Академи, инновационная школа в Алматы, основанная на уникальной учебной программе с использованием проектного метода по методу школы Хай-Тех Хай. То есть основная идея, что жизнь изучается не через предметы, а через проблемы, через проекты. И во время подготовки проектов, начиная с самого начального образования, люди изучают, вынуждены изучать те предметы, которые им нужны, для того, чтобы быть в курсе этой команды, в курсе победы этой команды. Но тогда они учатся совсем по-другому. Они сидят и ждут, когда им нужно прийти в школу, они хотят первыми прийти. Не к 9, а к 8 приходят на занятия. Россия. Школа будущего культура Михаила Казиника. Это альтернативная школа для детей 7-16 лет. Это музыкальная школа для детей и взрослых. Это сказочные музыкальные лектории для детей от 2 до 7 лет с использованием музыкальных возможностей. Что такое школа будущего для Михаила Казиника? Школа, формирующая клиповое сознание, так он относит к сегодняшней школе. В ней нет комплексного подхода, в ней нет понимания, что изучать историю Англии отдельно от Шекспира и Милтона, Норвегии отдельно от Ибсена и Грига бессмысленно. Ибо подлинная история Англии — Шекспир, а подлинная история Италии — это эпоха Возрождения. То есть воспринимать обучение целостно. Невозможно в биологическом подходе, в органическом подходе человека разделить на нервную систему, на другие части его. Да, можно их механизм разделить вплоть до последней шестеренки и таким образом изучать. Но человек – биологическое существо и социум – биологическое существо. Поэтому мы вынуждены разделять в одном из подходов. Но на самом деле нужно изучать комплексно. Для того, чтобы это делать, нужны новые учителя и новые менеджеры школ. Самое главное – это менеджмент. Самое главное – это менеджмент. Управлять школами должны не один директор, умный, правильный, самый хорошо развитый, а команды менеджеров. Управленцы должны развивать коллективный интеллект. Управленцы должны развивать компетенции управлять сложностью. Модели обучения, прототипирование управления школой, модели обучения для управления школой, project management в образовании, решение кейсов действующих школ. То есть учиться надо у успешных примеров. Дизайн мышления, проектное мышление. И, конечно, сетевое взаимодействие школ, колледжей, университетов. Посмотрите, после вузов, когда выпускники выходят, мы, во-первых, во время обучения направляем на практику. Во-вторых, очень много карьерных вещей для детей делаем. И сами университеты, сами бизнес приходит в школу. Мы к ним идем, мы все это изучаем. И я вижу, как мы, может быть, еще недостаточно, но все-таки достаточно хорошо интегрированы. Но если посмотреть вниз, кто к нам приходит, то здесь этого у нас нет, и нет в нашем университете. Школы должны были быть на наших конференциях. И мы должны быть на конференциях школ. У нас должны быть совместные конференции. Мы должны понимать, когда у нас есть проблемы, пришли не те выпускники, как это началось, как помочь, чтобы пришли те. Как изменить предметы, содержание школы, как помочь школам создать таких выпускников, которые легко будут учиться в университетах. Для тех, кто выходит из школы 3 направления. Почему-то мы считаем традиционно это в первую очередь университет, это правильно. Но еще есть колледж, из которого прямой путь в экономику. Как готовит к колледжам школа? Пока, по крайней мере, из Советского Союза были те, кто плохо учится, профтехшколы. Те, кто хорошо учится, университеты. Наверное, это неправильный подход. Но кроме этого еще есть третий подход. После школы напрямую в экономику, в общество, в школу. Вообще не обязательно учиться в университете, чтобы быть успешным. Приведу пример выступления Грефа. Все знают, наверное, его, Сбербанк. Дело не в том, что он крутой Сбербанк создал. Он спикер на многих конференциях в России. Он спикер на многих... Он создает образцы школы. Как должны быть школы? Он говорит, мне это надо. И вот это хороший пример, когда бизнес идет в школу. Да, конечно, у него есть возможности, но скажите мне, кто из нашего бизнеса в Казахстане, наверное, не менее мощных бизнесов, работает со школой, развивает модели школы, помогает преподавателям, учителям, директорам работать в школе. Он говорит, люди и взаимодействие – это ценности agile. Важнее процессов и инструментов. Работающий продукт важнее исчерпывающей документации. Сотрудничество с заказчиком важнее согласования условий контракта. Готовность к изменениям важнее следования первоначальному плану. Учитель – мотиватор к познанию и навигатор. Являются ли сегодня учителя навигаторами? Или навигацию наши дети получают из интернета? Компетенции важнее теоретических знаний. Сотрудничество важнее правил внутреннего распорядка. И очень важна компетентность получения новых компетентностей. Почему все это так важно? Потому что школьные учителя обладают властью, о которой премьер-министры могут только мечтать. Они обладали такой властью у нас, Казахстане. И они будут обладать будущим, если мы изменимся. Спасибо.
Уважаемый Сулбек Базарбаевич, благодарим вас за ваше выступление. Уважаемые гости, позвольте представить следующего спикера конференции, госпожу Кэролин Адамс. Кэролин является первым директором международного бакалавриата в области стратегического развития и реализации. На протяжении большей части своей карьеры Кэролин была занята в сфере разработки системы оценивания. До начала работы в международном бакалавриате занимала пост директора по оцениванию в Альянсе по оценке и квалификации крупнейшей британской организации в сфере оценивания, проводящей экзамены A-Level и GCSE. С 2016 года Кэролин координирует реализацию стратегического плана международного бакалавриата. Но сегодня на конференции Кэролин Адамс остановится на важности правильного составления экзаменационных заданий и расскажет о противоречиях в системе оценивания. Тема выступления Кэролин – крупномасштабная система оценивания, поиск компромисса или достижение невозможного. Уважаемая госпожа Адамс, в вашем распоряжении 30 минут. Мы вам предоставляем слово, пожалуйста.
Good morning. Good morning. Salamat Saidomay. I hope I've pronounced that right. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for NIS for inviting me. I'm Carolyn Adams and I'm from the International Baccalaureate. I understand that there are a small number of IB heads and teachers here today, so wherever you are in the audience, thank you for joining the IB world, and if you have an opportunity during the day to catch me to have a conversation, that would be great. So coming from the IB, we're 50 years old next year, and listening to many of the discussions that we've had this morning and yesterday, I'm conscious of many of the things that the IB introduced 50 years ago, which were very, at the time, forward-looking. Inquiry-based learning, student agency, having a learner profile, looking at dispositions as opposed to just cognitive abilities, the importance of community service, and most important, education for a better world. Those were concepts that were introduced by the IB 50 years ago. At that time, I think the IB was fairly lonely and on its own at the front, but now there's such synergy in education. I can see that the world is a different place and that the IB is part of a much bigger community of forward-looking educators, which we have here today, which is lovely to see. So I'm going to talk mainly about assessment, and that's because that's been my life's work. I've spent over 30 years working in assessment in various forms, mostly in the United Kingdom, working, and for 10 years I was the chief assessment officer of the largest of the examination boards offering A-levels and GCSEs in the United Kingdom. That was called AQA. And I led that organization, the assessment strand of it, for 10 years. I then became the IB's chief assessment officer before I moved on, as you can see, to a strategy role. So assessment has been really most of my life. And in that time, it's not always been an unalloyed pleasure to say that I worked in assessment. Indeed, in many conversations with teachers, it seems to have the opposite effect. Many teachers dislike examinations. Many teachers feel that examinations dominate the curriculum, that they stress out their students, and that they're not a good thing. Examinations don't have a great press when it comes to many educators. There's perhaps too many people here now, but perhaps I could ask you to just raise a hand if you've ever had the thought, I wish we didn't have so many examinations. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have so many examinations? I wonder how many of you have thought that. I see some hands going up. Many people perhaps feel differently about it. But as I say, examinations are not always well received. And what I'd like to spend some time doing this morning is understanding why that is. When they're so prevalent in our lives today, why is it that examinations are often not well received by teachers? So first of all, I thought I'd have a look at why we have examinations. Why do we assess? First of all, the first bullet point there is we have to, in society often, decide who we're going to invest in. So we have many people wanting to have particular positions, not as many positions as there are people. We have to decide how we're going to choose. And apocryphally, we believe the oldest example of that is the Chinese civil service. We heard yesterday about a Chinese examination that was a question that was 500 years old, still being used. That was almost certainly from the Chinese civil service examinations. These were established because the Chinese civil service was extremely prestigious occupation. Those people held great positions of authority. And in order to ensure that the best people became members of the Chinese civil service, examinations were set. And only the most successful candidates got through and got a job for life, a great job for life with prestige and authority. So lots of people wanting a job, not many jobs, and you had to choose the best to invest in. Second, probably one of the most well-known examples of examinations are the military examinations, particularly in the US. These were set up at the beginning of the 20th century, and since then, tens of millions of Americans have taken those military capacity tests, capability tests. And why not? The American government is going to invest heavily in those people. They're going to be given lethal weapons, and they need to ensure that the people understand, have the cognitive ability to follow orders, to be able to react appropriately in battle, etc., and to support their comrades. So those examinations, again, are very well known in terms of assessments to ensure that the best people go through to the particular job or training that they're looking for. We know it perhaps best in terms of university selection. Universities have more applicants than they have places. They want to ensure that the students who actually we invest in for the next few years of their lives, very expensive for a government, they want to ensure that those people will benefit from the experience. And so we set examinations to ensure that we pick the best students. So that's the best well-known reason for why we assess. We tend to use assessments as a general proxy for intelligence. So we might have examinations, SATs in the US or examinations here in Kazakhstan, which are in subjects, the same in GCSEs in England or A-levels. But we take those examinations, they might be in physics or history or whatever, or a language, but we take it as a proxy for general intelligence. So many employers will say, well, we want to have good A-level results, good SAT scores, and they don't mind what subject it is. What they're looking for is an assumption that if you can get good grades in some subjects, you're intelligent. And so it's taken as a proxy for general intelligence and competence. But the third reason why I assess is something that actually matters to me, and that is for social mobility. If we don't have examinations, then how do we decide who get into those prestigious universities and get the best jobs? How is that done? Well, you can only have to look before we had general public examinations. In my country, in the United Kingdom, my grandfather was a railway worker. He was a clever man, he was a self-educated man, but there was no way that he could have gone to university. He didn't have the right connections. And if you didn't have the right connections in the 19th century when he grew up, you couldn't go to university. Now, if my grandfather had his time again, he would be able to get qualifications and go to university. And that's where he would have been happy. He did well. He worked on the railways. He became a station master, and his station in North Wales won the best kept station of North Wales many years running. So he had a fulfilling career, but he could not have accessed higher education simply because it was a closed world. Only through public examinations can that world be opened to everybody who has the requisite grades. It is a meritocracy which allows social mobility. So if those are the reasons why we have assessment, they all seem good reasons, why is it then that assessment has a bad name? And one of the reasons, I think, might be that we use examinations for purposes other than those. So if we look under the second lot of bullet points, evaluation, teachers use the results of examinations to check about their teaching methodology. They use it as an evaluation, again, for teaching and learning. So if the children have done well in examinations, they feel they've taught them well. If they haven't, they sort of question their teaching. Looking at the bottom one, more importantly, heads use those examination results to evaluate the quality of their teachers and feel that if their teachers have got good results, then they're good teachers, and vice versa. Perhaps beginning to understand now why many teachers dislike examinations. And also governments, and we all know this, governments use the outcomes of assessments to establish whether their educational policies are working or not. So these examinations were not designed for those purposes, but that's what they're being used for. In the United Kingdom, teachers' pay is determined by their students' examination successes. That was not the intention of those examinations when they were set up. So we're beginning to see now some reasons why teachers might dislike examinations. And I'll explore some more in a moment. This is a quotation by the first Director General of the International Baccalaureate, a man called Alex Peterson. And he said that he wants an assessment process which is as valid as possible. It assesses the whole of a pupil, but is also reliable, in other words, marked correctly. But then he says, and that's the important bit in the next line, the process must not, by its backwash effect, distort good teaching. And I think this is the nub of why many teachers dislike examinations, particularly where those examinations really do dominate and are really important for the students, their parents. And that is that despite the richness of the curriculum, they end up teaching to the test. And if the tests are not as rich as the curriculum, then the teaching and learning is impoverished. It's commonly quoted in the United Kingdom that children ask their teachers, will this come up on the test when a new topic is touched? Will this be in my GCSE? Will it be in the A level? If the teacher says, well, perhaps not, probably not, then the students just lose interest because they're so completely geared up to getting excellent, the best results that they can, that they really don't want to be taught something that isn't going to come up on the exam. Now, when you have that situation, then that's a serious one because education is impoverished through examinations. And that is perhaps one of the reasons why many teachers do find examinations something that they resist and they attack. Another reason, as we've just been hearing about this morning, children find exams stressful. They have to learn a lot, they have to do all that revision, they're staying up night after night trying to learn the stuff, ready for their examinations. They could do without those sorts of pressures. So for that reason as well, many teachers wish that they didn't have to have quite so many examinations for their students because they recognize the additional pressure it puts them under. But all of this is predicated on the fact that we're assessing something that well, we're assessing particular types of knowledge. I think everybody's familiar with various taxonomies of learning. This is the Bloom's taxonomy, which I'm sure most of you have seen before, which has the higher order skills at the top of the pyramid and the lower order skills at the bottom. The lower order skills being basically knowledge, understanding, and reaching up towards synthesis, evaluation, and creativity in terms of the higher order skills at the top. Now, in teaching, in most curriculums and most pedagogical approaches, it's very important that children understand the higher order skills, and this is part of teaching and learning. But actually, when it comes to assessments, they are much harder to assess. So many examinations, not all, but many examinations default to the lower order skills of knowledge and understanding. They're easy to assess. It's straightforward to simply find out, does a child know something or do they not? Much harder to assess how well they're able to synthesize their knowledge. Can they create? Can they plan? Can they think evaluatively? Those are harder to assess, so you see those assessments less often. And this again comes down to why many teachers dislike tests, because they push them towards the lower order skills in a way that most teachers would far rather not, and we would rather they didn't as well. So that is certainly an aspect about assessment that is a problem. Indeed, assessment, anybody who's been involved in creating assessments, and I say I've been doing it for 30 years, more than 30 years, I'm afraid, it's difficult. There is contention between the different aspects of assessment. So we have construct relevance. This is what we're assessing. This is the important bit, that we're assessing something that is meaningful to the student and that reflects their teaching and learning, something that's real and important, including the higher order skills. They're difficult to assess. So then you have, on the other sides of it, reliability and manageability. Those would lead us towards assessing, again, knowledge and understanding far more, because they're easy, they're quick, you can do it through multiple choice examinations very easily, and so they would lead us towards those sorts of exams. And then we have comparability, how to ensure that exams are comparable across years, across subjects, and how to ensure we don't have bias and that we're fair in our assessments, so we don't advantage or disadvantage boys over girls, or different ethnic or racial groups over other ethnic and racial groups in an examination system. So those are the different challenges, and examinations have to meet all of those in order to be well-designed, good examinations. And it's not easy to do that. And this is perhaps another reason why we often get it wrong. So what I'd like to look at now is, just in the last few minutes, is to look at some assessments that are new in the IB that we've introduced recently, and which we hope will meet those many contentions about examinations. So we had a program, the middle years program, which ended at age 16, and in which there was no formal summative assessment at the end of it. But many of our schools worldwide said that they wished to have these assessments. Parents wanted them, governments wanted them. So we decided we would introduce them. This was a few years ago. But we thought, in doing this, let's make these examinations as good as we possibly can. Let's devise something new, which is as excellent as we can make it, take into account everything we know about assessments. So, first of all, we thought, well, we're talking the second decade of the 21st century. These examinations must be on screen, online, rather than on paper. Creating new examinations now, surely that is how students learn. So the construct relevance is greater because we're assessing students in the way that they are learning. We thought we want to have a positive backwash effect. So Alex Peterson talked about the negative backwash effect, distorting good teaching. We want these examinations to have a positive backwash effect. That is, if teachers do teach to the test, their teaching will be better than if they don't, so that the examinations will encourage and promote good teaching. That's a hard one, but that's what a challenge we set ourselves. We had them with the International Baccalaureate, so they had to be based on international mindedness and intercultural understanding. That goes without saying, looking at global contexts. We wanted the examinations to be not content-based. The middle years program in the IB is a framework rather than a content domain. Teachers decide their own content within the framework. So they were going to be concept-based without being actually based on content itself. And that's quite difficult if you think about setting examinations where you can't assume that students have a set domain of knowledge that they have learned. We can only understand that they've studied concepts. So we also said that we wanted them to be interdisciplinary. We all know, I quite agree with the speaker yesterday who said they dislike the term 21st century skills. I do too. But one of the things we are definitely looking at is, in a world today which is complex, we really do need to bring students to understand and bring together their knowledge in different subject disciplines. That they need to understand that physics is related to languages, it is related to history, it is related to the social sciences. They're all connected, and they have to make those connections. So we have a compulsory interdisciplinary element to the middle years assessments as well. So what I'd like to do now is just show for just a couple of minutes an example of one of our new middle years programs assessments, which are, as I say, on screen, designed for 16-year-olds. Because they are all on screen, we are able to introduce rich media, so we have video in them. Remember that there is no content domain in the middle years programs, so we have to give students some knowledge in order for them to answer questions. The other thing that we thought, wouldn't that be great about an assessment, is if students actually learned something from the test itself. How many tests can do that? But we really wanted to try and understand that if we can make the test actually give something back to the students so they learn something from it. So I'll show you now a mathematics example from last year's examination for you to decide on whether we have met the challenges we set ourselves. So this is how the examination starts. It's intuitive and it's easy for the students to navigate. So they can move within questions until they come to a video, and then they will play the video.
This is a credit card. Credit cards are used to purchase items and are connected to an individual by the credit card number here. Credit card machine readers check the validity of the credit card number using a special set of steps called the Loon algorithm. The Loon algorithm validity check is made following these steps. A. Double every second digit starting with the first digit from the left. B. If the double digit is a two-digit number, add the two digits together and write down the result. C. Add all digits together to find the final total. If the final total is divisible by 10, the credit card number is valid. If the final total is not divisible by 10, the credit card number is not valid.
So that was the video that the students watched. And then they have to go through and answer the questions. So they've learned something that they probably didn't know. They have some simple arithmetic questions first, just to make sure they've understood the concept of how credit cards are validated. And then they move on to more complex mathematical questions, but based on the knowledge that they've gained in the examination itself. As you see, these are the questions becoming increasingly higher order skills as they go through the questions. I'll let you read these for yourselves. Then they move to another question. When they've been able to answer that question, they can go back to it at any time. They have another video which they play.
Water towers come in all shapes and sizes. They are a scientific innovation to improve water pressure in community areas where there is unreliable water flow, typically in low-lying areas. Without the intervention of a water tower in these areas, water would flow very slowly from the taps. In this question, we will consider a water tower constructed as an elevated spherical water tank that is supported by a tall cylindrical base. An electric pump is used to pump water up the cylindrical base and into the spherical tank at the top. If there is an interruption to the electrical supply called power outage, the pump cannot pump water up to the spherical tank. In this question, you will make calculations for the volume of the spherical tank. In this animation, you can see some important measurements that will help you. You will consider the implications of a power outage and make calculations to find out how much time a typical community will have until the water tank is empty. You should outline guidelines for the community to conserve water in order to extend time in which the community will maintain an essential water supply.
So that's the video, and then the candidates go on to answer questions based on it. So again, they've learned something, they understand something, but also, in addition to the straightforward mathematical questions, such as this trigonometry question here based on the circumference of the water tower, we introduced some environmental issues in terms of how much water a community might use for different purposes. And the candidates are asked to use their mathematical understanding then and apply it in this environmental setting. So this question here asks them to decide if there is a power outage, if the water supply is diminishing, how should they advise the community in terms of what they should what they should not use, which is the best of those areas that they should turn off in order to preserve the water. I'll move on from here because there isn't time to show the rest of it. So even that brief introduction, I hope, has indicated that you can assess higher order skills. You can assess in an examination subject matter that the candidate hasn't actually had to sit late into the night revising, just learning lots of facts. And that, we hope, will help the students' well-being in terms of the pressures of examinations. If I could just give a quotation from the students themselves who completed a survey after this particular examination. One of them said, "The examinations focus on practical application of what we learned, instead of how well you remember the knowledge." So they didn't have to have remembered and learned so much. They still have to have knowledge, but it's not just learning and the pressures that that creates. And the second one is my favorite. It said, "You don't need to study the content as much as you have been. Focus on changing the way you think." And I think if we can do that in our assessments, just like we do it in our examinations, then assessments are actually doing justice to the work of teachers, to the work that we do in education. They're not assessing one thing and teaching another. We're actually working assessment and pedagogy in harmony. So I think I'd like to finish on that note, and because we have slightly overrun, and I'll be happy to take any questions from anybody about these assessments anytime over the course of the day. Thank you very much indeed.
Большое спасибо, госпожа Адамс, за ваше выступление. Уважаемые коллеги, у нас буквально 5 минут времени. И есть возможность задать один из вопросов любому спикеру, принявшему участие в пленарной сессии сегодняшнего дня. Желающих нет. Но я думаю, что у вас будет возможность пообщаться с нашими спикерами на протяжении всего дня конференции, послушать их выступления на секционных заседаниях. Поэтому мы вас приглашаем на кофе-брейк, после которого вы сможете пройти на те секции, где вы хотите дальше продолжить свою работу и принять участие. Хорошего вам дня. Спасибо за пленарную сессию. Отменили, да? Ну, я ж не знала. Ну ладно, перерыв будет, значит перерыв будет.
Стюарт Маклей и Крис Маджо, Совет международных школ. Они подготовили презентацию по теме глобальная гражданственность, что они узнали о глобальной гражданственности и что они могут нам рассказать о ней. Yes, Stuart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dinara. And good morning, everybody. We're in a huge venue for such a small amount of people, but thank you for making the time to spend some moments with us this morning and learn a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing in global citizenship. CIS is a global organization in the sense that we have over 700 member schools now. We work with over 600 schools and colleges, and we work in well over 100 countries. In terms of accreditation, global citizenship is one of the key drivers of our accreditation protocol. And what we've been doing in recent years is developing other means of support for schools to help them, should they so wish, to take a deeper dive into global citizenship. And as a consequence of working with schools who've wanted to take, say, a much deeper look into global citizenship, we've learned some things about how the concept of global citizenship works best in schools. And I'd like to share some of that research with you based on the relationship I say we have with CIS member schools. Our global citizenship certification is based around project-based learning. And through that, and through the work that we've done in schools, we've come across a number of key things that we think reflects best practice in terms of global citizenship and intercultural competency. One of the key questions that we ask schools as part of our accreditation protocol and as part of our global citizenship certification is we ask schools to try and describe what global citizenship actually looks like in their schools. Now, I'm very fortunate to work with a number of schools within the NIS system, and certainly what I've found in my visits to NIS schools is that there's a huge amount of good practice that's going on in relation to global citizenship. Some of that practice is certainly by design. Schools have put policies, activities, curriculum aspects in place deliberately to promote the concept of global citizenship. In some cases, it's not necessarily by design, but it's certainly happening in schools. In terms of the key questions that were asked all schools who have taken part in global citizenship, we were encouraging the schools to think about how they can balance the demands of a first-class international education with developing the concept of global citizenship. Because at CIS, we think the two things very much go together. What we've also found, and this is certainly true in NIS schools, is where best practice global citizenship is actually happening, it's something that involves the whole community. So therefore, it's not just something that schools are doing with students or with their staff or with their parents and wider community. It needs to be a whole school community approach. And the very best schools do that. And again, we're certainly seeing that in the NIS schools that we're visiting at the moment. Again, in the very best schools, what we're seeing is that schools are going through an inclusive process, a process that includes all those members of the community that I've just talked about, to actually define what global citizenship constitutes at their schools. Now, I was in a number of NIS schools last month in September, and it was very gratifying to see that each of the schools that I visited had actually gone through this process. They'd talk to their students, they'd work with their staff, they'd work with their parents to come up with a definition that was unique to the cultural context of their school about what global citizenship actually means to that school community. And what they're starting to do now is use that definition to help identify and audit global citizenship good practice in their schools. But as I say, using those definitions as a driver and guidance to actually do that. There's some really exciting stuff going on in NIS schools. I know we've got some colleagues here from those schools, and they'll know exactly what I'm talking about in this context. But that whole idea of defining what global citizenship means, particularly to your school-specific context, is certainly what we've found to be best practice in the schools that we've been working with across the globe, not just at NIS schools. Another key concept and a key piece of best practice that's come from our relationship with schools, and again, the same thing applies to all the NIS schools that I've visited, is the impact that leadership has on global citizenship. On the understanding that your senior leaders, your principals, are models of best practice. It stands to reason that if senior leaders are interculturally competent, they're in the best position to model and lead schools. Now, as I say, where we've found that in place in schools, we find it as a really important precursor to schools successfully establishing the concept and best practice of global citizenship throughout their community. Where school leaders are not quite so interculturally competent, that makes life a little bit more difficult in those schools. Again, I'm delighted to say, in terms of the NIS schools that I've visited in recent months, I've come across some incredibly interculturally competent leaders who are very much modeling best practice and therefore leading their schools incredibly well in this context. We found the same thing in schools across the world. Interculturally competent leaders are a great start in terms of developing interculturally competent school communities. Now again, looking at our research and the work that we've done in schools, my colleague Chris is just going to talk you through some of the conduits for best practice global citizenship that we've come across through our work in schools, as well as also looking at how we sometimes use some tools to measure intercultural competency amongst leaders and staff. So Chris, I'll hand over to you.
Okay. Is this the turn? Yeah. Okay, good morning everyone. The first piece I wanted to talk about is the Cultural Development Inventory. This is the IDI. If you've got a good sense of this project-based certification, it works with 6 projects. The first project is the definition of global citizenship. That's the first thing the school works on. In tandem with that, they take what's called the Cultural Development Inventory, and this is a bit of an assessment, individual assessment and group assessment that looks at your acceptance of interculturalism, and it creates a kind of dialogue and gives you information so that you can work with your team in moving ahead. As you see, it's something of a spectrum. You're moving from denial to adaptation, and schools rate themselves and find themselves on this spectrum and then move toward the right. And there are tools in order to do that, and you work with individuals that help you do that as a team. As I mentioned, it's project-based learning, and here are some of the projects. The school's guiding statements and working with a definition of global citizenship is the first thing that you do because it gets everybody on board. Then from then on, schools are working with projects. So for instance, there's a staff professional development. That's one of the projects that the school works on. I can give you some examples from some of the schools that I've been in. One staff development project that I thought was very effective was in a school where they actually had established a nonprofit organization that helped schools around the world. And it was getting faculty on board with that and understanding exactly what it was that made that project special for them. And they did a lot of surveying of the faculty and figured out exactly what those things were. What were the elements of faculty being able to adapt and be part of that project, which is now much more pervasive in the school. Environmental sustainability, there was one project we had that I thought was very interesting. The kids taking paper. Do you remember this, Stuart? We were together. We went to a school where they took paper and made charcoal out of a kind of charcoal, which they gave to some people in the local community in Africa to use for their stoves. And so they were able to actually reuse the material. And it was a project that the kids took over, 4th graders, in fact, and worked on it themselves. Service learning, we've had a couple of examples of service learning, and usually those are very environmentally oriented, or they are connected with a CAS IB program in the school. Students' global citizenship learning, there was one school that looked into its languages and looked at language as the conduit for global citizenship, and they created relationships with different language and cultural bodies in town and moved that into the curriculum and made that a continuing part of the school. And extracurricular activities, many of the curricular activities, extracurricular activities that were internationally focused became highlighted in the school. A lot of the schools took on new activities to make sure that the teachers and everybody was on board in understanding what really fostered internationalism in their school with relation to the extracurricular activities. That's it. Did you want to?
Thanks, Chris. That was very much a whistle-stop introduction to some of the work that we've been doing in relation to global citizenship in schools. Particularly with the project-based learning as a conduit for developing that concept with students. Those of you working in NIS schools will probably recognize a lot of those things that were on that previous screen as being strengths of your schools. Certainly when we think about things like service learning, professional development, extracurricular programs, they're really well established in many NIS schools and something that the schools do really well. But what we're encouraging schools to think about more and more in the future is to take a more structured and perhaps formal approach to how those conduits can actually support global citizenship. Because what we're finding in many schools, NIS schools and around the world, is schools have very well established service learning programs, professional development opportunities, extracurricular programs, but often the links with global citizenship are often more by default than necessarily by design. So what we're encouraging schools to do as they look at their service learning program is to see where those global citizenship links are and to see how they fit into the bigger picture. Again, to take an example of the NIS schools with students going from grade 7 to grade 12, how do you know that you've got a continuum of global citizenship practice that takes those students from grade 7 all the way through to grade 12? What experiences and skills and knowledge are they getting in grade 7, and how are they built on through service learning, the curriculum, extracurricular activities, etc.? And again, what we're seeing in some NIS schools is they've really taken on board that idea and are starting to audit their practice. It's almost creating a scope and sequence for global citizenship right across the schools. And where we've seen that in 1 or 2 schools, it really is some impressive stuff. It does take time to put those sort of scope and sequence plans into place. But I think most NIS schools have the advantage that they're already doing a lot of these things. And therefore, it's a small step in that sense to actually go to a much more structured scope and sequence program. Hopefully, anyway, that's given you a little bit of an introduction and some food for thought. I'm very conscious of time, and I know we've got 4 presentations that we've got to fit in before 12:30. I think we've maybe got a couple of minutes. If anyone does have any particular questions, Chris and I will do our best to answer them, and if not, we'll certainly be around for the rest of the day. Yes, if I give you that, you can speak in.
Hello, thank you very much for your, thank you very much for your presentation. So I noticed from your presentation that you mentioned such concepts as global citizenship, international education, and global education. And at some point you said global citizenship and international education go together. So my first question is, do you see or is there any difference between these 3 types of education, global citizenship education, international and global education? Thank you.
No, it's a good question. And when we talk about international education from a CIS viewpoint, we see the concept of global citizenship as being integral to international education. For those of you who came along to a presentation that Krish and I were doing yesterday about international accreditation, you'll know that one of the 4 key drivers of our accreditation protocol is global citizenship. So when we go into schools, when we're looking to develop those schools in terms of the quality of education that they provide, global citizenship is one of the lenses with which we view everything that's happening in that school, whether it be the curriculum, the facilities, the resources, the governance, the leadership, etc. So that's what we look at as an organization. That's what our volunteers who go in and do our work in schools on team visits are trained to do. As part of their training, they're expected to look at global citizenship every time they go into a school, and those are the lenses with which they view the school. So in answer to your question, it was a long answer to a short question, is that it's all very much connected, and we see it as integral, not as separate things at all. But thank you. Have we got time?
Thank you very much, Stuart and Chris. Спасибо большое за ваши вопросы. Наверное, в связи с тем, что мы немножко позже начали, но мы должны закончить вовремя, я бы хотела пригласить сейчас следующих сотрудников Центра педагогических измерений Каныша Бибекова и Акмарал Жумухбаева, которые представят нам информацию об использовании итогов анализа результатов тестирования при выявлении проблем преподавания. У вас 15 минут.
Қайырлы күн барлығыңызға да. Біз өзіміздің жұмысымызбен таныстырып өтейік. Енді мына Қазақстандағы білім сапасын арттыру мәселесі алда тұрған кезде, мына ең маңызды тұлға мұғалім деген қағидаға негізделді. Сондықтан да мұғалімдердің біліктілігін арттыру мәселесі алда тұрды. Осы бағытта біздің Назарбаев зияткерлік мектептері Кембридж мамандарымен бірге отырып, деңгейлік бағдарламалар өткізген болатын, жасаған болатын. Сонымен бірге осы біліктілік арттыру бағдарламаларының арғарайғы жалғасы ретінде, яғни деңгейлік бағдарламалардың негізінде тиімді оқыту мен оқу, мектептегі мұғалім көшбасшылығы және педагогикалық қоғамдастықтағы мұғалім көшбасшылығы деген бағдарламалар бізде қазір жүріп жатыр. Осы бағдарламалардың аясында бағалау қарастырылған. Бағалау бұл 3 компоненттен тұрады. Соның ішінде портфолио, мұғалімнің портфолиосын бағалау, мұғалімнің таныстырымын бағалау және де олардың осы бағдарлама бойынша алған білім түсініктерін тексеруге негізделген тестілеу, яғни тест арқылы емтихан алу. Біз осы бағалауларды ұйымдастыратын және де оны жүзеге асыратын эксперттер командасы болып табылады. Ал эксперттер командасы осы мұғалімдердің тиісті бағдарлама бойынша тиісті білік дағдыларды алуына қолдау көрсете отырып, білім сапасын, осы біліктілік арттыру бағдарламаларының білім сапасын арттыруға өз үлесін қосу мақсатын қойып отыр. Міне осы жағдайда біз тек тестілеуге ғана тоқталуды мақсат еттік. Енді тест сапасы деген кезде осы тесттің сапасын қамтамасыз ету үшін бізде эксперттер тестілерді жасайды. Ол тестілерді экспертизадан өткізеді және де тестілерді апробациядан өткізіп барып, содан кейін осы дайын тест тапсырмаларын осы емтиханда қолданады. Және де осы емтиханнан кейін барып тестілеу нәтижелері талдауға түседі. Міне арнайы бағдарлама бойынша талданады. Осындағы тесттің сапасы жеткілікті дәрежеде ме деген сұраққа біз жауап аламыз. Сонымен бірге мынандай мәселе туындады. Біздің зерттеуімізге түрткі болған. Бізде мұғалімдер осы тестілеу барысында не себепті қиындықтарға кезігіп жатыр? Және осының себебін қалай анықтасақ болады деген мәселеде біз мынандай сұрақтар қойдық өзімізге. Біріншіден, осы тест тапсырмалары қандай білімді тексеріп жатыр? Бұл жерде дәлірек айтқанда бұл жабық тестілер болған соң, білу және түсіну тестілері болды. Осы білу, ойлау деңгейіне байланысты білу және түсіну тестілерінің ерекшеліктері қандай болып жатыр? Осындағы мұғалімдер қандай нәтиже көрсетіп жатыр деген сұрақ бойынша қарастырдық. Ол жерде біз ол зерттеуіміздің осы бөлігінің нәтижелерін бұның алдындағы конференцияда таныстырған болатынбыз. Келесі мәселе осы бағаланатын контент пен тестілеудің арасында қандай байланыс бар және де ол бағалауға қалай әсер етіп жатыр деген сұрақ болды бізде. Оның нәтижесін біз Керада өткен конференцияда да таныстырып өткен болатынбыз. Ал бұл жолғы конференцияға біз ұсынып отырған мәселе бұл оқыту қиындықтарын қалай анықтаймыз? Яғни тест нәтижелерінің талдауына сүйене отырып, біз оқыту қиындықтарын қалай анықтаймыз деген сұрақ қойдық өз алдымызға. Міне осы мәселені анықтау үшін біз тест талдауларын пайдаландық. Тест нәтижелерін талдауда пайдаландық. Соның нәтижесінде белгілі бір қиындықтар, сәйкестіктер анықтардық. Яғни, дәлірек айтқанда, жалпы тест нәтижелері барда белгілі бір аймақтардағы тест нәтижелерімен соларды салыстырған жағдайымызда талдаулар кейбір оқу орталықтарында нақты бір мазмұн бөлігі, контенттің белгілі бір бөлігінде қиындықтар бар екендігін анықтадық. Біз осы бойынша қандай қолдау көрсете аламыз тренерге деген бағытта жұмыс істедік. Осы жұмыстың нәтижесімен әріптесім Ақмарал таныстырады.
Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті әріптестер? Жалпы тестілеу нәтижесінің ең бірінші сапасы, сенімділігі қандай? Тестілеу үдерісінің сенімді болуы ол тест тапсырмасының сапасына тікелей байланысты. Яғни біз өз тәжірибемізде педагогикалық өлшеулер орталығы тест тапсырмаларының сапасын әрбір тест тапсырмасына жүргізілетін екі кезеңнен тұратын экспертиза, апробация, анализ, нәтижелер жүргізу арқылы осы процедураларды әрбір тест тапсырмасының сенімділігі мен валидтілігін қамтамасыз етеді. Біз өз тәжірибемізде әрбір тест тапсырмасына эксперттік талдау, сонымен қатар психометрикалық көрсеткіштер негізінде талдау жүргіземіз. Эксперттік талдау нәтижесінде біз әрбір тапсырманың бағалау мақсатына сәйкестігін, сонымен қатар ол тапсырманың күрделілік деңгейін анықтаймыз. Ал психометрикалық көрсеткіштер негізінен тестілеуден кейін ол тапсырма қаншалықты сенімді болды, валидті болды. Сонымен қатар дистракторлық талдаулар жүргіземіз. Осындай талдаулардан кейін ғана біз әрбір оқыту орталықтарының оқуда қандай да бір проблемалары болды ма, соны анықтаймыз. Яғни біздің ұсыныстарымыз нақты статистикалық деректерге сүйенген екенін айтқымыз келеді. Жалпы біз өзіміздің тәжірибемізде тестілеу нәтижесін сертификаттау мақсатында, яғни мұғалімдердің бағдарлама идеяларын білу, түсінуін тексеремізде, соның нәтижесінде мұғалімдер сертификатқа ұсынылады. Бірақ біз тек қана осы суммативті мақсатта емес, сонымен қатар тестілеу нәтижелері бойынша алынған ақпаратты болашақтағы оқыту үдерісін қалай жақсартуға болады. Міне біздің зерттеу шеңберінде біз осы мәселені қарастырмақпыз. Жалпы алғанда бізде бір жылдың көлемінде 7-ден 12 лекке дейін тестілеу өткіземіз. Бұл тестілеу Қазақстан бойынша 16 оқу орталығын қамтиды. Бір лекте бізде 1000-нан 1500-ға дейін мұғалімдер тестілеуден өткізеді. Яғни бұл дегеніміз біздің тестілеу нәтижелерінің сенімділігінің тағы да бір көрсеткіші болып табылады. Қазіргі ортадағы салатын мәселеміз, соның ішінде бір оқу орталығының нақты талдауын ұсынбақпыз. Жалпы қолданатын тест 38 тест тапсырмасынан тұрады. Ол жердегі тест тапсырмалар тест спецификациясына сәйкес тақырыпшаларға біріктірілген. Яғни біз әрбір оқу орталығына, мысалы, мына жердегі сияқты талдаулар ұсынамыз. Бұл жердегі талдау әрбір жеке оқу орталығының сол модульдер бойынша мұғалімдердің сол сұрақтарға жауап беру, дұрыс жауап беру үлесі көрсетілген. Яғни біз бүгінгі зерттеу шеңберінде тест тапсырмасының қиындық коэффициенті негізінде талдауды ортаға ұсынып отырмыз. Қиындық коэффициентін біз сол тест тапсырмасына дұрыс жауап бермегендер үлесі арқылы анықтаймыз. Яғни сол тест тапсырмасына дұрыс жауап бермегендер үлесі көбейген сайын ол тест тапсырмасы қиын болып табылады. Яғни бұл жерде осы оқу орталықтың 3 жылғы көрсеткіші, мына жерде алып қарасақ, сол X орталығының жалпы өзінің көрсеткіші, оны біз жалпы Қазақстан бойынша 16 оқу орнының көрсеткішімен, сонымен қатар бір жыл ішінде мысалы 4 поток болса, сол 4 лектің нәтижесімен салыстырмалы түрде көрсетеміз. Енді осы жерде бір туындайтын мәселе, бір оқу орталығында бірнеше топ болуы мүмкін. Яғни мұндай көрсеткіштер нақты бір топтың оқудағы қиындықтарын анықтауға біраз жалпылама мәлімет болып табылады. Осы уақытта біз мынадай анализді ұсынамыз. Бұл жерде бізде горизонтально 38 тест тапсырмасы берілген, вертикаль осьте сол тест тапсырмасына дұрыс жауап бергендер үлесі көрсетілген. Мысалы алып қарасақ, қызыл бізде именно сол оқу орталығының көрсеткіші, ал жасыл графикте берілген Қазақстан бойынша сол сұраққа мұғалімдер қалай жауап берді екен деген салыстырмалы анализ берілген. Бұл нені көрсетеді? Мысалы алсақ, 20-шы сұрақ. 20-шы сұраққа Қазақстан бойынша тек 12% мұғалім жауап берген екен. Яғни ол Қазақстан бойынша күрделі болып табылған. Ал енді тура сол сұраққа жалпы біздің зерттеп отырған орталығымыз 28% дұрыс жауап берген. Демек, сол орталыққа бұл сұрақ республика көлеміне қарағанда анағұрлым ондай қиын болмағанын көруге болады. Сол сияқты, мысалы 23-ші сұрақтар алуға болады. 23-ші сұраққа тек 7% мұғалім жауап берген. Демек, 93% мұғалім бұл сұрақтан қателескен. Яғни біз бұл жерде тағы бір мәселе, бұл сұраққа дұрыс жауап бермегендегі бірден шешім шығармаймыз, оны эксперттік талдау нәтижесінде бұл сұрақта қателік неден? Мүмкін тест құрастыруда қандай да бір екі мәнділік болды ма? Дистракторларда екінші тағы дұрыс жауап болды ма сияқты мәселелерді алдымен қарастырып алып, ондай кезде сондай сұрақтардың барлығын іріктеп, тек стандартқа сәйкес, талапқа сәйкес құрастырылған тесттің негізінде тренерларға біз ұсыныстар береміз. Енді осы жердегі проблемный сұрақтар мына 4 бұрышта көрсетілген. Сол сұрақтарды біз бұндай таблицаға жіктедік. Яғни, және проблемный сұрақтар болған, ол 23-ші сұрақ. Оған тек 7% мұғалім дұрыс жауап берген, келесі 13-ші сұрақ тек 20% жауап берген. Осындай біраз проблемный сұрақтарды алып шықтық. Яғни 23-ші сұрақ 7%, яғни ол қандай тақырыпқа құрылған тест екен? Ол жас ерекшеліктеріне сәйкес оқытудың жекелеген теориялары. Артқа алып келсек, мына жерде де осы оқу орталығының көріп отырсыздар, жас ерекшеліктеріне сәйкес оқыту Қазақстан бойынша салыстырғанда да өте төмен көрсеткіш көрсеткен екен. Мына біздің талдауымызда соны, сол мәліметімізді растап тұр. Енді біз осы мәліметтердің негізінде сол оқыту орталықтарына тікелей барып тренерлермен жұмыс істегенде ұсыныстар береміз. Неге ондай кедергілер болуы мүмкін? Мұғалімдер неге бұл сұрақтарға қате жауап берді? Мысалы, 13-ші сұрақ 20% жауап берген. Бұл сұрақ мысалы өте жеңіл сұрақ. Сыныптағы диалогтық әңгіменің маңызы. Бұл жаңағы айтып кеткендей, білу деңгейіндегі сұрақ. Бұл сұраққа да республика көлемінде өте жақсы жауап беруге тұрғанымен, осы оқу орталықта қиналған мұғалімдер. Себебі неде? Осы біз жұмыс барысында осындай қиындықтарды анықтауға тырыстық.
Құрметті әріптестер, міне сол кезде біз оқыту орталығына барған кезімізде осы тікелей тест тапсырмаларын алып шығамыз, олардың мазмұнымен таныстырамыз. Содан кейін ол дерек көзде қалай беріліп тұр. Яғни мазмұнда бұл тест қалай беріліп тұр екен, мазмұннан қалай алынып тұр екен деген мәселені бірге талдаймыз. Сол арқылы олардағы оқыту процесіндегі қиындықтарды көрсетеміз. Осы ол тренерлердің оқуына өз әсерін тигізеді деп ойлаймыз. Сонымен бірге біз осындай талдаулардан кейін жалпы тренерлер тобына арналған осы зерттеудің нәтижесінде ұсыныстар бердік. Ол ұсыныстар мына оқыту үдерісінде ол тренерлерге мұғалімдерді мына тестілеуге сәтті дайындауға өзінің көмегін тигізіп жатқанын біз көріп отырмыз қазіргі кезде. Енді әрине осы зерттеу жұмысы қазіргі біз ұсынып отырған бұл жалпы көлемді зерттеудің белгілі бір бөлігі ғана. Жаңа алдында не мәселелерді біз қарастырғанымызды айттық. Енді келесі біздің алып отырған мәселеміз бұл осы тестілеу, яғни бағалаудың бір компоненті ретіндегі тестілеудің бағалаудың басқа компоненттермен қатынасы қалай? Осы мысалы портфолио қорғау кезінде, таныстырылым кезінде, қорғау кезінде мұғалім өзінің білім дағдыларын қалай көрсетіп жатыр? Сонымен осы тестілеудің нәтижесінің арасында байланыс бар ма деген мәселені зерттеуді мақсат етіп отырмыз. Сонымен бірге нақты тренермен бірге жүргізілетін мәселе бұл осы оқуда, жалпы оқытудың барысында мұғалімдердің ертеңгі күні тест тапсырған кезінде қиындыққа ұрынуы мүмкін екендігін болжауға бола ма? Яғни қауіп аймағында тұрған мұғалімдерді анықтап, оған нақты фокустелген көмек көрсете аламыз ба деген бағытта да біз жұмыс істеп жатырмыз. Ол үшін біз тренерлермен бірге олар оқытып жатқан оқу топтарын талдап көреміз. Олар алдын ала осы тест нәтижесінде төменгі көрсеткіш көрсетуі мүмкін деген мұғалімдерді тобын анықтайды. Соған бағытталған арнайы қандай жұмыс істеу керек. Яғни мұғалім өзінің оқыту стилінде нені өзгерту керек, қандай әдістерді талдау арқылы ол контентті неғұрлым табысты меңгерте алады деген бағытта біз нақты зерттеулер жүргізуді мақсат етіп отырмыз. Бұл жұмыстың нәтижесін біз болашақта таныстыратын боламыз. Сіздердің барлығыңызға назар қойып тыңдағандарыңызға рахмет. Сұрақтарыңыз болса, жауап беруге дайынбыз.
Сұрақтарыңыз бар ма, құрметті әріптестер? Do you have any questions? Есть вопросы? Рахмет. Let me invite Nico Ditron from CITO and Miss Aygul Yesengaliyeva from the Training Center of National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan to present on the topic East meet West. How high-stakes national assessments are valued in different social and cultural contexts. Mr. Ditron, Mrs. Yesengaliyeva, floor is yours. Clicker, yes.
You can just...
Okay. Добрый день, уважаемые участники конференции. Для нас, особенно для меня, большая честь презентовать нашу работу вот на такой большой международной сцене. О чем пойдет речь? Так, еще не подключили? Наша тема называется, ну, если вот на русском языке, то «Восток и Запад. Как национальное оценивание с высокими ставками применяется в социальном и культурном контексте». Почему мы выбрали эту тему? Во-первых, ЕНТ, оно как раз-таки является оцениванием с высокой ставкой, то есть такое оценивание, которое влияет на судьбы людей. Вот недавно, именно в 2017 году, претерпело изменения, реформировалось, и нам было интересно посмотреть, что будет дальше, что было и будет дальше. С другой стороны, мы решили посмотреть на тему оценивания с высокими ставками с двух позиций. С социальной и с точки зрения оценивания. Я являюсь социологом, и мне всегда интересовал вопрос, а как вообще оценивание влияет на общество? Вы, наверное, сами можете подтвердить, что ЕНТ буквально изменило наше общество. Люди стали другими, по-другому мыслить, читать, писать. И вот мы на эту проблему решили посмотреть с точки зрения теории и практики. Мы изучили большое количество литературы, практического применения, и хотим вам как раз-таки представить результаты нашей работы. Next, please. О чем будет идти речь в нашей презентации? Мы бы хотели рассказать о том, как применяется вот тот тип оценивания, от которого мы отказались, казахстанцы, но он успешен во многих странах, например, в той же Великобритании и Нидерландах. Каким образом происходит оценивание вот именно с высокими ставками в странах Азии? Какова ситуация с единым национальным тестированием в странах постсоветских республик? И посмотреть на задачу оценивания с точки зрения оценивание одна цель или оценивание несколько целей. Более подробно остановимся на ЕНТ и вот изменениях в ЕНТ, а также предложим свои выводы и рекомендации. И хотела сказать, что мы будем презентовать на двух языках, на русском и английском. Ника, please.
Okay, it works? Yeah, okay. Let me shortly take you into some overview of systems of examination throughout the world. We just used a selection to see if it is comparable to the experience in Kazakhstan and if it could give some lessons to be learned. When you talk about final exams, you see a lot of different features, but mostly you have pictures like this. You see students sitting in a big row, all doing the same exam at the same time. And of course there are differences, but in the end they can hang out the flag because they have a pass. They hope they have a pass. There was some recent research by researchers for OECD who were looking at the different systems that exist in OECD countries when it comes to school leaving exams, so leaving school at secondary education before you're preparing for university entrance. And you can see here that there is quite some difference, and the main difference we are looking at in this research is there are systems that combine a school leaving exam for qualification of secondary education with university entrance exam that gives you a position in higher education. And these exit exams can be organized statewide, like for example in the UK. You can also have a mixed system. In my country, Netherlands, we have a mixed system of school-based and central exams. There are also countries in Asia, like China, Japan, and Korea, where there are no real exit exams. You can do some qualification in secondary school in some subjects, but there is not a real exit exam for all candidates. So when it comes to, oh, this is not the correct one. Sorry, I missed some slides. Okay, I will do it without. I will do it like this. Sorry for that. First, have a look at two countries, the UK and the Netherlands. What you see there is that they have for many years a system of combined school leaving exam and university entrance exam. The school leaving exam has a very high standard. It's accepted by almost all universities to be a general certificate to enter any form of higher education. Okay, some universities will have special additional requirements, like in Oxford or Cambridge, you really are not entering without some very high A+ levels, but in general, your school leaving exam is your pass for next step. In the other way, take the countries like in Asia, in China, Japan, and Korea. In these countries, you can have a very nice secondary school career. You finish your school career with very marvelous notes, with marvelous results. Still, when you want to enter university, you have to start from new. You have to engage in a very highly competitive selection system. A system that is so competitive that it has some very big negative consequences in society, especially in the Chinese system with this big test. You sometimes see newspaper items about suicides by candidates who didn't get a pass. So this is really a system that has a very high social price for being very selective. So these two are more or less to say very big differences. And now for us it was very important to see what comes when it is the system that is used in the Kazakhstani context. And I hope that we have these slides still here. Okay, I will switch to this one. I will give over the microphone to my colleague. Yeah?
А теперь позвольте более подробно. Сейчас мы рассмотрели системы оценивания с высокими ставками в странах ОСР. И увидели, что там действуют абсолютно разные системы, и все они работают. Какова же ситуация в странах постсоветских республик? Ну, мы рассмотрели две страны. Я прошу прощения, почему-то не та презентация у нас вышла на экран. Две системы оценивания. Российская система и казахстанская. Российская система оценивания началась с 2001 года. Тогда россияне решили постепенно вводить вот эту новую необычную систему оценивания, которая коснулась бы всех выпускников. Они начали делать с 2001 года и вот этот в формате пилотного проекта. И он продлился до 2009 года. На мой взгляд, это очень мудрый подход, потому что это оценивание с высокими ставками, которое влияет на людей, на их судьбы. И к этому нужно подходить очень осторожно. А с 2009 года уже по всей стране была введена эта система, и вот они уже больше 10 лет она работает. И казахстанская система которую мы называем ЕНТ, в России ЕГЭ, отметила в прошлом году 12-летие, вот как бы Мущель, в этом году, в 13-м, первая реформа такая серьезная. До этого года системы были похожи в том плане, что одна система оценивания преследовала несколько целей. Это оценить знания выпускников и оценить знания поступающих. Но в этом году Казахстан решил поменять систему и разделить, видя в этом много недостатков. Но, тем не менее, действительно ли это недостаток в формате? Может быть, все-таки причина больше в контексте, в социальном и культурном? Давайте более подробно остановимся, здесь тоже нету, да, слайдов, на социальных последствиях ЕНТ. Нельзя сказать, что вот те 12 лет прошли только в негативном, там, так сказать, с негативным фоном. Было очень много позитивных изменений, позитивного влияния на общество со стороны вот этого high-stake assessment. Прежде всего, это равные возможности. То есть для всех учащихся с разных слоев, с разных регионов появилась возможность на какой-то равной возможности поступать. А затем, в чем сильная сторона ЕНТ? ЕНТ позволил исключить субъективизм учителей, да, потому что до этого каждая школа, каждый учитель по-своему оценивал выпускников. Были устранены социальные барьеры. Здесь могли поступать, при этой системе могли поступать в университеты студенты из разных семей, в том числе малообеспеченных, абитуриенты вернее. Был обеспечен благодаря вот этой новой системе ЮНТ определенный социальный лифт, особенно для тех, кто живет в глубинке. Благодаря новой системе ЕНТ увеличилась прозрачность, были выровнены квалификационные оценки на национальном уровне, то есть всех мерили одной линейкой, чего не было до ЕНТ. И, наконец, ЕНТ позволила более точно измерять знания, навыки учащихся не по пятибалльной системе, которая фактически от 3 до 5, но по очень более широкой шкале, да, от 50 до 125, где 50 – это проходной балл. Но наряду с этим было много и негативных последствий. Именно, наверное, поэтому и эта система была реформирована. Прежде всего, это, вот мы так метафорично назвали, единый национальный стресс. Это действительно большой стресс для всех участников, в том числе, особенно для учащихся. Да, мы знаем, что статистика суицидов резко возросла с внедрением этой системы. А также, как я вот в начале в своем вступлении сказала, ЕНТ буквально поменяла наше поколение, наших людей. Люди перестали мыслить больше на запоминание. Я вот сама сталкивалась в своей работе с новым поколением. Они такие умнички, знают несколько языков, такие очень продвинутые в плане технологий. Но если присмотреться, вот грамотность отсутствует на всех 3 языках. Вот это мы с этой системой упустили. Также, к сожалению, именно казахстанская система ЕНТ отличалась своей негибкостью. 12 лет прошло. Вот если сравнивать с российской системой, они долго шли, был длительный пилотный проект. И в течение 10 лет существования ЕГЭ произошло много изменений именно в плане контента. То есть не только там закрытые тесты, которые были в начале, но и эссе, и открытые вопросы и так далее. К сожалению, наша система ЕНТ фокусировалась больше на изменениях организационного технического плана. Нельзя сказать, что все стояло на месте. Но как вначале были закрытые вопросы, так и до 2012 года вопросы оставались закрытыми, что очень сужало учебную программу, мотивацию знать больше, лучше, думать, а просто готовиться именно под эти закрытые вопросы. Ну и, конечно же, несоответствие. По большому счету, школы готовили выпускников какого плана? Которые хорошо запоминают, зубрят, а вузам нужны были совершенно другие студенты, да, мыслящие, с какими-то способностями, талантами. И вот это несоответствие оценки – это тоже очень большой минус вот этой системы. И поскольку этот экзамен является экзаменом высокой ставки, влияющей на дальнейшую судьбу, он еще больше, к сожалению, стимулировал. Вот интересный обратный эффект. Мы убегали от коррупции, но эта система, наоборот, еще больше стимулировала коррупцию, списывание и вот разного рода махинации. Угу. Лесника.
I'm seeing that the presentation displayed is an old version, so I will now tell you something that you will not see on the slides, but I will try to explain it in clear words for you. When the conclusion was clear, there's a time for change. Of course, you always have to ask the question, why change? And when it comes to assessment theory, there are two very big, major scientific approaches to testing and the purpose of a test. You can say that a test should only have one purpose, and for each purpose you should make a different test. So in that case, you would say what the Netherlands is doing is not good. You use the same exam for school leaving certification and for university entrance. But people who are advocating this approach are mainly the people who are centralizing at measurement. They are only looking at what an educational measurement would be a good measurement instrument. However, recent research has shown, especially by Paul Newton, that you can also have a different look on assessment purpose, and that you can have very good reasons, very good arguments, that one test could have multiple purposes. And then you are looking to a test in a broader sense. A test is an assessment, and an assessment is always a part of what we could call, well, let's say, your society. Your assessment is not just a test on itself. And there are three perspectives you can look at it. The test is having an information perspective. So your final exam should provide you information that is valuable for the person who is examined. But there's also a perspective of expertise, because your final exams reflect more or less what is the social capital that is the product of your education. So there's another purpose of the same test. It's more that you show what the learning outcomes can be in a society in your education. And then the third perspective, an assessment also has an engagement perspective. An assessment is part of your social context. Like in the Netherlands, when we have these weeks of final examinations, all the country is reading about it, is talking about it. The rest of the year, you don't hear them about exams. They are produced at CETO in some very close building where you are not allowed to come in without some very high security. So that's what exams are in a social perspective. They really are a big stake in a short period, but they have a very high society impact. So looking to assessment in a broader sense means you can have one test for more purposes. If you look at the measurement perspective, you say, do it like you are doing now in Kazakhstan. You have a split UNT, you have one test for each purpose. And that's what we now have in 2017. You have a final exam for your secondary school graduates, and you have an entrance exam for higher education applicants. And what we saw from the experience, it's very short, of course. You are only having this experience in your country for 1 year, 2017. So it's too early to say, yes, it works, or no, it doesn't work. In general, looking at the examples from other countries, we have the attention to say, well, I think it was a good choice that was made in Kazakhstan. But don't forget, choosing another format of a test is not the complete solution. Because if you are only looking at a different format, but you still put the same old test items in a different format, you still have a poor test. So there is more at stake than just changing the format of your UNT from a combined exam to a split exam. And especially when you see the very weak alignment of your UNT school leaving exam, aiming much at reproductive skills, whereas the students in universities are, well, needing more productive skills. So that's one of the big challenges you still have to meet, even if you made a split. The other thing is, of course, I know that the Kazakhstani government and the ministry said, when we split UNT into 2 separate exams, we will reduce the stress. This unified national stress will become less. Well, if we look at some examples, like the Chinese and the Asian examples, we have our doubts about that. I think you should not underestimate that once the school leaving exam is separated from a university entrance exam, this university entrance exam, combined with your high competition for grants, still will give very high social pressure. So by just splitting the UNT in 2 exams, you are not reducing the social stress. That is something that is bigger. It's part of your culture. It's also part of your approach. So looking to my own country, I would say, make it sure that your system for final examination has more opportunities than only 1 entrance exam for university. Because you are not interested only in the students who pass. They don't have a problem. Students who get a grant don't have a problem. But what are you doing with all the students that will fail? Failure does not mean that you are worthless. Failure does not mean that there is no future for you. That is what the high social stress is producing. So it is very good to invest not only in a new format of UNT, but also to invest in other opportunities, alternative opportunities for professional development, especially your vocational and educational training. Your TVET is one of the big issues you should invest. I would say invest more in that than in the entrance of the very gifted students into your university, because they will manage, they will always manage. But your human capital that is needed for your economy in the future is more than just the most gifted university students. In the Netherlands, we have the same discussion about all students want to go to university. All parents want their children to go to university. But does our society and our economy need only university students? No, we need much more people. We need electricians, we need nurses, we need plumbers. Where are they coming from? So your education system and your school leaving exam should be a starting qualification for all of your students, because they all are worth investing. They all are your human capital, not only the university ones, not only the very gifted ones. So, in general, our first conclusion would be good that you made a split in UNT, but don't think that this is done by this. Invest in more opportunities, reduce the stress by not making it only depending on 1 UNT entrance exam, invest in more opportunities for learners, and to finalize, it's not on the slide, but we started with the topic East meets West, and we have to say you could learn from some experiences in the West, but don't copy them. Don't try to copy a final exam system that is working in some countries, because you have to find out your own system that is working in your social and cultural context. Thank you for your attention.
Может быть, у кого-то есть вопросы по нашей теме? I think they have a question.
Добрый день, спасибо за вашу презентацию. Думаю, только ленивые не критиковали ЕНТ. Я сам преподаю Testing and Evaluation course at university, в принципе. Но у меня вот вопрос, получилось ли у вас достучаться до небес? То есть мы здесь все критикуем, говорим об ошибках, но обращались ли вы в Министерство образования, получилось ли это у вас, прислушались ли они к вам? На самом деле, я думаю, я уверен, что люди, которые составляют эти тесты, по крайней мере, по английскому языку, ну, очень некомпетентны в своем вопросе, потому что задают просто ужасные вопросы. Опять же, вопросы кто, когда, где. Но нет таких вопросов «почему?». Да, вот там reading passage есть по чтению, но они не задают вопросы «почему?» и «что он имел в виду?». Например, вот таких вопросов нет. Там «кто?», «что?» и «где?». И они даже не перефразируют, they don't paraphrase the sentence. То есть точно так же ставят. Это не reading, а matching получается. Да? Получилось ли у вас вот, достучаться до небес, написать вот, наверх, и ответили ли они вам? Вот у меня вот такой вопрос. Да, спасибо.
Давайте отвечу я, а потом Ника, возможно, добавит. Думаю, что та реформа, которая началась сейчас, это и есть результат вот этого, так сказать, количество переросло в качество. Количество критики переросло наконец-то в какое-то решение. Я уже до этого говорила, что, к сожалению, система ИНТ в Казахстане была не гибкая в плане содержания. Все время одно и то же. Действительно, вот это содержательные моменты были иногда просто нечитабельные. Но то, что сейчас происходит, то, что включается в новое ИНТ, тесты на вопросы на математическую, читательскую грамотность, вопросы по критическому мышлению, это, наверное, есть результат того, что лед тронулся, что там небеса открылись и наконец-то что-то происходит в плане содержания. Не только формата разделения, но и содержания. При поступлении, если вы знаете, да, вот сейчас такая система, не просто тупо предметы с закрытыми вопросами, но уже там, разнообразные методы оценивания знаний. Nika, maybe you would like to answer?
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question, and it's really aiming at one of the main aspects that we were talking about. I can give you an example. As CETO, we worked with NTC because you know what you are talking about, the items are coming from NTC, so they are the developers. We worked with NTC for more than a year in developing new kind of test items, to make test items that demand higher order thinking skills, that demand application, that are more to be compared, like you know from the PISA, the literacy, like I will told you, reading and mathematical literacy. This project was very, very useful for NTC, and the teachers who were participating, the developers, were very pleased with the results they made. The problem, however, is that before these items come into the UNT, there are some levels to reach, and before you can knock on heaven's door, as so to say. So these items did not reach heaven's door yet. And I was recently in Batumi at an international conference, and the colleagues of NTC, they were presenting the new format about UNT, and they showed me some examples of test items from which they say, here you see the new format of items that are really testing literacy. I must admit I was a little bit shocked, because that was not literacy. That was just a kind of reproductive knowledge with a little bit more creation in the item, but it still was on reading, on math, it was just reproducing what you memorize, what you train, and reproduce. So I must say, we still have a long way to go before we can knock on heaven's door, and you are right, that is something that has to be changed, and it's not only starting from the bottom, it should also be supported by the top. Yeah, thank you.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вам не кажется, что формат ЕНТ подходит идеально для предметов естественно-математического цикла? Алгебра, геометрия, физика. И убивает предметы гуманитарного цикла. Адебиет, тарих, там нужно воображение, там причинно-следственные связи, логика мышления. А то, что человек укажет правильно годы жизни Аблайхана, это не значит, что он проник в эту эпоху. В конце концов, что он говорить умеет. В бизнесе, где угодно, это же первое, с чем сталкивается в жизни любой человек. Функциональная грамотность от изучения истории, литературы, это же прежде всего умение говорить. Вот. Ельбасы много читал, ведь его приятно слушать, помимо того, что он еще и великий политик. Вот. Такой вопрос. От того, что он укажет правильно, кому писала письмо Татьяна Ларина, это не значит, что он прочитал хотя бы даже Пушкина. Или, в общем-то, такой вопрос.
Спасибо за вопрос. Вот как раз Ника у нас специалист по тестам, по оцениванию. Я думаю, он даст самый исчерпывающий ответ.
Thank you very much for your question. And now coming more from the reading perspective, I think it's a little bit the same discussion we just had with the other colleague who gave a question. The fact is that we know from our experience in Netherlands that you can develop school leaving exams that are really assessing the productive skills, the understanding of the essence of a text, but that also needs, for example, a lot of open-ended questions. And open-ended questions in a final examination are a very intensive one. You need markers, you need marking schemes, you need agreement between markers, you need a system with correction of the markers, second marking, because your final exam is high stakes. So the objectivity of the exam should be undisputable. And that is a challenge, but that's a challenge that we are already meeting in the Netherlands for 20 years, 25 years. So it can be done, but it takes the will to do it. And if you develop it, it's not only that you do it in the exam, but you should also look at the backwash effect. Normally an exam is the conclusion of your secondary education, but in most cases, what is new in the exam will have a backwash effect to education, because teachers will have to change their education, change how you work with reading literacy, change how you work with mathematical literacy. But the change can come also from your exams, but it takes the will to do it, and you need a very well-trained team of item developers. So the combination of changing the exam is possible. You can do it paper-based, you can do it even computer-based. We have a lot of exams nowadays computer-based that really show that the students have to make some work, they have to react, they have to use simulations or presentations or videos. So there is a lot to do. Technically, it's possible. It's more that you need the will to do it, and you need to align it with the education that's preparing for your final exam. Did I answer your question completely?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dietrich, госпожа Сингалиева. Поблагодарим наших спикеров. У нас по программе заявлено еще одно выступление. Оценивание вчера, сегодня, традиции переменной. Гульнара Батырова. Видимо, спикер не смогла приехать, поэтому если у вас еще есть вопросы к нашим презентерам, которые представляли сегодня информацию, которые выступали перед вами по первой теме, первое выступление по глобальной гражданственности, по второму выступлению, по использованию итогов анализа результатов тестирования, либо если еще вопросы к мистеру Нико Дитерен и Айгуле Сингалиевой. Есть вопросы? Есть, да, вопрос?
I have a question to Stuart Markley. It's the first presentation. Is it here? Okay. So, in the conditions of globalization, in the conditions of globalization, the issues of national and cultural identification and the formation of global citizenship. So I would like to know the interrelation. I would like to know about the interrelation between national cultural identification and global citizenship, because these issues are very topical in this context. And I would like to know, how do you resolve this issue in your research? Is the first question. And the second question, I saw your theory, your model. I suppose it was based on Milton Bennett's theory, yeah? And there I've noticed that you didn't include the stage of integration. What is the reason of it? Because you have all stages except integration. Okay? Two questions. Two questions.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Two questions there. The first one was all about the relationship, if you will, between local cultures, traditions, history, and where that fits in with a broader outlook in terms of global citizenship beyond where you might be at any particular time. The questionnaire mentioned that it was a very topical question, and it's completely relevant and topical in NIS schools, because that balance between enabling students to understand where they come from in Kazakhstan, to understand the traditions, the history and the culture of Kazakhstan is absolutely integral to all NIS schools. And I believe that the schools that I've visited actually do that really well. But what they also do is balance that against a broader outlook, looking at the world beyond their towns, cities, oblasts, and Kazakhstan itself. I don't think it's an easy balance to get, both within the curriculum and with activities outside the curriculum. But I do think the schools that I've visited actually do that really well. And as I say, it's integral to what's happening in NIS schools. I think it's not easy, but I think the schools are doing that really well. And I would apply the same thing to schools across the world. You know, global citizenship isn't just about looking beyond where you are at any particular time and developing an understanding and an awareness of global situations and global concepts. It's also about understanding and celebrating and respecting where you come from. And sometimes schools miss that. You know, they're very keen to look beyond where they are, because they see global citizenship as being something that is beyond their particular situation. But again, what we've found, that the very best schools have a balance in their curriculum, have a balance in their program between understanding where you come from, but also understanding the world beyond that. So again, it's a long answer to a short question, but do I think the two things go together, and do I think they're integral? Absolutely, definitely. And does it work very well in NIS schools? In my experience, it does. And I've seen some really good practice there. But it's not something that I say is easy, and it's something that schools have to work at quite a bit. You mentioned about the IDI and the work about integration. It was a very brief presentation that we gave you this morning, but we do, integration is very much a part of our philosophy in terms of global citizenship. So it is there, and it is part of the global citizenship certification that we do with schools. And integration is certainly something, a terminology that we do use a lot. And it's certainly very much a part of that. And as I say, it was a brief presentation this morning, and we didn't cover everything that we would like to do. But I wouldn't want you to think that we were missing it. It's definitely there. Okay?
Thank you, Stuart. Yes. Just one question. Thank you very much, because your presentation and your topic is very interesting for me personally. And my question is connected with the previous question about national identity. My question is, how possible is global citizenship in the context of a school which is dominated by the Kazakh or Kazakhstani culture?
Of course, your question is you're relating it to Kazakhstan culture. But we say that that same issue right across the world. So, for example, you know, we work with about 60 or 70 schools in Australia. Now, many of those schools in Australia are monolingual and mononational. So how do they develop, you know, the concept of global citizenship? And the answer to that is the same as the answer in Kazakhstan, is that it has to be a very deliberate part of your program. You know, some schools will say that global citizenship, they're helped by, in relation to their concept of global citizenship, because they might have 70 different nationalities at the school. Okay, fantastic. That does create some wonderful opportunities to celebrate different cultures and different languages, particularly when you're surrounded by them. But what happens when you're in a culture where you maybe don't have those multitude of nationalities around you? I mean, I would argue in Kazakhstan, you might not have a multitude of nationalities in NIS schools, but you do have a multitude of ethnicities. And I think that's something that I've seen celebrated really well. But going back to my original point, I think in terms of the curriculum and your programs, you need to take a structured approach. Much as what I've been talking about when we were talking about global citizenship certification. So, you know, you find that in your world history lessons, you find it in your global perspectives embedded within the curriculum, and then outside the curriculum, you see it embedded in service learning, where you're developing the traits and characteristics of global citizenship. You might see it in your extracurricular program, where you've got your MUNs, for example, your modern United Nations, all of which are helping to develop concepts of global citizenship. So if you've got those structures embedded within your program, you don't need 70 nationalities in your school, and you don't need 35 different languages. But you do need a structured program that is aware of how the traits and characteristics and the concepts of global citizenship are developed within your school. And again, having spent time in a lot of NIS schools, I see that. I see that very well embedded in schools. So you do have the structures in your schools to develop that. And that's why I believe that you are developing global citizens, because you have all those things in place, and that's what's happening in schools. And I think NIS should be quite proud of exactly how well schools are doing that. And also going back to my original point, how well they're getting the balance as well between celebrating local traditional Kazakh culture, history, etc., as well as looking beyond that. But I think you do it really well. Another long answer to a short question. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your answer. Уважаемые коллеги, время сессии подошло к концу. Если у вас есть какие-то еще вопросы, вы можете задать их во время обеденного перерыва. Спасибо вам большое за внимание, спасибо нашим спикерам за выступление, спасибо за ваши вопросы. Всего доброго.